Chapter 601. The game is over. The game ended dramatically. After a brief silence, the entire Quidditch stadium plunged into a boil. Although everyone had anticipated it before the start of the game, when everything really turned from illusion to reality a little bit, unspeakable excitement and unreality surged in everyone's heart. This will be a legendary game history that will be remembered forever in the history of Hogwarts. A Quidditch team composed of 7 first-year freshmen from different colleges swept all the college teams in the first year of entering Hogwarts, and faced the previous championship team in the finals, falling 2 people, 0 opponents, and hitting a desperate 3% difference. Terrible data. No matter which one is a brand new record. Such a disparity and perfect record, even in the entire history of the Quidditch race, is unique. Not surprisingly, for a long time to come, this news will become the focus of discussion among Quidditch enthusiasts. Whether it is the high tactical offensive qualities shown by Draco and Ron, Gower and Crabbe have the same batting skills as twins. These are performances that can usually only be seen in the professional arena. As for the seeker Harry Potter who ended the game, he won the new title of a Snitch Devourer. At the same time, as the first seeker in the history of the Quidditch race to catch the golden snitch with his mouth, he will also. It was recorded in the official pamphlet. Of course, what people pay most attention to is the weird power displayed by Elena and Hannah. Teaching experiment. In the center stand of the Quidditch stadium, Ludo Bagman turned his head to look at Dumbledore, repeating with a weird expression. You mean, the terrifying power displayed by these 2 first-year students is actually in the process of studying ancient runes, because of some additional effects caused by some unexpected deviations? You can understand it this way. So in the strict sense, this is not traditional magic. Dumbledore hesitated, smiled softly, and continued. If Mr. Bagman is interested in this aspect, I can ask Professor Apocalypse to find a time to answer you after the award is over. According to the original plan, we expect to formally contact the Saints in 6 months to 1 year. The Mungo Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries cooperated to try to popularize it among therapists. What are the side effects after learning new healing magic? And, will it be popularized in various magic hospitals soon? Well, I see it looks like the Quidditch League Rules Committee has new rules to be drawn up. Ludo Bagman turned his head and glanced at the center of the court, his hands gushing with white light. Elena and Hannah, who were quickly healing the scars and bruises suffered by the little wizards during the game, twitched the corners of their mouths. At least we need to determine whether to ban the therapists from participating or limit the number of qualified therapists in each Quidditch team before the therapists become infinitely powerful. Sorry, I will confirm it one last time, except those who have obtained the official therapist qualification. Really won't any other wizards master this magic? Although this is the case, Ludo Bagman is very clear in his heart that if this is really the special physique of the top therapists in the future, then most of the members of the Quidditch Alliance will not choose to directly ban the therapists from participating in the competition. After all, people will always get sick or encounter magical accidents, even wizards. Not to mention, the high injury rate in the Quidditch game is also a place that is often criticized. If it is really possible to introduce some wizards with wandless healing ability among the players on both sides of the game, it would be a good one. Therefore, according to Ludo Bagman's guess, as long as the threshold and effect of this new ability are confirmed, the Quidditch League Rules Committee is estimated to be cautious and happy to actively guide each team to carry out personnel innovation. Relax, dear Mr. Bagman. Grindelwald grinned, patted Ludo Bagman on the shoulder, and explained in a relaxed tone. Just as Professor Dumbledore said, this is not traditional magic. It does not rely on spells or gestures for release or learning. Even if it is popularized in the future, Most of it can only be learned at Hogwarts. The way of learning magic text is different from regular magic. Unless you comprehend a brand new magic text like an ancient wizard, you must directly contact and listen to the specific magic form of the corresponding magic text in order to have the corresponding spellcasting ability. The identity of Paracelsus perfectly explains the origin of the ancient rune characters, and it is also an extremely powerful strength to rely on. In the face of the ancient power in the field of healing magic, no one will choose to be an enemy. In Eleanor's follow-up plan, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will not only undertake the education of young wizards in the future, but also consider opening some new adult education classes or vocational training institutions. And a doctor in the magic world, or a therapist, is undoubtedly a very suitable choice. You know, even when Voldemort's power was the most arrogant, he didn't dare to get involved in the street Mungo's hospital for magical injuries. The fear of death and illness is the same whether in the magical world or the non-magical world. Therefore, in the list of the introduction of scientific researchers in the former Soviet Union, she deliberately added a lot of classifications on basic biology and medicine and other related majors, and planned to combine with the curriculum reform of Hogwarts in the next semester to try. Combining modern medicine with magical power is something that Elena is extremely looking forward to seeing in her past and present life. It is also one of the easiest bridges that she can think of now to smoothly merge the two worlds. It's just that the subsequent content, there is no need to explain in detail to the officials of the Ministry of Magic. After Grindelwald and Dumbledore had dealt with Ludo Bagman according to the original statement, they turned their attention back to the court. Compared with the General Director of the Magical Sports Department, the white-haired ball, obviously it is much more important. In the gap between the conversations between several people, Elena and Hannah have healed their players off course, including the two Slytherin players who were shot down. At this time they have led everyone to them. In front of the central stand, behind them, the Hogwarts first-year freshmen from various colleges have already rushed through the fence and rushed into the court, clustered behind the Hogwarts freshman team, looking forwardly at the people not far away. Dumbledore, as well as the huge Quidditch trophy placed next to the old wizard. Very good, very exciting game. Dumbledore smiled and took the trophy, placed it in Eleanor's hand, and whispered in a voice that only her could hear. And what makes me even more happy is that I was surprised to find that your accuracy has dropped a lot compared to the past, and that you have seen more than one academy in the game. You broke the academy barrier with your actual actions. This is too much. Alright, ask for a monthly pass to guarantee the end of the month. There will be a lot of moms next month. P.S. What should I do with my cute elephant cat Wolfelt? Do you have a big hand? Can there be a way to save it if it is stuck like this? In order to save it, my hand was stuck twice. 1551 picture. Invitation to trial training for chapter 602. Please ask for monthly ticket. 1 hour after the game, the Hogwarts Prize Showroom. The Hogwarts freshman team won the 19,911,992 Quidditch College Cup. As promised by the previous school, each of their names and colleges will be engraved on the golden shield-shaped medals, stored in a separate showcase, side by side with the previous Quidditch FMVP players of each college, displayed in the prize showroom on the 4th floor of the castle. According to the previous practice, the team that won the Quidditch College Cup can put the College Cup in its own common room and keep it until the beginning of the next season. It will be returned by all players before the opening of the first game. School. On the base of the Quidditch Academy Cup, the name of the college that won each championship is engraved with magic. When a Quidditch Academy Cup is engraved with 16 names, it will be retired to the prize showroom, put on the brand new trophy. However, although the real trophy cannot be retained forever, the team that wins the Hogwarts Quidditch Academy Cup can still retain a copy of the Hogwarts Quidditch Academy Cup forever. A great achievement. I think people will visit here often even after many years. Albus Dumbledore stood in front of a brand new crystal glass cabinet, carefully put the Quidditch trophy in his hand, turned around and looked at the 7 little wizards who followed behind him with excitement, and said gently, "I will confirm again, Harry. Do you really want to be recorded as a seeker? Okay, I see. Then Weasley, you also appear here as a goalkeeper as you are here. Their respective positions in the league, rather than the final lineup in the finals, although this is not so in line with the rules." Observing the determined expressions of the little wizards, Dumbledore shrugged helplessly, and drew his wand with a light wave. At the next moment, in the crystal glass cabinet that originally had only one Quidditch Academy cup, golden shield-shaped medals bloomed on the red velvet cushion, and the names of the little wizards and competition information appeared on the surface of the golden shield medals in turn. Seeker Elena Caslana 19913303, Chaser Draco Malfoy 19910005, Chaser Harry Potter 19910001, Chaser Hannah Abbott 19911107, Batterer Gregory Gore 1991 1019, Battery Vincent Crabbe 19912025, Goalkeeper Ron Weasley 19910002, and above everyone's name is a pair of unfolding silver white wings team logos, Hogwarts Moonlight Team. Looking at the Quidditch medal that belonged to her, Elena was silent for a few seconds, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. The content after the name is, "Oh, this is the data collected by Mrs. Hooch this season." In theory, there should not be too many errors. If you think there is any problem with the value, you can ask Mrs. Hooch to complain about it later. Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated Eleanor's problem, and took out a parchment from his arms and stuffed it into Eleanor's hands. He smiled and explained in a surprised tone as if he was giving a gift. As for the counting method, it refers to the method of counting scores in the Dark Magic Defense class. This is proposed by Professor Apocalypse. He noticed the row of small stars on your broom and thought that such a display form should make you happy. Speaking, Elena looked at the surprised look of Hannah and the triumphant Malfoy and others, and sighed helplessly. The brain circuit of the Dark Lord is really different from that of the normal elders. She can almost think of the next 10 years later, when a little wizard comes to visit, how the senior students in the school will point to these medals to explain. In addition to this, there is good news. Dumbledore paused for a moment, and said unhurriedly, "During the game just now, I have discussed with Mr. Ludo Bagman, the director of the Department of Magic and Sports. He is willing to act as a guarantor to give you a letter of introduction, and you can go to any Quidditch during the holidays. The Odd League Cup team participates in a own-a-month trial and visit, of course. Boys cannot choose the Holy Black Hobby team." Wow! Really? It's awesome. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ron Weasley, who was stroking his medal, opened his eyes wide. The excitement on his face was beyond words. He said quickly and incoherently, "I've always wanted to go to Chadley Artillery." "That's the whole league. The best team." Puff. "The one who didn't get in the top 8? Draco Malfoy raised his eyebrows and let out a non-committal chuckle. "The Montrose Magpies are the best team. The 33 UEFA Cup champions and the Chadley Artillery team will have to wait at least 100 or 200 years, right?" Gore. Crabbe. Draco. "Actually, you know, I support the Balicas Bats." "Come on, you are a fan of the fake bats, Vincent." "I have been to your bedroom." "The walls are clearly covered with the private rooms of Holy Black Hobby Seekers and Chasers." Well, boom, 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 accompanied by 2 extremely synchronized WO-channel muffled noises. The 4 little boys who had not come to the pinch all hugged their heads, closed their mouths pitifully, and only dared to look back and forth with their eyes on the faces of their team mates. Staring up and down, Elena rubbed her wrists, turned her head and glanced at Hannah, who was doing the same movement, and the two smiled tacitly at each other. These boys, tut so naive. Glancing at her golden medal last, Elena gently closed the door of the glass cabinet and asked casually, "So, Professor Dumbledore, can I choose not to go?" "Of course. This is your freedom. It's just that I originally contacted Scamander for you. If you plan to go to the Irish national team for a trial, You can live temporarily during this period until the beginning of school. In his house, huh? Scamander. That Mr. Newt Scamander. The little dumb hair on Eleanor's head stood up quickly, swayed from side to side, and asked calmly, "Since you have already contacted me, I don't have much arrangements for the summer vacation anyway. It is a good choice to see the Quidditch national team training a little bit. Then I will go to the Irish national team to try out!" Exclamation mark. Chapter 1 Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 603 Sorry, Harry, please ask for monthly ticket. Huh? In this case, I will go to the Irish national team just like Elena. Hannah blinked and followed without hesitation. She hasn't forgotten what happened the previous Christmas when she came home. The whole Broken Cauldron pub is now full of photos she took in the new singer, whether it's eating, playing with unicorns, or even doing homework. The most shameful thing is that every time she wears a maid costume to help in the tavern, the family will tirelessly point to the pictures on the tavern wall to introduce to the guests, "This is the cutest little angel in their old abbot's house, Barabara," and from time to time, Hannah stood in the middle of the tavern, reciting the tip of the articles she had published. Therefore, after learning that there was a valid reason to escape from home in advance, Hannah naturally wouldn't let it go. Then I will also. Seeing his partners decide which team he will go to in the summer vacation, Harry Potter also raised his hand excitedly, ready to go with Hannah, and go to the Irish national team to experience Quidditch with Elena. Trial life. This side is going back to the small cupboard of Dursley's family, and on the other side is going to the strange wizard family and Quidditch trial. And there is also the company of Elena and Hannah. Harry does not need to hesitate at all, can make the most correct. "Sorry, Harry, I think it might not work." Before little Harry could finish speaking, a gentle voice came from the boy's ear. Then Harry felt a hand on his shoulder. He raised his head and saw Dumbledore looking at him seriously, speaking firmly in a tone that couldn't hold his beak. "Before you become an adult, you must return to your uncle every holiday." Dumbledore's voice was very soft, but Harry's ears roared like a bolt from a blue sky. But Harry's lips trembled, and he whispered pitifully, "Nothing but." Dumbledore shook his head and looked directly at the boy's face that had suddenly turned pale. "Furthermore, your name is not included in Mr. Ludo Bagman's recommendation list. If you have a good performance in the Quidditch League next semester, he will definitely give you priority. But this time not, Professor Dumbledore. It's not fair. Harry flies like me. No, he flies better than me." Glancing at Harry's pale face, Draco Malfoy rushed to Dumbledore without even thinking about it, angrily trying to get Harry's Quidditch training opportunity during the summer vacation. His face was nervous, and somehow red. "You have always watched the game. Except for the last game, Harry has always been a chaser before, playing no worse than anyone else, and in the finals it was only by him catching the golden snitch to end game." "Yes, Professor Dumbledore, we can all testify to Mr. Ludo Bagman." Ron Weasley also stepped forward, together to complain for Harry. "Yes, that's right. We can find Slytherin or Gryffindor for another fight and let Mr. Bagman see." Although Harry didn't give the eldest sister much in the offensive pass, he has always scored a lot before. And Gore and Crabbe also nodded desperately, echoing their statement. The few boys who were staring at each other just now for the better team suddenly surrounded Dumbledore. "It's like a group of little beasts that have been fried." "I'm sorry, it's not something I can decide." Dumbledore shrugged helplessly and explained quite sincerely. "You need to understand that as the director of the sports department, Mr. Ludo Bagman cannot come to watch a game specifically for Harry. Not to mention, it actually requires so many UEFA Cup scouts and managers. If you are there." Dumplings, hurry up and say something." Hannah pinched Elena, who was indifferent next to him, a little anxiously, and whispered, "Compared to the other little wizards, Elena's state seems a bit strange." She didn't stand up to defend Harry as she used to, but stayed silently in place, as if thinking about something important. However, the expected voice of doubt and maintenance did not wait for. Elena frowned, looked at Dumbledore with a solemn expression, and suddenly asked inexplicably, "Speaking of which, The situation overthrew has been confirmed. Well, Quirina's condition suddenly deteriorated just after he read the newspaper for public trial some time ago. Dumbledore nodded calmly, and replied nonchalantly, "I understand." After a few seconds of silence, Elena turned her head to look at Harry, and said seriously, "Professor Dumbledore is right. You have to go back to your uncle's house and stay for a while if you believe me and Professor Dumbledore. Do as we say. When the opportunity is right, I will give it to you personally," explained. Just yesterday morning, Quirina Squirrel's condition deteriorated rapidly at the Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. If it were not for the help of the enthusiastic elderly patients around, it might not have been enough for the therapist to arrive. Directly died. Even so, poor Professor Quirrell has now completely lost his mind, lying in a hospital bed like a living dead, under the care of therapists, trying to awaken his consciousness, although the chances are extremely slim. This is an extremely closed, special grade ward with extremely tight magic protection. According to feedback from the surrounding wizards, during this period, except for the therapist responsible for the care of Quirina Squirrel, no one had entered this ward, and all the personnel and objects that entered and exited had also undergone extensive inspections. There is no possibility that any dangerous goods or magic props or potions will be missed. The only unusual thing was the daily profit that was spread out on Quirrell's lap and seemed to have been rubbed vigorously. The title on the cover page is The Lestrange Family Treasury, which was seized by the Ministry of Magic today. There is no doubt that Voldemort once again deceived everyone's sight. As Quirina Squirrel was controlled and one of his important Horcruxes might fall into the hands of the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort was obviously anxious, and he took the initiative to leave Quirrell's body and escaped quietly as a wandering spirit to the hospital. Although Grindelwald and Elena have always looked down upon the second-generation Dark Lord in words and in their hearts, under such circumstances, it does no harm to be a little more cautious. After all, Voldemort is better than the research on defeating Death and Horcrux. Everyone has to go further. No one knows what kind of weird ability he still has, and ensuring Harry's safety is undoubtedly a very important job, cause he is Voldemort's only unknown Horcrux. Chapter 2 Ma! The 604th chapter is non-toxic. Do not worry. Tom Riddle, remaining Soul State, escaped from prison. This may be the only regrettable thing this semester. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had to eat an extra egg and drink half a cup of milk every morning to relieve the unspeakable melancholy and faintness in their hearts. Worry. However, for Elena, this is not particularly important. Although she does not have the blood guardian magic like Harry Potter, she does not need to be like the other wizards who have offended Voldemort as the eldest lady of the Fate, the Fairy Queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and the third generation of Black Devil Young Body. That way, all day long fearful of revenge from Voldemort or Death Eaters. In fact, since the short confrontation in the Forbidden Forest, the castle has at least twice as much horror in the eyes of Volder, humble, dirt-eating, noseless, looted by the old undead, and magic eyes. More than, as long as Voldemort had a little bit of sanity, he would not take the initiative to approach Hogwarts. On the other hand, as the Hogwarts freshman team won the Quidditch Cup, the attitude of Slytherin College did not become as extreme as Elena had imagined. Instead, it showed a strange state. Elena, are you thirsty? I'll let the house elves bring some iced drinks over here. Elena, do you remember the big herring you saw yesterday? I caught it. Elena, this is the tart from the kitchen. Elena, thank you. That, send the fish directly to the kitchen and make them into fried fish steaks. Elena was sitting on the soft armrest sofa in the Slytherin common room. While flipping through the textbooks in front of her, she took the egg tart handed over and placed it on the tea tray on the right-hand side, and looked at it with a little helplessness. The students clustered around him. Although the process was slightly different from what she had imagined, in general, the result was good. Glancing at the senior Slytherin students not far away who were helping her find the next exam information, Elena took a sip of the iced watermelon juice in her hand, squinted her eyes happily, and couldn't help but remember how many days ago, several days ago, on the night when the Quidditch game ended, in order to prevent Malfoy, Gore, and Crabbe from being bullied because they defeated the Slytherin team, Elena changed into Slytherin uniforms and accompanied them back to the Slytherin common room, prepared to suppress possible riots. However, good. The wand is ready, huh? When Elena walked through the stone wall of the Slytherin common room with her wand high, ready to activate the Deathly Hallows talisman on her chest to deal with a possible attack, a thunderous burst broke out inside. Applause. The classmates of Slytherin College seemed to have gathered in the lounge, waiting for her and Draco Malfoy and others to return. Magical ribbons flew at the door, and silver and gold magic fragments were resting. The dome of the room exploded. Awesome. Timo Rosier applauded vigorously. What a shocking game. An extremely perfect Quidditch performance. Two teams representing the old and new Slytherin spirit met in the finals. For the first time in history, there was only Slytherin College in the Quidditch finals. This is so exciting. An unprecedented victory. A senior girl with a prefect badge on her chest shook her fist vigorously, looked at the silver-green Slytherin robe on Elena and others, and turned her head excitedly towards the girls who were clustered around her, said, "Look!" 4 Slytherins swept across Hogwarts. "I seem to see the rise of the dynasty. Good job. You can choose the position of the Chaser or the Seeker next year." Marcus Flint also walked over, with a smile on his previously gloomy face. He patted the still awkward Draco Malfoy on the back, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. On the other hand, the batsman Ball and Derek also squeezed in front, and enthusiastically took the shoulders of Gore and Crabbe. While sighing that the future is terrible, the loss was convincing, and at the same time the wonderful things they played, the performance is full of praise. Draco Malfoy's pale and nervous face turned red in an instant. He looked at the crowded and noisy Slytherin common room at a loss. He saw many senior sisters and girls in the same grade blinking at him, waved, and those senior students who used to treat him coldly and indifferently are now patted his shoulder with a smile. As for Gore and Crabbe, they stood in embarrassment even more, without the aura of preparing for a big fight when they first entered the door. Of course, the central figure at this time is obviously not the 3 shy little boys, as almost single-handedly defeated the other 3 academies, and successfully sealed the Slytherin team's empty Queen Elena in the final. It can be said that it is the most dazzling existence in the entire Slytherin common room today. However, Her Royal Highness is actually a little bit daunted now. Wait. I'll sort out the logic. Elena put down the magic wand in her hand, rubbed her forehead, trying to sort out her thoughts from the chaotic and noisy praises around her. There are 3 Slytherin students in the freshman team, so the final is actually the Civil War of Slytherin College, and the other 3 colleges missed the final for the first time in history, and then we had a crushing record in the finals representing the rise of the Slytherin dynasty. No. It's 4 Slytherins, Marcus Flint corrected seriously. Well, in a sense, there seems to be nothing wrong. This way of thinking is indeed very Slytherin. If you can't join, you will join. If you can't join, you will surrender in advance. Looking at the Slytherin team captain, whose name suddenly changed to Green, Elena lowered her head and looked at the silver-green Slytherin Academy emblem on her chest. The corners of her mouth twitched. Buff was opened in advance. Before I waited for Elena to be frustrated and disappointed because she couldn't succeed in mingling with the classmates according to the instructions of the priest at the beginning of school, Pansy Parkinson took the initiative to come over and pulled Elena's sleeves towards pointed in the room. Big sister, to celebrate your victory, everyone has specially prepared a buffet. Huh? There is also a buffet. Elena's eyes lit up and she looked in the direction of Pansy's fingers, only to find that the monotonous and cold hall of the Slytherin common room seemed to have been simply decorated and arranged into an exquisite European-style buffet. The 3 long tables where they usually ate are lined up in sequence behind the crowd, all covered with clean white tablecloths. All kinds of pies, sandwiches, grilled sausages, and fried fish are placed on beautiful silver plates, brightly colored and fragrant cakes, Desserts are stacked on large trays, and there are 7 or 8 kinds of cut fruits. Set aside the cheese cup, and on the table in the center, there is a beautiful silver wind cake. The front of the cake is outlined with golden frosting with the words Hogwarts Moonlight Team and a delicate and lovely golden snitch pattern. Elena just glanced roughly, then nodded in satisfaction. I have to say that although the taste of Slytherin College has undergone some wonderful changes this year, it still has a considerable level and vision in preparing traditional cold meals. And it is really not much refined compared to the non-picky eater lions. As the chef at Hogwarts, she can easily see that the amount and category of the food on the table has been fine-tuned. Foie gras mini sandwiches, smoked salmon mini sandwiches, black pepper beef mini sandwiches, diced herb duck breast, Provence-style egg rolls, cheese curry chicken breast. The main course is exquisite, not bad. In addition, there are smoked chicken breast mini bagels, corn crisps with guacamole, pepper mackerel crisp boxes, chicken tail shrimp cups, garlic cheese grilled shrimps, sweet apricot nut cheese crackers, chive broccoli almond tower, black pepper mashed potatoes. Not bad. The expression on Eleanor's face became more and more satisfied. Obviously, this was not a hodgepodge of simple fools. You know, although these dishes can be cooked in the Hogwarts kitchen, the house elves do not have much experience in cold meal arrangement and dish selection. Most of these come from the family education of the Slytherin students. As for the most important desserts, salads and soups, naturally there will be no omissions. Fragrant chocolate cake, tropical fruit platter, tiramisu, fragrant chestnut paste, blueberry cheesecake, mango mousse cake, onion mushroom salad, cilantro aloe salad, avocado salmon salad, tuna crab stick French loaf salad, traditional Italian bisque, potato carrot and lobster soup, broccoli scallop soup, cream of mushroom soup, tomato and oxtail soup, French purple potato bisque, onion, pumpkin and corn soup. It's impeccable, quite hearty. There is no doubt that Slytherin College is a long and shrewd college. In the face of such a group of lovely people, even without these foods, Elena had already made up her mind to save them from the shadows of the Voldemort era and to revert back to the noble, elegant and shrewd Slytherin College. Elena licked her lips gently, turned her head to look at the excited and expectant Slytherin wizards behind her, shrugged helplessly, revealed a charming and happy smile, and said very seriously, "Yes, for our great victory, celebrate. I will first try to see if it is poisonous." While talking, Elena took the initiative to fork a small piece of vanilla chicken and took a closer look. The tender yellow chicken skin wrapped the chicken and showed amazing elasticity under the fork. A layer of transparent fat remained between the chicken and the chicken skin, indicating that the chicken was grilled. Very tender. Randomly dipped the garlic chili sauce on the side of the table, and Elena stuffed the chicken in her mouth expectantly. Feeling the plump and tenderness of the chicken and the stimulation of the garlic chili sauce blooming on the tip of the tongue, the girl closed her eyes with intoxication. The fragrance of the herb-roasted chicken gradually diffused in her mouth, accompanied by the rich and plump chicken sauce. It's so delicious. Well, it's not poisonous. Elaine opened her eyes happily and smiled as she watched the little wizards desperately swallowing in front of them. What are you waiting for? Come and enjoy the food. It's not good to go to bed hungry at night. Gua. Chapter 605. The Source of Power. Seeking a monthly pass. As June approaches, the daytime becomes clear and cloudless, and the temperature becomes warmer. The grounds outside Hogwarts Castle gleamed in the sun, as if it had just been painted with a layer of paint. The breeze blew across the silky satin smooth grass, and the seductive summer breeze floated through the windows into the castle, letting one just wants to take a few pints of iced freshly squeezed fruit juice to slip outside under the shade of the trees, play wizard chess all day, or watch the giant squid swim dreamily on the lake. Unfortunately, as the final exam is approaching, the students have to stay in the castle obediently, forcing themselves to concentrate on the hill-like homework and books, preparing for the final hurdle of the school year. No matter which college's common room is, It's becoming extremely quiet now. Except for the slightly different scent of food permeating the air, there are only pages turning and the sound of quill pen writing salsa on the parchment. The prefects of the academy are all like an unstable compound, and they will become irritable when encountering a little noise. I have to admit that Hogwarts did spend a bit of thought in selecting the prefect. By convention, only outstanding students who have entered the 5th grade will be appointed as prefects, and the 5th grade happens to be the most critical year for the little wizards in Hogwarts, because what they face will no longer be the school's assessment, but the assessment from the Wizarding Examination Administration of the Ministry of Magic. L's General Wizarding Level Examination. If you want to make an analogy, it is roughly equivalent to having the battered high school seniors in charge of maintaining student discipline on a mixed school campus. The Weasley twin brothers were killed by Percy because they were fighting for a chicken wing. He was severely punished once for disturbing the quiet of the common room. In fact, there was another person who was more nervous than these 5th graders, and that was Hermione. Perhaps stimulated by the Quidditch competition, the little chocobo that failed to soar in the sky seemed to turn all the anger and loss into motivation for learning. Like Elena, she applied to Professor McGonagall to participate senior exams. However, considering her own learning progress, Hermione only chose to take an additional 2nd grade written test. With Hermione's official declaration of war, the battle between Elena and Hermione on Mount Tanwang has become one of the focuses of the little wizards. Fred, George and others even secretly opened gambling games in private, guessing who will be the one above. On the other hand, students in other grades have also worked harder than ever, especially the second-year students. The top students hope to use better grades to teach the 2 arrogant little girls a lesson, while the bastards pray not to be pulled too much away, so as not to become the object of naming criticism at the next parent meeting. As for Hannah and Luna, who are caught between Hermione and Elena, these days are even more frightening. Although the 4 of them are still tired of learning to eat together all day as usual, the bitterness that lingers between Elena and Hermione often gives them the illusion that they are likely to fight at any time. In fact, if Minna is just fighting the Cold War, it's okay. The big deal is that everyone enters the State of Autistic Review, and it will be fine until the exam is over. The most important thing is that Elena also likes to take the initiative to tease Hermione, especially when a few people eat in the school hall or gather in the lounge to review. Elena will always bring a variety of food and snacks to Hermione, trying to get the little beavers the body reacts. Of course, from the standpoint of the onlooker, Elena can't be blamed for this. After all, every time Hermione has eaten these days, she always suddenly put down her knife and fork, went under the table to get her school bag, and took out 1 or 2 books to check a certain number or knowledge point. At this time, there was only Irene. Now dared to reach out and grab Hermione's school bag and books, forcing her to focus on the food in front of her. As I get along this school year, the tastes and preferences of the girls have long been imprinted with Elena's mark. In the face of the white-haired dumpling's extremely targeted food temptation, Hermione can hardly produce too much resistance. On the one hand, she would be furious because of being disturbed, but on the other hand, her body waved the white flag very honestly to announce her surrender. This shameful and strong contrast almost made Hermione cry out of anger more than once. Luna and Hannah, who were onlookers, were even more nervous, for fear that someday Hermione could not stand it suddenly, slapped the raspberry cake, blueberry pie, strawberry cheese, mung bean smoothie, mango ice cream, fragrant vinegar and chocolate custard, golden potato custard, pumpkin custard pudding, maple walnut crisp, caramel apple cheese pie. All these devil's gifts that tempted people to gain weight all went to the face of the white-haired dumpling that was the source of all evil. You know, affected by the Minna War, the 2 of them have also become heavier recently. Fortunately, this sinful day will soon be over. The exam week finally started, and the castle was silent. In order to leave enough time and space for the subsequent L's and examinations, the examinations of the lower grades will start slightly earlier, so their results will usually be delivered at the same time on the day of the school leaving ceremony. The first test of Hogwarts first grade was the theory of spells, which was scheduled for Monday morning. Although I have been fully prepared before this, as the exam approaches, Elena gradually began to become nervous. The first exam paper will determine whether the reasoning of her original question is established, and the completion of the follow-up plan. Rate. Unlike Hermione's neurotic sensitivity, when Elena feels nervous, she will be more hungry. Very hungry. Hogwarts Auditorium, 8 o'clock in the morning. Elena glanced at the long table in front of her, and extremely rarely knocked on the plate with her knife. As Dumbledore announced the start of breakfast as usual, in a short while, the empty table was filled with various foods. Since Elena doesn't have much energy to introduce new dishes these days, it's all daily routines. Breakfast. In addition to the newly added breakfasts such as eggs Benedict, cheese hash browns, chocolate brownies, and maple syrup muffins that have become the reserved breakfast content of Hogwarts, there are also those classic breakfast snacks, such as potato bars, mashed potatoes, buttered corn, stewed beans, vegetable salad, fried eggs, grilled sausages, smoked bacon. However, although it sounds like there are always a lot of zeros, it is not the breakfast that Elena wants to eat the most at this time. It wasn't until the exam day that she suddenly missed those early morning delicacies far away in the east that she hadn't eaten for a long time. Although not as exquisite and expensive as Western breakfast, it gave people a sense of confidence. For example, steaming tomato pimple soup. You only need to chop the tomatoes and stir-fry a few times to turn into a rich and fragrant tomato juice. The most common flour and water are gently stirred, and it becomes as fine and white as snow grains. Small bumps, tacitly matched with red tomatoes, green onions, and yellow egg flowers. The soft and glutinous flavor. Another example is the fried buns with crispy skin and lots of stuffing. One bite down and the juice is piping hot, while savoring the fragrance, tenderness and freshness of the fried buns, while feeling the soft and chewy meat fillings and the browned crispy bottom. The collision between lips and teeth. There is also the hot and spicy soup that she has never forgotten some time ago. She hasn't eaten it since she left Newmangard Castle. In addition, there are naturally Elena's favorite soy milk and fried dough sticks. The fermented dough is intertwined with the piping hot oil. The two bodies kneaded with flour are entangled with each other, and gradually expand in the tumbling oil pan, showing a golden crispy, loose, crisp, yellow and fragrant, rich in layers. The taste, coupled with a bowl of steaming, sweet and mellow freshly ground soy milk, is simply the perfect breakfast. Of course, in the soul's hometown, there are twisted tea, pork blood soup, beef noodles, oily noodles, pastry, pine nuts, tofu, pancakes, fruits, and leek boxes that lively in the streets and alleys every morning. Hot and sour noodles, crab buns, duck blood vermicelli soup, chicken soup dumplings, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, taixi mutton soup, sesame biscuits. Elena swallowed. As the imagination connected, the tension in her heart had completely dissipated, all turned into a strong appetite. She only felt that the empty screams in her stomach, like a black hole, can fill infinite food. All of these, just thinking about it, makes the population flow, and it is definitely more fragrant than the oatmeal and bread in front of me. Slightly recovered, Elena glanced at the Western breakfast in front of her and swallowed hard again. The pressure of exams has completely disappeared, and she suddenly has infinite motivation. Her thoughts have already flown to the moment after the exam is over. With her efforts, how to turn the breakfast in her mind into reality little by little. Of course, she still has to be full for this breakfast, and she, who is already starving, will not have any thoughts of picky eaters. Waved the knife and fork in her hand, Elena cut a piece of white toast that was baked properly, and a large piece of soft and sweet butter was picked up by the dining knife and spread on the top layer, with a thick layer of milky butter attached. The pores of the toast were filled with satisfying heat at a glance, enough to relieve her mad stomach a little. But just lubricating the sweet butter is definitely not enough. In the horrified eyes of Luna and Hannah, Elena directly scooped up a spoonful of strawberry jam and spread it on the bread slices. Hogwarts strawberry jam. It is a little bit of freshly squeezed out, you can clearly see the strawberry particles distributed in it, exuding a slightly sour fresh strawberry aroma. After carefully spreading strawberry jam on the top layer of butter, Elena sandwiched 2 slices of white toast and took a bite expectantly. Orange butter and bright red strawberry jam spilled out of the gap on the edge of the toast, and adhered to Elena's fingers little by little, and a sense of satisfaction surged on the girl's face. Although this is not the street breakfast that makes her dream, but the soft and hot toast, combined with mellow butter and sweet and sour jam, can still bring the purest happiness to a foodie. Elena narrowed her eyes and licked the jam and butter on her fingers with satisfaction. Sweetness and heat are the things that are most likely to give people strength. She won the exam today. Chapter 1. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. When I wrote this chapter, my stomach kept screaming, very loud, I really want to go out for breakfast. Chapter 606. Hermione and Elena. The Hogwarts exam began as scheduled. After breakfast, the first-year wizards followed Professor Flitwick to an empty large classroom. On each table, there is a curse exam paper spread out, and beside the exam paper is a new quill pen specially used for exams, all of which have been cast an anti-cheat curse. And as the invigilator Flip, Professor Y will also conduct inspections at any time. For the first time through such a formal exam, many first-year freshmen seemed a little constrained. However, in the eyes of Elena, who has been in the examination room, apart from the fact that she is a little uncomfortable because of the lack of air conditioning, the written test at Hogwarts is not much different from that of ordinary colleges. And on the other side, Minutes had already started writing on the test paper seriously. Elena raised her eyebrows with interest, lowered her head and scanned the first question above her eyes. 1. Write a spell to make objects fly. 2. Describe the action of waving the wand. Not surprisingly, this is the test paper that appeared in this classroom 7 years ago. In other words, it happened to be the original question that Hogwarts graduating from 1991 did in the first grade. Elena smiled slightly and wrote happily. Poor Hermione Granger. She didn't even know that the bet was over from this moment. About a quarter of an hour later, when Ron Weasley next door was still biting his fingers hard, thinking about what other spells had similar effects to the descaling curse cleaned up, Elena suddenly rose to the ground, raised his hand. Huh? Ms. Castellana, is there any question? Professor Flitwick walked over quickly, and asked softly with some curiosity. Done. Elena raised the test papers in her hand. Professor, while there is still a lot of time, maybe you give me the second, third, and fourth grade test papers together, and I will write them together. It's intact. Creaking. Following Elena's words, in the girl's front right position, Hermione's quill pen made a heavy mark of ink on the parchment. The pen nib pierced the parchment and rubbed on the tabletop to make teeth a little sore. Piercing sound. Done. Finished? Professor Flitwick's eyes widened in shock. He stammered and repeated a sentence, subconsciously took the test paper in Elena's hand and scanned it roughly. Based on his years of teaching experience, he hasn't found any errors or omissions yet. Local. Well, in that case it's great. Yes, test papers are coming. Professor Flitwick kept nodding his head, drew out his wand and shook it slightly. A parchment paper that had been sealed under the podium popped out, sliding across the classroom like a light bird, and falling in front of Elena. This is the final exam question for the second grade curse class. After you finish this one, I will send you the third grade one. Don't just go fast. Remember to check after you finish it. I'm starting to look forward to whether you can get another 3. Oh no, excellent. Hermione turned her head in amazement, and the chair made a violent rubbing sound against the ground. And many more. Then, 3 more outstanding ones. In other words, has the first year test paper of Bay I Met You Arnsey been judged as excellent? Exclamation mark. Okay, then I will start to answer the questions, Elena said with a sweet smile. and Hermione, who turned her head to look at her not far away, blinked flexibly, showing a saucy smile like a little devil, and silently making a gesture. 100 times, 100 times. You know, when people think, millions of neurons in the brain transmit information to each other. When these neurons are at work every day, they consume almost 75% of the blood sugar stored in the liver, and oxygen consumption accounts for 20% of the body's oxygen consumption. Sufficient energy reserves are like a battlefield for a student in the examination room. The ammunition reserves are the same. After the calorie intake of the butter strawberry jam toast this morning, Elena Caslana, who has entered a state of fullness, is a ruthless test paper harvester. Only this point is for 11 or 12-year-old children. Too little. On the other hand, unlike Hermione's exam application, this exam has more meaning for Elena. The most important purpose is to ensure that she has certain qualifications and voice to participate in the reform and supplementation of various courses in the school after the school starts next year, at least to prove that her knowledge reserve at the ordinary wizard level has been qualified. Therefore, during this period of time, she has spent a lot of time reviewing upper grade textbooks, reciting Hogwarts test questions over the years, 7 sets of questions for 1 grade, 21 sets of questions for 3 grades, and with so many subjects, that is, hundreds of test papers. After all, apart from the first year exam, she is not sure whether it must be this year's question in the skip test. Fortunately, the number of questions in each test paper of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is not large, and there are many repetitions in the questions over the years. Overall, the actual memory difficulty is easier than Elena expected. A lot. Not to mention, with the transformation of Slytherin College, Elena's effort to find standard answers and understand specific concepts has been greatly reduced. All she needs to do is to keep asking questions and remembering. After intensive training in tactics, Elena can be regarded as a 4th grade Hogwarts student from the knowledge reserve alone, and she is still at full value in written test ability. Kind of honor students. This is not surprising. You should know that even a little wizard entering the 4th grade is actually just 15 years old. In other words, these topics are actually equivalent to the magical version of the teaching content of from the 6th grade to the 3rd grade of elementary school. Most of the learning at this stage is actually pure memory, with a small amount of understanding and practice. As for the content of the subsequent curse practice exam, there is not much complexity. After Professor Flitwick collected the test papers, he asked the little wizards to come to him one by one to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. This is what they have practiced a lot in class. The content of this time, most of the little guys passed the level smoothly, although Seema's pineapple sparkled at the end. It smelled like it was roasted. As it approached noon, the first-year little wizards came out of the curse class examination room one by one, sipping the sweet roasted pineapple in their hands, and gathered around Elena to whisper the answer to the question on the test paper. Under the witness of the whole class, Elena completed the curse test papers for grades 1 to 4 in less than 2 hours. As for the news revealed from Professor Flitwick's words, she has probably locked 4 outstanding ones in advance, compared with the 2. Hermione Granger, who only completed 2 exam papers for the 1st and 2nd grades, naturally did not so eye-catching. However, Elena knew very well that Hermione had actually completed her self-transcendence, much more powerful than in the original book. Glancing at the girl who was biting her lip and leaving the curse examination room with her school bag gloomily, Elena pushed Hannah standing beside the crowd to answer questions after the exam, and she overtook the crowd to catch up. Hermione. It was obviously more important to comfort her frustrated Hermione than to answer other little guys. Hermione, your pineapple tap dance is so beautiful, much more flexible than mine. Nizukai, I don't want to talk to you. What do you think about roasted pineapples for supper tonight? Pineapples won't gain weight. I don't want to eat. Leave me alone. What about macaron with fruit filling? This time I let the kitchen make black tea and raspberry flavors. For cream, I use forget-me-not cream. sprinkled with chopped peanuts and white sesame seeds. It should be delicious. Well, no white sesame seeds. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Good. The friendship between the little girls is very simple, even if they occasionally conflict with each other. It is easy to reconcile. As Elena showed her desperate ability to take exams, Hermione quickly and completely let go of her mind. She no longer struggled with the white-haired dumpling who must defeat a certain improper person, and adjusted her mentality to face the next step again. Exam. Hogwarts exams are not accurate to the specific scores. As long as she can get all excellent, in fact, her results are exactly the same as Elena. Anyway, there are still 7 full years, and she will slowly catch up with Elena. After hurriedly eating lunch, the first-year little wizard Professor Flitwick was handed over to Professor McGonagall, and he was taken directly to another classroom upstairs to take an exam in the transformation class. Like the morning spell test, Elena and Hermione also completed their multiple tests during the test time. In terms of practical assessment, Professor McGonagall asked them to complete the transformation of vertebrates, that is, to turn a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score, and if the mouse's body remains on the box, points will be deducted. Of course, Hermione completed the practical assessment brilliantly. As for Elena, she can only bite the bullet and use her Woo construct magic to create a vivid snuff box illusion under the gaze of Professor McGonagall. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall still gave her an excellent assessment. I don't know why, every time Professor McGonagall sees her during the recent period, his expression is much softer than before. There is not much time to think about the change in McGonagall's attitude. The revolving examination arrangement makes Elena and the little wizards like puppets, following the professors of various subjects to shuttle around the castle, completing each exam. After dinner, Professor Aurora Sinister announced the examination schedule for the astronomy class. They finished the astronomy exam in the middle of the night, on the top of the tallest tower. This may be Elena's most painful exam. In order to achieve a perfect result, she had to write in accordance with the standard answers, rather than answering based on the latest conclusions that have actually been observed by the astronomy community. On the journey of the stars and the sea, the wizard had fallen behind too much before he knew it. Chapter 1. Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 607 The Last Exam. After finishing the astronomy class exam, the students were a bit exhausted. However, after most of the little wizards returned to their common rooms, they did not immediately lie in the bed and have a good rest. Instead, they seized the last bit of time to review the contents of potions and herbal medicine. The assessment of the potions class was scheduled for the second day. The invigilator was Snape. And, Elena, are you a proctor? Abbot Hannah's eyes widened, and she looked at the silver hoard witch standing next to her cauldron in disbelief. In the morning, the two of them sat side by side to complete the written examination of the potions class. Who knew that after only one lunch, when they appeared in the potions class again, Elena became the examiner. Since this semester, I have been teaching various grades as an assistant in the potion class. Professor Snape thinks that instead of letting me waste potion materials, it is better to share it. Miss Ibo, please don't whisper to the invigilator. Before Elena could finish speaking, Snape's voice drifted over the mist that filled the classroom. Also, please pay attention to an invigilator. The forgotten potion should not have been successfully prepared yet. I think you shouldn't forget the precautions I told you before the exam, so quickly record the potion preparation procedure. It should not be necessary. Speak out. I know. Elena nodded rather helplessly, and put Hannah on the table to correct the order of the potion materials that were ready to be potted, calmly handed a cheering look at the little iron girl, and continued on. Move around in the classroom. The potions class practice this afternoon can be said to be the most relaxing assessment for the little wizards. Everyone must memorize the operation rules for potions lesson and self-mutual inspection management rules, so that these little guys are extremely solid on the basis of practical operations. Even the slightly clumsy Neville Longbottom, rarely there have been major mistakes again. On the other hand, Compared to those senior students who were once frightened by Severus Snape's cold face, these little wizards have been very familiar with the potions professor who was cold outside and hot inside. Quite a good impression, not affected by external reviews at all. After all, apart from Snape, there is no second professor who will take them to the Forbidden Forest in the autumn tour during class time, and no professor will take the initiative to make borscht, grilled cheese and snails in class in order to teach students. Although Snape repeatedly emphasized that this was just to prevent these little idiots from wasting potions or poaching poison. Look at your knife when cutting valerian. Don't stare at the cauldron. Snape stood behind Harry, pretending to be recording the boy's operation. His thin lips moved a little inaudibly, and he whispered in his usual disgusting tone, "Let's stare for a few seconds. The water in the pot won't disappear. I don't want to get a finger from the cauldron in a while. Just relax, as you always do." Because of Eleanor's appearance, Harry Potter obviously put more energy into the potions class. At first, he was just looking for news about his mother, but with his excellent performance in potions class, a positive cycle was soon formed. Learning is like this. When a person is interested, he also has it. Talent. On the other hand, when faced with Lily's children, especially those who also showed quite good potion talent, Severus Snape also turned from the initial resistance to a complex emotion. After 2 semesters of getting along, although Snape still wouldn't talk about anything about James Potter, he took the initiative to tell Harry a lot about it when he taught Harry potions in private. Lily's story. After going back and forth, facing the mother's childhood sweetheart, now the potions professor and Slytherin director, Harry naturally became more respectful and close. The rumors were unreliable. He only believed in his own view. To and feel. Even in the first period of time, Snape occasionally said something strange, and Harry didn't care at all. According to Sister Elena's words, it was simply because Professor Snape expected him more than others are just taller. Having experienced the neglect in the Dursley family, Harry Potter cherished the feeling of being cared for now, and whenever Professor Snape was by his side, he would feel an inexplicable peace of mind. Therefore, Harry had made up his mind to perform well in this potions exam and not let Snape down. By the end of the exam, Harry succeeded in becoming the first little wizard to complete the configuration of the forgetting potion. In terms of completion and speed, it was higher than Hermione Granger, who was recognized as the second in the class. Judging from Snape's expression, apart from Harry, it is obvious that everyone else is at most an E good. This made Little Beaver's mood unhappy again, and he ate several ice creams to vent his anger during dinner. However, the next exam was completely reduced to a stage for Elena and Hermione. I took the herbal medicine course on Wednesday morning. In the assessment of theoretical knowledge, Elena, who has a huge original question bank, naturally continued to maintain her advantage. Like all previous subjects, she completed all the test papers for the 4 grades in one test. And Hermione Granger also did not show any weakness to finish the double test of the first and second grades perfectly. As for the practical content competition in the greenhouse, it ended with the amazing physical strength of Elena a little better, but to some surprise, Neville Longbottom and Hannah Abbott almost squeezed in the front. The second location, the History of Magic, is scheduled for Wednesday afternoon exam. As a result of having participated in the compilation of the Hogwarts calendar, in the memory of this content, Hermione Granger obviously has the strength to collide with Elena. It is true. Different from the previous retreat, in this course, Hermione chose the same challenge as Eleanor's 4-year final exam, instead of only the first and second grades she had originally planned. Following her answer to the last big question, how was the Confidentiality Act violated in 1749, and what measures did she take to prevent such incidents from happening again? After completing her answer, Hermione put down her feathers, pen, glanced quickly across the 4 test papers, and after making sure that there were no omissions, he quickly raised his hand. Professor Binns, I'm finished. At this time, Elena, who was sitting on her right, was still struggling to write on the test paper. trying to complete her third-grade magic history test paper, and the hourglass that was placed at the front of the examination room for timekeeping was left a little more than the next third. Seeing Eleanor's long silver hair trembling slightly, Hermione sighed with satisfaction. At last, she defeated Elena Kaslana-Hedin for the first time. The gap between the two is not as big as imagined, DSK. It really is the calculation it is cheating. Glancing at Hermione, who was radiant next to her, Elena couldn't help but twitched. With so much time and events, normal people still need a process of recollection, and the little girl next to him will just look at the topic and complete the output. The most important thing is that thanks to the previous process of intensively copying documents, Hermione Granger's hand speed is obviously faster than hers, and if not surprising, the content of this little Mrs. answer is even more than she needs to be more accurate. When the ghost accompanied by Professor Binns told them to put down the quill and roll up the parchment for the answer, Elena shrugged. Well, you have won this subject. There is one last course, Defense Against the Dark Arts. I can't beat you. Hermione shook her head lightly, without much excitement. Compared to other subjects, her performance in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class that focuses on practicing magic has never been outstanding, and if it involves theoretical examinations, she also has no chance of winning with 4 papers versus 2 papers. Elena glanced at Hermione, scratched her cheek and said calmly, "Oh, that class I didn't register for the skipping test." Huh? Aren't you the best at Defense Against the Dark Arts? I remembered Professor Apocalypse has always valued you. Hermione looked at Elena with a little surprise, and asked with a face full of incomprehension, even your least favorite astronomy class, you have applied for the written exam for the 4th grade, why is Defense Against the Dark Arts? Well, I just didn't apply for the exam anyway as long as you take the 2 grades, even if you win. Facing Hermione's question, a certain mixed-race little V had a stiff expression and waved her hand uncomfortably. She did not intend to explain too much. It was so difficult for her to have such a course with different test questions every year. Although the person who gave the test is Grindelwald, if she goes directly to Grindelwald to vent the question, Dumbledore must have known it that night, so the test is equivalent to a blank test and will not be recognized by the school. On the other hand, Elena really looked down on the dark magic defense knowledge taught by the professors before. Compared with how to effectively defend against black magic, she is actually more interested in how to effectively counteract the justice messengers who tried to hinder the actions of the Dark Lord, and the textbooks and previous test questions have not written this aspect. Of course, there is a more important reason in the exam of this course. She has more important tasks. Thursday morning, after the written test of Defense Against the Dark Arts is over, only the last practical exam is left. The little wizards are obviously extremely excited. They only need to wave a few wands to complete the final exam of Professor Apocalypse. They are free and can easily play more than 1 weeks until the test results are announced. Many first-year freshmen have begun to dream about how to indulge in the next week, how to happily watch the seniors who took their LS exam, or the senior students who have not completed the exam. In this pleasant and relaxing atmosphere, Otto Apocalypse, who is a professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts class, took the little wizards to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor of the castle, the corridor that was forbidden to enter. Aside, Professor, it is forbidden to pass here. Hermione raised her hand timidly and looked at the old wizard in front of her. Oh, that's right. But that was a few months ago, but it's not anymore. Grindelwald explained with a smile, pointing casually to the corridor behind the black hole, his eyes gleaming. The Defense Against the Dark Arts practice exams in the whole school are the same. A group of 3, walk through this corridor, and walk as far as possible to the room at the end. Rest assured, the content and difficulty of the assessments encountered by different grades are not the same. At the same time, depending on your performance, you will also earn certain points for your respective colleges. Let me explain the rules in detail. As for Elena, go and prepare first. Chapter 2, Ma! Chapter 608 Strategy Group Meeting Part 1. Among all Hogwarts, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is perhaps the most unique course. According to the definition of ancient times, this course, which should be called Magic Combat, is not a general discipline in the conventional sense, but a general theory that teaches wizards how to integrate their knowledge in power, potions, herbs, astronomy, divination, spells, transformation, alchemy, magical creatures, runes. These are all sorts and summaries of magic by wizards over a long period of time. Each kind of knowledge itself represents power. The reason for this course is to teach people how to turn this knowledge into power and how to protect themselves from harm. For example, this class will teach the little wizards how to deal with the magical creatures like Boggart, Grindillo, Red Hat, and Shinkpunk that still pose a certain threat to the wizard. This class will teach the little wizards how to deal with poisonous creatures, nettles, devil's net disguised as agavs, rager slump vines, undiluted babotuber thick water. This course will teach the little wizards how to distinguish between chocolate mixed with espresso, brandy mixed with suffocating potion, or its deadly water. Of course, the more important thing is how to properly use the spells for magical confrontation and crack various evil spells. A few days later, the content of the practical exam set by Professor Apolclis gradually spread in the school and quickly became the focus of the students' daily discussion, even overshadowing everyone's attention to else. Due to the frequent changes of professors in this course, the exam questions and methods are slightly different every year. If it is just a normal practice test, it will not trigger such a heated discussion what many little wizards never expect it is. This time the assessment is actually a large-scale event that can be repeated, and the difficulty and rewards have exceeded everyone's expectations. The name of this test is called the Test of Dark Demon Defense, but the students prefer to call it the Devil's Test in private. If it's just a test that can be repeated once, the most important thing is that this Defense Against the Dark Arts practice test is obviously a comprehensive practice test of multi-disciplinary linkage. According to the professors, the performance of the students in this customs clearance activity will also be evaluated as the practice scores of other subjects, and will be included in the total scores of each subject according to a certain proportion, and will be the subject of the next parent meeting. 1. On the other hand, all small wizard teams that successfully pass all the assessments can also win a summer free trip sponsored by Gringotts Wizarding Bank for their families. The travel locations include Egypt, Greece, Italy, Germany, and France, Russia, Ukraine, dozens of well-known tourist countries in the magic world. Of course, it can also be exchanged for a Jinjialong reward, which is worth about 500 Jinjialong. From the beginning of the exam to the end of the semester, everyone has the opportunity to participate in the assessment every day. Except for the first attempt, the subsequent assessment does not limit the cross-grade and cross-college team formation, and the difficulty of the assessment content will also be adjusted according to the value of the average grade to ensure relative fairness and justice. The school professors also made a joint statement regarding this unique examination method this year. The professors said that the content of the assessment in each link will not exceed the knowledge the students have learned in the classroom, and will neither deliberately increase the difficulty nor release water to take care of the emotions of the little wizards. If it is at the end of the semester at that time, the team of little wizards who have successfully cleared the level is greater than 33, so this summer vacation will not assign too much homework, otherwise doubled. However, as of now, there has not been a small wizard team that can successfully clear the level. After several failures, a strange remark suddenly appeared in Hogwarts. This is actually a war text from school professors, trying to find a plausible excuse to increase the summer vacation, the intensity of the job. On the other hand, the Hogwarts school also hopes to use this method to lower everyone's scores, so that when the next parent conference is held, the professors can have more conversations when facing the parents. Content. With the gradual spread of this version of well-founded conspiracy theories, more and more students began to agree with this matter, and formed Raiders Group in private. ready to join forces to destroy the evil plans of the professors. In order to have a happy holiday life, gather everyone's strength to overcome the final test at the end of this period as soon as possible. Based on the current information, almost all major professors have participated in it, and different levels have been set up according to the characteristics of the discipline. In other words, the team that wants to successfully pass the level must ensure that all disciplines are covered. In the Hogwarts auditorium, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The prefects of the 4 colleges and members of the strategy team gathered together and exchanged the information they had obtained. Everyone's expressions were extremely serious, even more serious than they were during the exam. Be attentive. The intelligence held by the little wizards is mainly divided into 2 categories. One is the experience and lessons they have summed up after they have continuously failed in the test of the black magic defense these days, and the other is from Elena. Information revealed by Caslana. Due to the dangers that may arise in the practical test, each group of little wizards will be accompanied by Elena during the whole process after choosing to start the test, and will be treated at any time or stop the continuation of the magic test. Even if the professors request, she can't help it. She directly helped the little wizards who participated in the test, but these days, she still quietly revealed a lot of information. Although at the beginning, many senior students thought that Elena was also with the professors, but these days, the friendship of the dungeon together has gradually dispelled the little wizard's suspicion. Even if Elena Caslana's current identity belongs to the official NPC, she has always played the role of guide and healer throughout the dungeon, which is like a dungeon that abuses the player to death. Inside, there is a righteous partner who has been by the player's side, so naturally it will not be a bad person. In contrast, the little wizards prefer to believe that in order to restrict Elena's performance, the professors forced Elena, who had the ability to disrupt the situation, to be excluded from this assessment by forcibly using potions. Teaching assistant. Do not allow students to pass the customs smoothly. After the Quidditch game, such a result will appear, which is actually reasonable. According to Elena, there are a total of 7 levels in the total level, and the last level can only be opened by passing the first 6 levels. Otherwise, you can only get a certain extra point. If nothing else, these 7 levels should cover the major, including flying lessons, part of the course content. The most overwhelming thing is that each level will automatically adjust the difficulty and assessment criteria according to the different people entering. Percy Weasley's face was a little ugly. As a top student, he actually failed to pass the 2nd level, and only got a bad score in the comprehensive assessment. Even if he was in the 5th grade, he was not actually required to participate in this assessment. The mentality of play, but this was also an unacceptable fiasco for him. Chapter 1, Ma! The 609th chapter, Strategy Group Meeting Middle. It's too difficult to form a pure high-grade team. We have inquired these days. Most of the 6th grade teams can't even pass the 1st level. I suspect that the professors are deliberately targeting our senior students and want to give us a lesson. So the upper grades need to team up with the lower grades to find ways to reduce the difficulty. This should be the goal of the professors, Cedric Diggory said in a deep and thoughtful voice. In short, let's summarize the test we may face. Because they don't know the specific difficulty judgment rules, the little wizards can only guess and summarize the content of the exam questions they may encounter based on different combinations. The purpose of everyone gathering this time is to share information to complete the strategy. Facing Cedric's judgment, the students present nodded one after another. You began to supplement and perfect the situation that everyone encountered in the copy of the test of Dark Demon Defense these days. After starting the test, you must quickly cross the corridor and run to the entrance of the wooden door located in front of the checkpoint. The 1st and 2nd graders only need to use the unlocking spell correctly to open the wooden door to open the test. And above the 3rd grade, it is also you need to crack the anti-locking curse before you can enter the room smoothly. Ravenclaw's female prefect Miss Beach recalled the description of the little wizards in her academy, tapped her finger on her chin, looked around the wizards around, showing a helpless expression on her face. If you delay too long at this stage, you will be taken away by Mr. Filch and you will be awarded 0 points directly. If you are in the 5th grade or above, you still need to crack a confusion spell attached to the door lock. This will take time. Percy Weasley thought for a while, and added another sentence. A Slytherin student glanced at Percy and shook his head nonchalantly. You don't need to crack it. Just one person resists, and the 2 people next to you stand farther to help release the curse. What's more troublesome is the first level set by Professor Sprout after entering the door. The first-year students can jump down through a trapdoor, but when I entered that time, there were random holes in the floor. There were not too many holes at all. Reaction time. The most important thing is that there is no devil net to buffer the cave in the first place. It's different from the exam privileges encountered by first-year freshmen on the first day. Most of the senior students who tried to cheat by relying on freshmen's intelligence finally experienced an unforgettable experience of falling from a height, at a vertical height of nearly 4 meters. Falling on the marble floor below is really painful. Even if there is no follow-up, the entangled devil net almost announced its direct out. Not to mention, at Elena's suggestion, according to the team level entering the dungeon, in addition to the devil net, there are paralyzed tentacles, biting vines, hypnotic pods modified by Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout used his actions to show everyone how terrible the trap set by the master herbalist. The devil net is afraid of the sun and likes cold environments, but biting vines will fall into a violent state due to strong light. The paralyzed tentacles will move slowly in cold environments, and the hypnotic pods will burst under the flames. All in all, if you don't establish protective measures in the first time and accurately respond to the characteristics of each magical plant, you will most likely wake up again in the school infirmary at Hogwarts unknowingly. Counting the experience of almost breaking his leg for the first time, Percy Weasley's team has been wiped out by a group of plants 3 times in a row. The little wizards in the 1st grade are relatively lucky. All they need to face is the most basic devil net. But even so, the little guys have provided some valuable experience with their own experience and lessons. Just ordinary Lumos is useless. It must be bright as Dale Lumos solemn with the effect of sunlight, otherwise it will only waste physical energy. Of course, if it is a senior student, it will very fortunate to meet the biting vine in a violent state. And this is only the first level. It took a little time to sum up a whole 2 pieces of parchment paper. Percy Weasley took the parchment in front of him and looked at it. The expression on his face was lightened. This is the collective wisdom. Benefits. If nothing else, the 2nd level should be arranged by Professor Flitwick. Glancing at the students in other colleges around, a senior girl from Ravenclaw said with great confidence, after passing the 1st level, walk along the stone path and you can enter a very spacious room. The room should have used the space extension curse. It is roughly 25 to 30 feet high. There are dozens of wings flying on the dome. The key have tried many times, and these magical activation products, which are like flying birds, are the best choice for the next level. Dozens? Wait. Don't I remember hundreds? Percy Weasley frowned and interrupted in confusion. For those magic keys flying all over the sky, the impression in his mind can be said to be particularly deep. At first they planned to break the door directly, but they didn't wait for their curse to stay close to the wooden door leading to the next level. The key birds in the sky seemed to be crazy, just like the same. Attack them like a small dagger. Fortunately, the ends of the keys are polished into a hemisphere, so they won't be directly punched out of the holes. That is the effect of the copying spell. You should have found that the number of keys in the sky has been increasing. Every time you touch the keys, the number of them will increase. The purpose of this level should be mainly to assess each team, how long the defensive spell can last, and whether it can break the magic protection on the wooden door within a limited time, or grab the unique key. The Ravenclaw girl nodded, raised her fingers, and showed a sly smile. Furthermore, we found a shortcut. First, jointly cast all spells and finally clear the copied key, then ride the flying broomstick and fly directly into the sky. With the help of the spell, directly grab the cunning little key. Wait, Wait, there is a unique key. What are you talking about? It seems that you haven't noticed or encountered it. I forgot to say. After a short pause, Ravenclaw's prefect Miss Peach sighed helplessly. This tricky method can only be used in teams with an average grade of less than 5, because once the team is full of students in grade 5 or above, the key that can directly open the wooden door will disappear and pass the second level. There is only one option left to resist the hard attack and break the magic protection as soon as possible. As for the difficulty, I guess it may not be too different from Professor Flitwick, who faced his youth directly. By the way, a bit of depressing news. Some time ago, I secretly asked Professor Flitwick. When each professor set up the levels, it seemed that they were based on their magical attainments and knowledge at the same age. The simulation. Chapter 2. Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 610 Strategy Group Meeting Part 2. In other words, is the assessment difficulty they face about equal to that of professors of the same age? Exclamation mark. The complete resumes of Hogwarts professors are only known to Professor Dumbledore as the principal. However, apart from the course of Defense Against the Dark Arts, most of the professors of the remaining courses have been teaching in this castle for more than 10 years. Based on the scattered information that is usually revealed, the students can still roughly piece together the professor's student time. The deans of the 4 academies are naturally more familiar to the little wizards. Following the clues of the female prefect Miss Peach of Ravenclaw, the little wizards of each college frowned and fell into contemplation, trying to think and recall the deans of their respective colleges and familiar professors who said inadvertently on weekdays, "If you have ever." The front position of the entire Raiders group fell into silence for a while. Suddenly, Percy Weasley raised her head, took the initiative to break the silence, and said hesitantly, "Well, I vaguely remember that Professor McGonagall said when she was instructing our thesis that she began to publish articles on Transfiguration today in the 3rd grade. In the 5th grade, she has become a commentator and has been a commentator for nearly 100 years. The only winner of the Most Promising Newcomer Award in Contemporary Transfiguration. Other than that, she is still the first in the current class of elves and, if I remember correctly, Professor McGonagall is also the Toterm Gryffindor prefect and the Toterm Female Student Council chair. I went to the prize showroom not long ago. She also served as the captain of the 4-time Gryffindor Quidditch team, and won the cup 3 times during school, and 2 finals FMVP. Accompanied by Percy Weasley's memories, Angelina Johnson, Oliver Wood, the Weasley twins, and other members of the Gryffindor Raiders team also rushed to add. And in the supplementary discussion of the Little Wizards, the image of Professor McGonagall in his student days gradually became clear. So, what level is Professor McGonagall? The last level? Lee Jordan slapped his lips and asked in a low voice, a little disturbed. Although I have always known that my dean is very good, but summed up like this, it is really terrifying. Among Hogwarts today, it is estimated that only Lena is likely to surpass Professor McGonagall. As for Hermione, although her grades are good, the attributes of Chocobo determine that she will never be able to achieve Quidditch. Similar to the achievements of Professor McGonagall, the 3rd level, after clearing Professor Flitwick's bird key, it is Professor McGonagall's giant wizard board. Cedric Diggory took the initiative and replied with a shrug. Compared to the previous 2 levels, the danger of this level is polarized. If you choose to break hard, you will need to defeat 32 7-foot marble chess pieces head. Because you are fighting on the board, if you can't completely defeat the chess pieces, or cracking Professor McGonagall's magic, then over time, the damaged pieces will be resurrected again and rejoin the battle. On this point, I heard that someone at Slytherin College has already tried it. If you accidentally hit a giant wizard chess attack, it may be better than hitting an Eleanor's throw in the sky. The ball, a little lighter. The other way is much simpler. You only need to step onto the chessboard and replace the pieces on the chessboard. If you win the game, you can pass the game smoothly. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that one person replaces the king. It's best not to join other people. Wizards below the 5th grade of the comprehensive level can directly control the chess pieces with commands, but the wizards above the 3rd grade need to use their own magic to make their own chess pieces move. I guess the 5th grade may be more difficult, but there is currently no level. Teams in the 5th grade can break through the 2nd level, so there is no follow-up specific information. That's it. But I'm a little bit confused. Percy Weasley nodded and stroked his chin thoughtfully. If this level is just a test of chess skills, doesn't it conflict with the exam itself? Besides, I guess I can beat Professor McGonagall. There aren't many people. It's very simple. Combine the two methods together. The female prefect of Slytherin College raised her eyebrows and replied in a relaxed tone. Anyone can play chess. Regardless of whether you win or lose, you should exchange your pieces as much as possible. When the number of pieces on the chessboard has been consumed to a certain number, the 3 of them will make a move together and use magic to rush through. At that time, the board was still back. It's too late to recover. We can't play with 32 pieces. If there are only a few pieces left, it's okay. Anyway, our goal is to clear customs, not to defeat Professor McGonagall. Let's not discuss the level of Professor McGonagall. Peach, think about the level of Professor Flitwick. Are there any other shortcuts, or we should try to act first and use the curse to make the sky stronger? Shoot down all the keys? Forget it. You know him. George Weasley rubbed his hands in excitement and looked expectantly at the Ravenclaw female prefect sitting beside him. Slytherin College's countermeasures with ingenuity opened up an idea for him. If passive defense and breaking magic protection are troublesome, use magic to shoot down all the keys frontally, and it should be feasible to open the door successfully. Yes, if you think you can beat our Dean when he was young, you can try. Glancing at her little boyfriend, Meryl raised her eyebrows with a smile. But I have to remind you that although Professor Flitwick has not served as the student chairperson, he was the champion of the wizard duel competition when he was young. I checked, and the last wizard who won this title was Gellert Grindelwald. Well, then we'd better prepare to fly a broomstick, and then fly to the sky to catch it. Looking at Miss Peach next to him, George Weasley, relying on his family's good genes, keenly grasped the slightest dissatisfaction in his girlfriend's tone, did not hesitate to change the conversation, and added a hippie smile. The first level is Professor Sprout, the 2nd level is Professor Flitwick, and the 3rd level is Professor McGonagall, so the 4th level should be arranged by Professor Snape. Shall we make potions on the spot? Ignoring the pair of eyebrows, Fred Weasley, who was sitting next to Angelina Johnson, carefully counted with his fingers, and suddenly raised his head to look at the macaque at Slytherin College opposite. Team leader. Want to say, Flint, your dean should be the weakest of the 4 deans, right? Chapter 1, Exclamation mark. Chapter 611 The most promising session. Compared with other disciplines, potions cannot be regarded as magic in the traditional sense in the impression of most young wizards. And Severus Snape, who taught this course, was also the youngest professor at Hogwarts, except for the first-year wizard. Other students were more awe-inspiring towards Snape. Not respect. Although I haven't seen what the 4th level looks like, if it's the level set by Professor Snape, unless he is not a potion teacher, based on the knowledge of potions, it won't be too difficult to think about. Assessment. Whether it is potion preparation, questionnaire answering, in short, it will not be as dangerous as the previous levels. According to the information held by the little wizards, Professor Snape was indeed not very noticeable in his student days. He had neither served as a prefect nor good at Quidditch. Even the potions score did not seem to be the best in the whole year at that time. 1. Speaking of this, it seems that it is indeed much more common than the resumes of the other 3 deans. Weasley, faced with Fred Weasley's provocation, Marcus Flint twitched his mouth and immediately prepared to refute. However, Marcus Flint thought carefully in his mind for a while, and after indeed failed to find any rebuttable information, he finally had to curl his lips bitterly. and continued to say a little sadly, that only shows that the professor is relatively low. Maybe the strength behind it is actually terribly strong. Besides, the dean of our college is the youngest dean in the history of Hogwarts, and Professor Dumbledore will never get it wrong. People. It wasn't until this time that the Slytherin students suddenly realized that their young dean seemed to hide a lot of secrets. In the entire Hogwarts, people's understanding of Professor Snape's past was almost blank. After being a little confused, the little wizards didn't dig too deeply into this issue for the time being. After all, their purpose today is to complete the strategy together, not to find the green age of the professors. Regarding the 4th level and beyond, it is all from the freshmen's team, combined with the situation of each level before. Can only be used as the most basic reference buffer on the intelligence of the freshman. This it's not too difficult to close. After passing Professor McGonagall's chessboard, you can cross the stone path and enter the potion level set up by Professor Snape. There are not too many magic traps and terrible organs in the room, only a table with potions reagents, and a smooth silver dinner plate that can summon certain potions. According to the intelligence of Draco, Harry, Ron's team, and Hermione, Hannah, Luna's team, the assessment content of this level has a relatively strong randomness, and everything that appears on the desktop may cause poisoning, disease, and other potions for physiological reactions. The way to pass the level is to drink these potions, and use the silver plate to summon the corresponding antidote that you made in class to save yourself, and your teammates can share the potion. You can pass the next level if you succeed. Wait, I have a question. Hearing this, George Weasley raised his hand and interrupted somewhat abruptly. What if the work in class does not achieve the detoxification effect? In other words, the work in class is not successful? Unfortunately, either use magic for self-treatment, or rely on physical fitness to resist the past, or be judged as a failure, and then Elena will administer the antidote, treat or send it directly to the school infirmary. Marcus Flint spread his hands, glanced at the lions who were looking ugly on the opposite side, grinned, and continued talking to himself, the voice just reaching the entire hall. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Gryffindor Academy's performance in potions class has not been very good these years. It seems that if you want to clear the level, you may need to find an academy that specializes in potions for help. You don't have to worry about it. We will find a way to deal with it ourselves. George Weasley shook his head noncommittently, glanced at Miss Peach next to him, and replied quite triumphantly. After losing the Vegetable Garden War in the first half of the year, he was forced to sign a compensation agreement and become an orchard coolie. The relationship between the Gryffindor students and the Ravenclaw girls is progressing rapidly. It is too simple to find a schoolmaster to team up. Can't help but glance at his little boyfriend. Ravenclaw's female prefect Meryl looked straight and continued to ask, then what about the levels behind? There should be 3 levels behind, right? What's the content? Today, the only remaining high progress strategy group are all first-year freshmen, and more accurately, it is the freshman strategy group without official Ravenclaw students participating. This cannot help but make the Kitty Hawks, who have always claimed to be the Wisdom Academy, a little bit uncomfortable, happy and disappointed. All subsequent content mainly depends on the help of those little guys. Following Meryl's questions, the little wizards unanimously cast their eyes on the 3 little witches sitting on the right side of the auditorium. As the team with the farthest progress in the dungeon strategy, Hermione, Luna, and Hannah, the hope of everyone. After this series of combing, the students can easily come to a conclusion if the professors really set the level of difficulty based on their magical attainments and knowledge in the same grade. That grade is definitely the easiest to pass. Not to mention, this year's Hogwarts first-year freshmen are generally very strong. It's all magic confrontation, but the target is different from the assessment criteria. This is the information revealed from Elena. More information will not be known until Ron, Harry, and Draco finish today's assessment. Now if they successfully pass the 4th level and enter the follow-up level. Hermione Granger sorted out the manuscript in her hand and replied somewhat helplessly, turning her head to check the time. Well, if nothing else, Ron's group has either ended and is on the way over, or it has successfully completed the customs clearance. We can wait patiently. After Ron and the others come back, we will discuss it again. Okay. With so many strategies, coupled with the new news that Ron and the others brought back, we strive to complete the first pass of this assessment within 2 days, today and tomorrow. As long as the first group of smooth passes appears, the follow-up will be much easier. Up. Percy Weasley nodded vigorously and said confidently. At the same time, S, accompanied by a harsh scream. Ron's face was green with fear written on his face, and he vigorously waved the wand in his hand and leaned against the wall, as if he wanted to get into the cold stone wall behind him, and fled directly like a ghost. Fighting. And in front of him, Draco and Harry stood side by side, raising their wand to the front like an enemy. This is a room shrouded in thin mist. The ground seems to be covered with soft pine needles and mud. Several huge black shadows the size of horses are getting closer and closer under the light of the spell, making a series of weird clicks. As for Elena, who has been by their side all the time, as usual, after announcing the assessment content of this level, she put on an invisibility cloak imitation made of invisible animal fur, and hid quietly. One side. Only when they are in real danger or clearing the customs will they reappear. 3 copies of Hogwarts Test of the Dark Defense. Evaluation difficulty, LV1. Participants, Draco Malfoy C, Ron Weasley, Harry Potter. Current dungeon progress, level 5 in battle. Site extraction, Hogwarts Forbidden Forest environment. Difficulty extraction, Scottish terrestrial 8-eyed fluffy soft shell crabbeast untamable cookable. Quantity, 3. Clearance method, defeated lasted 10 minutes. Chapter 2, Ma! Exclamation mark. Chapter 612 Nana minutes, strike. Although with the cheat sheet provided by Hermione, excellent flying skills, superb chess skills, and the excellent performances of Harry and Draco in the potions class, the Rohard combination successfully advanced the progress of the dungeon to 5th turn off. However, Ron Weasley lost his combat effectiveness directly due to the encounter with the soul's natural enemy giant spider. Only Harry and Draco were left, obviously unable to resist the 3 adult 8-eyed giant spiders who had been hungry for a whole day. The fear made the 2 little wizards only display their due 3 or 4 layers of strength. If it weren't for knowing Elena is by her side, maybe even lower. Boom. Seeing that the black big claw of an 8-eyed giant spider was about to wave down at Harry, who was forced to the corner, Elena shook her head, lifted her magic wand carelessly, and blasted the horse-sized spider directly into the air. You failed. Frankly speaking, I was a little disappointed. Taking off the invisibility cloak, Elena walked to the 3 little boys with horror on their faces, and said disappointedly, "It's just 3 beasts with low intelligence, and even the fangs have been pulled out in advance. If you can exert your strength normally, even if 2 of you can pass, this is arguably the simplest opponent, fragile and lacking lethality. Actually, we can actually." Facing the blue eyes of Lake Elena, Draco pulled Harry and Ron to their feet, trying to explain something. Before Draco Malfoy could organize the language, Elena waved her hand and said calmly, "Well, failure is failure. Remember the sentence I told you? When you fail, saying everything is like an excuse. Summarize the reasons, find a solution, and come back next time." After a short pause, Elena glanced at Ron, who was still pale, and continued, "As for you, Ron, if this scene happens in the Forbidden Forest, are you going to leave your partner and run away? Or are you paralyzed on the ground watching your partner sacrifice for saving you? Just because you are facing a group, a bigger spider. If you really encounter such a danger in the wild, there may not be anyone who can save you by then." Ron stared blankly at the giant spider with black hairs in front of him and the pair of black giant claws that slowly opened and closed. He swallowed with some difficulty, and there were more frightened faces on his face. There was a look of shame. Big sister, but the spider is really something I can't. Weasley, were the crab legs in the school hall delicious some time ago? Elena asked indifferently, and while speaking, the girl walked up to an 8-eyed giant spider that was hit by Harry and Draco's spell and curled up on the ground, watching the deadly 8-eyed spider click, 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 accompanied by a series of crisp sounds. Elena proficiently broke off the 8 long legs of the fluffy soft-shell crab and threw it into Harry's arms, turning her head back with a demonic smile. This is your favorite crab leg, Harry. Take these to the kitchen later, let the house elves prepare it for you, and eat them together with 3 of Yowzens you have chosen to kill and pass the level. Then no food is wasted. Wait, it's not yet. Harry Potter looked horrified at the 8-eyed giant spider in front of him that seemed to be trembling slightly, and the other 2 giant spiders that instantly climbed up from the ground and disappeared behind the shadows. Flaming flames. Before Harry could finish speaking, Elena drew her magic wand and waved it at the spider ball on the ground. A dazzling flame gushed out from the tip of the girl's wand, and instantly swallowed the body of the 8-eyed giant spider. There was a scorching smell in the room quickly and a trace of some seductive protein after it was cooked. Fragrance. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. These are the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest specialties approved by the Ministry of Magic for artificial breeding. The 8-eyed giant spider has extremely high commercial breeding value. Okay, let's go back. The venue is about to change. Elena snapped her fingers softly, and 2 house elves appeared in the room silently. One of them led the 3 little boys who were still a little stupid toward the dungeon exit, while the other stayed in place to perform elven magic, restore the level that had become messy due to the battle, and deal with the scorched black on the ground spider ball. Seeing the little wizards disappear at the end of the tunnel, Elena thought a little bit. The next group, should it be Nanaemon's turn? If that's the case, change the venue, activate Plan B, and be ready to open the 6th level at any time. I guess this level will probably not hinder their pace. Regarding the information that the 4 colleges are holding a strategy group meeting, Elena naturally knows. In fact, this is exactly what the school professor and Dumbledore and she hope to promote and see. Compared to a simple assessment, it is obviously more important to break the college wall through such a large-scale event. On the other hand, this is also an excellent opportunity to improve the image of professors in the minds of students and highlight the role of each subject's knowledge in practice. If this pilot is successful, you may consider keeping this copy for a long time. Of course, in the near future, the form of the copy is certainly not limited to this little content today. Not surprisingly, in addition to the professors of the main subject, the professors of the elective courses should also gradually participate in the improvement and enrichment of the content of History and Challenge, and the number and copy entry methods will gradually become flexible. Stand up. As for rewards, it is the simplest, whether it is to introduce credits and grade points mechanism, or continue to use money and food to stimulate, even as daily tasks, weekly tasks, school festivals. Lena, who has experienced the information explosion of later generations, has too many ways. For today's Lena, the 3rd generation Meguro Lord, Miss Destiny, the Fairy Queen, the Master of Gringotts, the Hogwarts Chef, the Potions Assistant, the Quidditch Silver Demon Castellana. How to choose the most appropriate one among the various methods is the most troublesome thing for her. At the same time, the Hogwarts Auditorium Hall. I know what the kind of spider you met is. The 8-eyed giant spider, which is listed as a level high-risk creature in Where Are the Fantastic Beasts. Even if the deadly fangs are removed, it is a very difficult kind of creature. Hermione Granger summed it up thoughtfully, carefully recalling everything that Ron, Harry, and Draco had recounted just now, bright brown eyes gleaming under the torch around the auditorium. Speaking of which, then the assessment of the 5th level is to simulate the battle of magical creatures. The most dangerous creature. Are the professors crazy? Oh my god, The 3% team challenged the 8-eyed giant spider. Why not just put a fire dragon in the basement? I have read the records of such evil creatures. They can eat people. Cannibalism. Accompanied by Hermione's voice, a series of uneasy whispers sounded in the entire auditorium. Although there have been speculations about the difficulty of the 5th level of the test of dark magic, the sudden appearance of this terrifying creature has made the little wizards feel extremely scared. This is different from the magic of the professors. This is true cannibalism. Listen to me, it's actually not as difficult as everyone thinks. Amidst the discussion, Draco Malfoy clapped his hands vigorously, looked around at the senior students around him, as well as the somewhat curious Hermione and others, swallowed and said seriously, "If Harry and I play normally, we can pass the 5th level." Even in the panic, both Harry and I defeated the 2 8-eyed giant spiders together. If we can calm down and play our usual normal strength, whether it is to last 10 minutes or directly defeat them, is not difficult. Besides, Draco Malfoy glanced hesitantly at Ron Weasley, who was sitting in the corner like a sculpture, silently looking at Ron Weasley, who was in a daze with the strangely scented grilled crab legs. "Announce it." The hard facts lay in front of him. For Ron Weasley, it can be said to be a huge soul shock. Ever since the Rohard group watched the elves cook their crab legs with their own eyes, the 3 of them are still in a daze, and they don't know what mood they should use to face the delicacies that have been eaten for a long time. Indeed, apart from being faster, these spiders are not too dangerous. At this moment, Ron, who was sitting on the edge of the crowd like a marble sculpture, suddenly stood up. As if he had made up his mind, Ron Weasley took a bite of the Snow White fluffy soft-shell crab meat with a look of death in his hand, feeling the familiar fragrance and the tenderness of chicken spread out in the mouth. Slowly, Ron's expression became calm, and his voice stopped trembling. "Just follow the 3% team in the defense against the dark arts class. And even the simplest magic impact can cause damage to those ugly spiders. Granger, if you guys, you can definitely pass this level. If it's still a spider, it's not a big problem." Hermione Granger nodded, frowned, and tapped her finger on the table. "However, I'm a little worried. I heard you say that Elena said at the end of the day that she was talking about changing the venue instead of the previous, resetting the venue. Combining the situation of the previous levels, I suspect that this level may be too much. An assessment of magical animals and venues after all. Simply increasing the number will not bring about qualitative changes, unless the content and venue are changed at the same time. Hermione, you just think too much. Always worry about this and that." Luna Lovegood patted Hermione on the waist, jumped flexibly from the chair, and stretched. Compared to Hermione's stubborn analysis, Luna actually prefers to adapt to changes. Moreover, as a 0-grade student, there was no psychological pressure on her from the Dungeon Raiders, even if she didn't pass it next year. Anyway, just go and check it out. I have a hunch that even if the content of the 5th level changes, it won't be too difficult. In short, we will help you bring some useful information back. That's right, at the 3rd level. Well, Professor McGonagall's chess skills are indeed very strong. I will not be willful this time, Eeldorf. There is no way to guarantee that I will win Professor McGonagall every time, but if I just simply make the exchange, there is still not much questionable. Hermione answered seriously, turning to look at Hannah Abbott next to her. "As for the key to the 2nd level, I beg you, don't worry, I'm a chaser for the championship team. Go, Gold. 4th floor corridor." Hannah confidently raised the flying broom in her hand, and a small silver star gleamed on the front of the broom. A moment later, the entrance to the copy of the corridor on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. Elena glanced at the 3 little wings full of confidence and the large group of members of the Raiders group who followed the girls with expectation and excitement in their eyes, and smiled playfully. "Hermione, Hannah, Luna, you are finally here." It seems that the first collective strategy exchange went very smoothly. As usual, Elena finished registering the challenge list this time, and passed the parchment paper in her hand to the excited Pippi, who had been waiting next to her, and asked it to notify the elves to adjust the challenge difficulty of the subsequent levels. While waiting for the dungeon to open, Elena shook her fist as usual. No matter what difficulties you encounter, don't be afraid. I will accompany you all the way. Aligai. There is only one chapter today, Guyi. Chapter 613, Blue Skinny Mushrooms. Among all the teams that attacked the dungeon of the Test of Dark Defense, Hermione Granger, Hannah Ibo, and Luna Lovegood are the most special and most anticipated dungeons. Pass the team. This is not just because the three of them have extraordinary advantages in different fields. They are either learning hegemony, Jiba, or auspicious, or they have an enviable friendship with Elena Caslana. The key is Test of the Black Demon Defense. The dungeon is open. People this time: Luna Lovegood C, Hannah Abbott, Hermione Granger. Copy record 7 times. Evaluation difficulty 0.66666. Since Luna Lovegood has not yet completed enrollment, according to the rules, Luna is still a 0-grade student in the pre-kindergarten at this time. In other words, the Nana Minutes combination will face the whole school at this time. The lowest difficulty assessment, on the other hand, not to mention the first grade at Hogwarts, this is when the professors have not yet made their mark. Strictly speaking, even the professors and deans of the year may not necessarily be better than any of the 3 girls. Well, except for the flight class, Professor Snape and Hermione Granger are barely equal in this regard. Without noticing that a dumpling behind her was full of offensive thoughts, Hermione walked to the entrance of the instance, drew out her wand, and proficiently recited the unlocking spell. Allahumma. Allahumma open. The closed wooden door opened a gap, accompanied by the creaking sound of the door opening. 3 warriors who carried the hopes of all Hogwarts students, accompanied by Elena, disappeared behind the mottled old wooden door. Behind the door, this is an extremely empty room. Or, Wang. Hearing the opening of the door, a fleshy 3-headed little milk dog raised his head, looked at the door with sleepy eyes, and then ran over, making a little milk dog's unique growl. As a terrifying 3-headed dog from hell, even if the body becomes a young form, Xiaoliuai still sticks to his post, that is, lying on the trapdoor leading to the lower level, performing the arrangement of the little master to its mission. It's just that, unlike the original guard job, it is now more of a guardian beast. After all, as the Test of the Black Demon Defense dungeon is open to the whole school, Elena can't be there all the time. She is more like a randomly refreshed NPC, accompanied by waves of dungeon little wizards, and more. It's mostly just 3 cute little milk dogs. Whether it is a herbalism level, a key level, a checkerboard level, or even the subsequent battle levels, the 3-headed dog in the Dark Lord, who looks like a milk dog but is too powerful for ordinary people, can easily prevent the occurrence of vicious accidents. Not to mention, there were elves watching in secret throughout the process. Okay, Luai, be quiet. Luna squatted down, picked up the little fat dog on the ground, patted the 3 dogs lightly on the head, and took out a few grilled crab sticks from Ron's pocket and stuffed them into it. Luai's mouth. Although I have never known where these crab legs were found in Hogwarts kitchen, Luna's instinct told her that this thing does not seem to be a good thing, so no matter how seduced Elena, she has not eaten a bite these days. And Hermione even guessed what it was after Ron described the mission of the 5th level today. Now only Tyan Hannah is left. While eating the grilled crab legs Ron gave her carelessly, she looked expectantly at Elena, who had already stood in the middle of the room. It's like looking forward to something. Elena cleared her throat and snapped her fingers lightly. In the center of the dim and empty room, a cylindrical beam of light suddenly appeared. Amid the different expressions of the other 3 little witches, Elena walked into the beam of light without changing her face, and chanted softly in a rather mysterious and melodious voice, "Recite." In the legend, there are countless treasures hidden in Hogwarts. There are crowns that endow people with supreme wisdom. There are inexhaustible gold dinner cups. There are ancient pendants containing mysterious magic. And there are indestructible fairy swords. Accompanied by Elena's voice, the light and shadow of the Ravenclaw golden crown, Hufflepuff Golden Cup, Slytherin Pendant, and Gryffindor Sword emerged one by one around the girl, as if they were made up of dust in the sun, hazy and dreamy. However, among all the legends about the secret treasures of Hogwarts, there is a story that has been circulated since ancient times, which is the most maddening. In a corner of this castle, there is a very mysterious piece. The place, no matter who it is, as long as you can get there, you can see all the things you desire. In order to protect this place of chanting, previous professors have used their magic and wisdom to create 7 levels. Only the smartest, bravest, strongest wizard can overcome the many trials and reach that place. Now, the 3 warriors who have found here, are you willing to follow my steps to find the lost treasure? Click. Hey, not this far. I haven't introduced the background story of the first level. Elena, shrouded in a holy light and shadow, interrupted anxiously, looking at Hermione Granger, who had opened the trapdoor on the floor of the room, and was looking down, slightly dissatisfied. Puff your cheeks. Hermione, can you patiently listen to me finish the story first? I've learned it for a long time. You read it every day in bed, and now I can repeat it all with my eyes closed. Instead of nagging such an opening at the beginning of the scene, you might as well tell us what the last 2 levels are. Hermione gave Elena angrily, with no intention of joining in. Originally, she thought that with this white-haired dumpling by her side, when they encountered some danger, Elena would take the initiative to stop them. Even if the team was destroyed because of some operation error, at most it would be destroyed. Just send a copy. Who knows that Elena is like a stone-hearted, not to mention no preferential treatment, even more cruel. In these days, every time their group was destroyed, Elena had to deliberately delay for a while before coming out, watching them very patiently as they were tied into various poses by the devil net, chased and beaten by small flying iron rods, was ravaged by dozens of tomato-high stone statues, convulsed on the ground because of drinking the wrong medicine. Just yesterday, she obviously gave up in advance, and the White Queen on the opposite side chased her across the board like crazy and punched her to complete checkmate, while Elena waited until she was knocked out. Just came out for treatment. Although according to Elena, she is to give everyone more opportunities to struggle, and she is looking forward to some anti-ski reversal and Jedi anti-kill situation. But in addition to Hannah, Hermione and Luna expressed this, deeply doubted. If it weren't for the fact that after each level, Elena would heal their wounds and restore their physical strength. After the first day of the copy, Hermione almost planned to temporarily break off friendship with this cold woman for a week as a warning. Atmosphere. Is this a background introduction? Life needs a sense of ritual. Looking at the unhappy calculation Elena smirked and scratched her cheek, and walked out of the beam of light. Besides, I have already explained what happened yesterday. Of course she knew how angry Hermione was. It was probably because she lost the 3rd level yesterday and didn't rescue her in time. But in that case, if she took the initiative to interfere with the assessment, the difficulty might have changed from LV0.666 to the legendary LV8. This is also one of the conditions for the professors to agree to her as a guide NPC. In the levels arranged by the professors, Elena must not interfere with the little wizards in the practice assessment. Unless she plans to challenge all the professors with 3 salted fish alone, she can only be at the end and the beginning of each level. Provide help. I'm not angry at all. After all, this is your duty. Light as a feather. Hermione snorted non-committently, pulled the trapdoor in front of her self-consciously, drew her wand and tapped it on her body, and then jumped down towards the entrance of the black hole. A layer of light invisible whirlwind wrapped Hermione Granger's body, making her lightly like a feather, falling towards the 1st level assessment site where a thick layer of devil net had already been laid down. Sister Elena, I guess the reason for Hermione's anger is probably the source of those soft shell crab legs. Luna glanced at Elena, and whispered secretly while returning Xiaolumai to Elena. Although Hannah doesn't know these things for the time being, I have a hunch that it won't be too long. You'd better figure out how to deal with it in advance, otherwise something big may happen after all these days. She can eat quite a lot. Huh? This. Elena looked stiff, and subconsciously looked at the little iron girl who had finished eating the grilled crab legs and was wagging her fingers. Hearing Elena's gaze, Hannah Abbott showed a silly smile, licked the crab leg shell in his hand, picked up the flying broomstick that had been placed by the wall, and beckoned to Luna. Luna, come here, we should go down too. Luna nodded quickly, and also picked up the flying broomstick set aside, and rode the flying broomstick in the room. After the two lightly circled around, they passed through the open trapdoor towards the black hole. Flew down. Seeing the pile of fluffy soft-shell crab leg shells on the ground that Hannah had eaten clean and covered with tooth marks, Elena let out a sigh of relief as if she had survived the disaster. Fortunately, she temporarily replaced it. I took a look at the content of the 5th level, but since Luna Lovegood has already issued a warning, she really should think carefully about how to deal with it. You know, these days, it's more than just grilling crab legs. Whether it's egg yolk crab soup, spicy crab casserole, crispy fried crab cakes, lemon crab ox, crab meat seafood soup, any new dishes with Scottish fluffy soft-shell crab as the main ingredient are all made by Hannah. One person finishes tasting the dishes. Forget it. The ship will be straight at the bridgehead anyway. Even if she is the culprit, the other two can't escape the identity of an accomplice by tacitly hiding Hannah Abbott's little wings, and the sisters will die together. Just in the gap between Elena's fascination, a white light as bright as the sun was already lit up below. Bright as day. Lumos solemn. Well, soon it seems that the racing mode is ready to start. Elena smiled slightly, raised her eyebrows thoughtfully, tapped her magic wand on the wall next to her, and her figure disappeared into this layer of space in an instant, and appeared at the corner of the corridor leading to the 2nd level. The current copy of the Test of the Dark Lord is still relatively rough for the time being, and the gameplay is relatively simple. Once people find the skills to pass the level, the fun will definitely drop significantly and the teaching effect will also be reduced. Therefore, if conditions permit, Elena plans to hide some copper and silver coins in each level, as well as parchment scrolls that record strange knowledge. After all, it seems that there is still a lack of level boss drops and random rare drops. However, these are things that will come later, and the most important thing now is of course. Elena snapped her fingers lightly, and a soft beam of light fell silently and enveloped her. After listening carefully to the approaching footsteps, the little silver horde lorry cleared her throat, trying to make her expression look like the kind of calm guiding goddess she encountered in the game in her previous life, and said quietly, "Warriors, congratulations to you for passing the first test. I can provide you with treatment and physical strength." Ha ha. Two broomsticks pulled a figure quickly past Elena, as if they hadn't seen anything, didn't even stop for a second, and flew straight to the stone leading to the next level without looking back. Stamina recovery, and follow-up level guidance. The corner of Bayamautuanza's mouth, who was playing the guiding goddess, twitched. Therefore, I hate this kind of fast food players who like to skip the game plot and know how to fight and clear the level. The next version of the copy update must correct this bug. You must watch the cutscene CG before you can move. You 3, wait for me. There is only one chapter today. Happy holidays. Gua ask for a day off. Gummy, I didn't think about how to write it. I will definitely add tomorrow. The 614th chapter. Diomin. Elena has always agreed with one truth. No matter where it is, whether a foreplay is sufficient or not, to a large extent, will directly determine whether the follow-up experience is an emotional journey to the Palace of Art or a Walking Dead-like assembly line operation. Therefore, for the little wizards to have a better copy experience, Elena took the time to write the story background of the copy of the Test of the Dark Defense, chose the starting location of the transition CG animation, lighting effects, and voice tone, and set herself a rather interesting identity. Keeper of Arcane Lore, which means the mysterious guardian. In Elena's design, before the beginning of each level, she will tell the little wizards about the background introduction of the challenge level, and randomly release some copy tasks. After completion, she will provide some information as appropriate. After all, it is easy to discourage the students' enthusiasm if they have been unable to clear the customs or have no progress. In these days, most of the copies of intelligence that the little wizards have obtained from her have been through this form. The content of the missions is varied, all based on Elena's mood, such as using magic to conjure a bunch of flying birds, or tell a joke, or dance a tap dance. Of course, more complex achievements are completed. Challenge. All in all, although the drop module, achievement system, and racing mode have not been loaded yet, Elena still uses her actions unremittingly to bring the best game experience to every little wizard who enters the dungeon. On the other hand, watching the students struggle in the test of her improved Philosopher's Stone, racking their brains and trying to clear the customs, it is also the source of happiness for Elena as the secret guard these days. Compared with later generations, Dai are in the harsh environment where the Minkumentuan is rampant. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry now highlights a simple style of study, enthusiasm and focus. Following Elena's guidance, the school set off a wave of exploring the lush years of professors and studying how to deal with the challenges of various subjects in actual combat. Playing chess, cultivating plants, and activating personal objects has gradually become popular. For most students, this is not so much a practical exam, as it is a new and interesting large-scale end-of-term entertainment if it is not for limiting the number of entries per day in advance, setting the level of violent time. Some energetic the little guy can even soak in it all day long, constantly looking for novel elements in the secret copy. However, under the sun, there must be shadows. As time goes by, some impatient and impetuous players will appear sooner or later, who don't know how to appreciate the beauty of the plot, and become a task machine with no emotions. They will only ask 3 questions in the whole process when facing the angelic cute secret guard. Where to go? What to look for? Who is the enemy? Even a very small number of members didn't even ask questions, so they left the secret guards and started to move on their own. The second level, Professor Flitwick's bird key level. This is a brightly lit room with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless key birds that are as dazzling as gems flap their wings and fly around the room. Opposite the room is a heavy wooden door. According to the difficulty level, this level is mainly divided into 3 levels, easy, normal, and difficult, which are divided according to the general magical ability of Professor Felius Flitwick in the 3rd, 5th, and 7th grades. In the simple mode, as long as you complete some tests set by Elena, you can get 1 to 3 flying broomsticks, or slow down the speed of the air key, and in the normal mode, due to the addition of the soft violent mechanism of the infinite replication spell, after completing Elena's request, you can get a short save time. As for the hard mode, Elena can cheer on the side. Ha, ha. Elena, who had finally caught up with Hannah, Luna, and Hermione, took a few deep breaths and looked at the 3 little wings in the room that had not yet begun the second-level strategy. She tried her best to calm her breath and walked to a finger snapped softly by the door. Ding! Accompanied by the crisp metal percussion, a bright yellow exclamation mark appeared above Elena's head. Even small people can project huge shadows. Even a key can turn into flocks of birds. This is a group of keys of help flying in the sky. Magic gives them life and makes them become the scariest guard in this level. However, if you help me collect 10 leaves of the devil net, maybe I can help you, Elena said in a low voice with a holy face. The dim light reflected on her face, which looked very dreamy, compared with the first level. The test of the second level is more focused on flying skills and spell breaking. Even though Hannah and Luna carried flying broomsticks in advance, they are more important than Harley, and others are still a bit short, because the girls chose to skip the opening animation of the first paragraph. The slightly unhappy mysterious guardian decided to let them fill up their previous homework, and only after returning to the first level to complete the collection of the quest items, can they receive the subsequent corresponding difficulty reduction rewards. However, I haven't waited for Elena to finish her words. Unknowingly, The three little witches who had reached the three corners of the room didn't even bother to AI poor Toolman Lina, who was posting a plot task with a huge exclamation mark next to them, and raised their wands to point to the sky at the same time. All curses are over. All curses are over. All curses are over. Accompanied by the girls' spells, the three magical beams were intertwined in the sky, touching together and spreading out, turning into a layer of existence like a net of light, towards the group of stupidly fluttering wings under the dome. Bird key. Puff. Just like the soft sound of a soap bubble being punctured, nearly 100 keys in the sky disappeared in an instant, leaving less than 10 with sky blue feathers, gold-neared feathers, silver-green feathers, and yellow-black feathers. Quaint key. At the same time, it seems to be affected by the curse, and the remaining key bodies are no longer as fast as before, as if they suddenly changed from a flexible hummingbird to a ragged kite. Elena twitched her mouth slightly, looking at the poor little keys in the sky. You guys, is this a violation? Elena. Hermione turned her head, looked at Elena with a dull expression rather seriously and asked, strictly speaking, all customs clearance methods are allowed, but you really don't intend to complete your duties. Well, I see. Then it's okay. Ignoring the seemingly growing exclamation mark above Elena, the little beaver nodded happily. Hannah, Luna, I'll leave it to you next. Professor Flitwick is from Ravenclaw College, so the correct key to open the door must be sky blue feathers. Just grab them all. In less than 10 seconds, Hannah grabbed 2 keys with sky blue feathers and rushed back again. Behind her, Luna also grabbed one in her hand, and Hermione was still stunned. Elena pointed to the wooden door in front. Don't be in a daze, Elena, we should go to the next level. Elena watched in silence as Hannah and Luna tried 1 or 2 times, and then successfully opened the thick wooden door. The entire customs clearance process took less than 3 minutes. She felt as if she had watched a CG, or served as a scene decoration. I always feel as if something is wrong, you know. When they cleared the customs yesterday, they did the task honestly. Why is this less than a day? Hermione, Hannah, and Luna seemed to have been cast an imperious curse, and began to use this simple and rude, without any aesthetic approach to the dungeon raiders. Fortunately, as long as Ron Weasley is not present, it is a highly uncertain subject. Facing Professor McGonagall's chess skills, the students sometimes get through the game by chance, and sometimes they are chased by the opposing chess piece. Unless you are earnestly completing the tasks issued by Elena and gaining the right to regret chess 3 to 5 times. The third level is simply a game of luck for the 3 stinky chess baskets Hermione, Luna, and Hannah. After a few minutes, on the edge of the brightly lit giant chessboard, the air was filled with the smell of stone powder. Elena shook her head anxiously, and the bright exclamation mark above her head swayed from side to side with the girl's dull hair, like a golden curry stick floating in the sky. Hermione, don't take that move. It's a foul move. Your castle will be replaced by the opponent's bishop. Wrong, wrong. Don't patronize using the queen to eat children. Look at your own side. Hey, don't leave. Wait for Luna and Hannah to complete the task, and give you a few more chances to repent and restore the stinky steps just now, or else you will suffer the fist of the White Queen again like this. Up, Luna, Hannah, why don't you persuade Hermione? Since entering the giant wizard chessboard in level 3, Hermione seems to have been possessed by Hannah. Before Elena could finish reading the scene introduction, she stepped onto the chessboard and replaced it. From the position of the Black Chess King, start playing chess. The most important thing is that her chess game is particularly weird. The opening is a wild goose and exchange, which is completely different from her previous step of thinking for a few minutes. But Hannah blinked, counted the chess pieces on the field with a serious face, and said with some confusion, "You see, Hermione has eaten a lot of pieces this round. It's much better than before." That's right. There are not many pieces left on both sides. There is a queen, a castle, and 2 knights on the opposite side. Hermione is left with a knight, a bishop, and a soldier. Can it be the same? It's over. The only knight is also given away. Elena gave Hannah a blank look, and looked at Hermione, who had almost been eaten up, and only the king and the bishop were present, and sighed helplessly. "Forget it, let's do it. As long as you can complete the task, I will let you start this round again." "Why do you want to reopen? Doesn't this win? How can I win this?" "Winning," Hannah answered without thinking. "How can ha? What did you say?" "You only need to knock down all the remaining stone statues. Won't you be able to pass the level? And you don't necessarily need to play all chess, right?" Glancing at the righteous little iron girl, an inexplicable premonition gradually emerged in Eleanor's heart. In this case, this kind of troublesome look. Why, there is a feeling of encountering minutes kicking the door team, shouldn't it? Who taught her to ruin her little wings? Before Elena could react, Hermione Granger raised her eyebrows, took a deep breath, and drew her wand to aim at the White Queen, who was preparing for the general in front. Bombarda Maxima. A red glow sank into the chest of the giant stone statue and flickered quietly for 2 seconds, accompanied by that very familiar delayed flashing. Boom. Chapter 1. Goo. The 615th chapter. Strong Luck Halo. Rue. Boom. 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 As the last marble chess piece crashed to the ground, the room became quiet again. Pooh, ba ba ba. She wiped away the white stone powder from her face blankly. Elena looked at the little witches, who were also grey and white around her, and sighed helplessly. She finally realized something about Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The mood of time. The ground was scattered with broken limbs and broken arms of giant wizard chess, and the air was filled with a layer of stone dust visible to the naked eye. It was as if you were in a cruel battlefield, surrounded by the hustle and bustle of war. Perhaps Hermione suffered a little frustration in the study of ancient runes. But after a few months of after-school curse tutoring by Albus Dumbledore, this calculator, originally produced in the non-magical world, has made rapid progress on the explosive curse, and it will soon be catching up. Eleanor's progress, if it weren't for the difference in bloodlines, which led to some shortcomings in the concentration and magnitude of the magic power, maybe the two were about the same at this time. Not to mention, beside Hermione, there was a little iron girl who had cast a maddening spell. As Hermione took the initiative to launch an attack, before the chess pieces on the giant chessboard changed from green to red, Hannah directly picked up the black chess king, who had retreated to the back of the chessboard, and rushed to the giant chessboard excitedly. Like a female general in an unparalleled state, cooperated with Hermione's explosive curse to kill all quarters inside. Clean up. Hermione looked around, and found that there were no moving stone statues in the venue. She waved her magic wand very calmly to clean up the dust on her body, and asked quietly in a happy mood, "Elena, according to the previous instructions, if you knock down all the pieces, you can pass the level directly, right?" "According to the rules, yes." Standing in the corner, Elena sighed again and replied weakly. She seems to have seen this scene of exploiting the loopholes in the rule setting and riding on the rules to output crazy output, and she seems to have seen it more than once. But in this episode, the protagonist seems to be a different person. Hannah casually dropped the Black King, who was only half of his body, in her hands, ran over happily, and asked impatiently, "So we can go to the next level? How about the score for this level?" Go. Knock down all the pieces, full marks. Elena glanced sadly at the giant wizard chessboard that was killed more than half of them because of cannibalism, and was destroyed by Hermione and Hannah through both physical and magical means, and replied reluctantly, Not to mention that due to Luna's lower average difficulty, the giant wizard chess with which Professor McGonagall had applied magic had only 2/3 of the original in terms of intelligence, attack, magic resistance, and physical resistance. Even with the setting of normal difficulty, these three little witches have a certain chance of winning the final against a chess piece that does not exceed twice their own number. The only shortcoming may be the young Luna Luo. Goodbye. Compared with the other two little witches, she is still stuck in the wave particle duality when she learns the dualistic reverse transformation architecture magic. And even if her illusion magic can be successfully performed, she will temporarily be in the current level. Can't play a very good effect. After Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard, it was Professor Snape's potion test. This is a very simple and empty room. It looks like a potions classroom with only one table. Various strange potions reagents will appear randomly on the table. Only by drinking all the reagents can the level be cleared. Different from the previous 3 levels, the level rules set by Severus Snape are also extremely interesting. In addition to dividing according to the average level of the little wizard entering the dungeon, easy 12, normal 35, difficult 67, there is also a special setting that is extremely hidden. That is to divide according to the number of colleges. If the little wizard who arrives in this room is from 3 different academies, only 3, 6, and 9 bottles of potions will appear on the table. If they are from 2 different academies, the number of potions on the table will be reversed, double once. And if they are all students from the same college, the number of potions bottles that appear will double. On the other hand, all the medicines faced by the lower grades were made by Snape himself. The only difficulty lies in the arrival of the team, whether there is a little wizard who has correctly brewed the corresponding antidote according to his requirements in class, and can correctly summon the antidote after distinguishing the type of medicine on each table. As for the little wizards in the 3rd to 5th grades, in addition to the potions Snape made, there are also dark potions made by other little wizards. In fact, this is also what Snape has always wanted to do. Of course, as a potion professor, Snape also screamed a little when he chose dark potions. Certain improvements have been made to some of the highly toxic or highly corrosive potions that may cause sudden death. Each bottle of the potions made by the students will also be labeled with the corresponding student's name, college. As for the senior students, all they need to drink will come from the failed and successful works of the whole school students in the potions class, and the range of antidote they can choose will also be from the works of the whole school students. The only luck is that the chances of the senior students who want to successfully pass the 4th level are actually not high. Therefore, to a certain extent, luck occupies a considerable part of the factor in this level. If the random potion reagent is relatively harmless, or it happens to be the type that the little wizards can easily find the correct antidote, then this level will be very simple. But if everything is reversed, then only physical fitness identified. In other words, hey, potion of courage, potion of joy, potion of sorrow. Luna walked to the table where the 3 bottles of potions were placed, and curiously read the labels on the bottles one by one, while looking around the surroundings. Behind her, Elena was helping Hermione and Hannah to regain their physical strength and magic power for these 2 first-year little witches. High-intensity fighting was still a big burden. This is the first time Luna and the others have come to the 4th level. The information about this level mainly comes from Dro's several customs clearance experiences. According to the boys' accounts, they encountered swelling potion, pain potion, scabies potion, wailing potion, laughter potion. Fortunately, whether it was Harry or Draco, their results in potions were pretty good, and after a little thought, they found the corresponding antidote. But even so, because of the impure efficacy of the medicine, they still suffered somewhat. Only, Luna glanced at the name of the potion in front of her again, turned her head to look at Hermione Granger and Elena, who was about to release the mission, and asked with some uncertainty, "These potions, why do I feel that I don't need to find the antidote, just drink them all, and we can pass the customs?" Elena, who was about to transform the exclamation point of the golden mission, put down her wand blankly and walked to the end of the room to open the door. Sure enough, shouldn't have let Luna Lovegood step into the room first. Goo, I have a cold and feel groggy after taking the medicine. Like the title, I wrote a chapter forcibly, feeling very dissatisfied, but I didn't post it grumpy first. Wake up tomorrow and try to make up. Chapter 616. Is it dead? In fact, the assessment of black magic defense can be roughly divided into 2 stages. From the 1st level set by Professor Sprout to the 4th level set by Professor Snape, they are mainly used to test the student's mastery and application of the content of each major course, and to show the students some magic tricks. Although using the professors as a reference template when they were young, the difficulty of the level setup seems a bit high at first glance. But considering that the Black Magic Defense Assessment uses a 3-person team, if the students can prepare carefully, taking advantage of each other and combining the power of the 3 little wizards, completing the level is actually not as difficult as imagined. According to the predictions of Elena and the school professors, if the students of the 4 colleges can get rid of their premonitions and unite together, cross teams, and share the same, most of the little wizards can actually bump into the 4th. The close is over. Therefore, the credit compensation award for this copy is also set at the 4th level. As long as the team of little wizards can successfully pass the 4th level, all of them are equivalent to achieving good results again in the 4 disciplines of potions, herbs, transformation, and spells at the end of the year E. And if they were those who have been good once are promoted to excellent O, those who have been excellent are promoted to excellent plus O. From the 5th level, it is the final assessment of the real defense against the dark arts. As it involves real magic battles, only by passing the first 4 tests and proving that you have reached the qualification standard in the reserve and flexible use of magic knowledge can you be qualified to enter the follow-up actual combat simulation. This can also be regarded as Elena and Elena. After several discussions, the professors set up safety locks for students who are not yet fully prepared. Are you ready? After this door, there is no standard answer to answer. Standing by the door leading to the 5th gate, Elena looked at the 3 little witches in front of him and said with a serious face, "Want preparation? The next 3 levels are all magical actual combat assessments, and there are no limits, and the only hint I accept for the 3 of you, all creatures that appear in it will be your enemies." So behind the door, are those giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest? Not necessarily, it may be something else. As a secret guard at the level, I can't reveal too many details. Magic battle. Hermione looked at Elena thoughtfully, and while unbuttoning her chest robe, she casually placed the black wizard robes on the table in the room. Luna and Hannah took off as well the clothes on the body. After this year's class of defense against the dark arts, they understand the importance of flexibility in magic confrontation. Ordinary wizard robes can hardly play a defensive role in the face of spells and impact damage. As a witch with magic, the less cloth that gets in the way, the higher the defense. Glancing at the 2 jealous companions around her, Hermione's gaze fell on Eleanor's chest. She breathed a sigh of relief, and looked with curiosity at the magic illusion that had turned into a bright yellow question mark on the top of the white hair ball. By the way, Elena, are there any side quests to assist in the next level? Well, some is the only group with a difficulty lower than the 1st grade. You can get a little help. Elena nodded seriously, and couldn't wait to pass the little Lomi in her arms to Hermione. After waiting for a full 4 levels, she finally had the opportunity to complete her dungeon NPC mission, and gave the warriors the strongest cheetah carefully prepared by the Black Hand behind the scenes and close friends class favorite 3-headed dog in hell. Although for various reasons, she has not been able to play a role before, but after reaching this level, Elena can finally use her privileges to open a little back door for the little wings to help them more smoothly. This, we can't ask for it. After Hermione was silent for a moment, she silently handed back the 3 little puppies in her hand to Elena. Seeing Xiaoliuai returning to her hand, Elena was taken aback for a moment, and said anxiously, "Huh? Why? Don't look at it being stupid now. Throw it out when it's in danger. It's very reliable." Wow, Wu Wang. I know, we all know how great Luai's adult state is. But Hermione nodded, patted Xiaoliuai's head lightly, and a stubbornness appeared on her face. Because of this, we can't accept this kind of cheating. We finally reached the 5th level through our own strength. I don't want to rely on the power of Luai to win the final reward with this disgraceful method. Although according to Mr. Newt's commanders where are Fantastic Beasts and the Ministry of Magic's list of magical beast danger ratings, 3-headed dogs, fire dragons, and 8-eyed giant spiders are among the highest XXXXX dangerous creatures. But in fact, This risk rating is more only evaluated from the perspective of offensiveness. If divided from danger and threat level, an adult three-headed dog that has awakened the ability to fire can almost sweep the nest of eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, even some small adult fire dragons. Not necessarily better than the enhanced version of Luwai in a complete state. For Hermione, the result of cheating is worse than failing the exam. On the other side, Luna Lovegood also nodded in agreement. Although she didn't speak, her eyes had already made a choice. Yes. If it is really just for the final reward, she might as well ask for the gold coins directly from the white-hair dumpling. She knows that there is a small mountain of Jinjialong hidden under Hogwarts. When we first met, Ailina gave her a lot. Originally, it was just for fun to participate in this Dark Demon defense test. Luna did not intend to rely on cheating to clear the customs. As for Hannah Abbott, who drank the potion of courage, potion of joy, and potion of sorrow in one breath, under the mixed effect of the medicine, Xiaotinia's state at this time is extremely excited. To use a more appropriate description, that is, she doesn't care what the opponent is or where the opponent is. She only knows that she will be older next time. Killing. Just when everyone didn't pay attention, Hannah had already filled up her condition, and she was waiting to push the door and set off. Looking around the circle of confident little wings, Elena shrugged helplessly. Well, since you insist, then I can only wish you good luck. Anyway, she will accompany her all the way through the next level. If there is any problem, she can intervene at any time. After all, this is also one of Dumbledore's requirements for agreeing to introduce magical battles into the castle. It wasn't the hunting assessment for the next level. After all, there were similar assessments in the Dark Arts defense class in previous years. The most important thing is that the assessment form of the sixth pass. Elena's eyes flickered. Without making any more prompts, she took out the invisibility cloak from the pink purse she carried with her and draped it gently on her body, silently disappearing from the sight of the three of them. And as the girl's figure disappeared, the originally locked fifth gate made a click. The actual combat assessment has begun. As soon as they opened the door, the Hermione trio smelled a disgusting stench. It was the smell of smelly socks mixed with public toilets that had never been cleaned. The stench brought tears out of the girl's eyes, accompanied by a strange low mumble sound and the huge soles of feet that dragged on the ground slowly. Sound. Hermione subconsciously held her breath, raised her head and looked forward. I saw a giant at least 15 feet tall wandering in the empty room. It had a grey and rough skin like granite, and its large and stupid body was like a huge pile of mud, with a cocoa bean on it. His small head, the right arm that reached the knee, was dragging a thick wooden stick, and the thick thighs of a tree trunk were attached with a layer of disgusting keratin. Obviously noticing the sound coming from the door, the troll stopped and turned to look at the door. The troll awkwardly wiggled its long ears, and looked at the three pale-faced little dots in front of him, and made a decision with its small head. A fierceness quickly appeared on the ugly face, and he strode over and held it up. Raise the wooden stick in your hand. Facing such rampaging ugly giant, Hermione Granger seemed to be frightened and stupid. The wand held up in her hand was trembling, and she was muttering words, seeming to have been thinking about what kind of spell should be released. Before entering the door, she always thought that she would deal with some bigger spiders, not such monsters. Giant monsters, to be precise. Mountain monsters. British magical part of the class level XXXX. Skin has high magic resistance, infinite power, most of the time in an irritable state, like to eat raw meat, from wild animals to humans will be caught. Countless information about trolls floated through Hermione's mind. Regarding the way to deal with trolls, most of the content recorded in the books is to use trolls' stupidity, introduce them into traps, or slowly knock them down from a long distance. However, there is no specific knockdown method written in the book. Hermione looked at the monsters getting closer and closer, and her mind gradually became blank, and she couldn't even pronounce a complete spell. If you change the scene, or know what you are dealing with in advance, she can probably find several kinds of magic to solve this ugly big guy. but I don't know why. All the magic in her mind seems to be overshadowed at this time. Mist. It's just that the howling monster rushing over does not give her too much time to think. The wooden stick waved in its hand with the howling wind, seeming to want to smash the three little human girls in front of him at once. Into the flesh. Faint, a dazzling red light flew out of Hermione's cheek, hitting the gloomy skin of the troll. Luna Lovegood raised her wand and quickly released a curse. But the curse struck the troll's skin without any response. As a little witch who was not yet 11 years old, her body the magic power is too weak. The girl's curse hit the 15-foot-tall behemoth, unable to even hinder it from moving. She felt the provoked troll make an increasingly terrifying grunt, and the big wooden stick in her hand was nothing. Smashed down stagnantly. Below the big wooden stick was Hermione, who was still standing still and soft all over. Luna subconsciously let out a scream, terrified, and pulled Hermione to the side with all her strength. Hermione, be careful. And on the ugly and hideous face of the giant monster, a touch of satisfaction of destruction gradually emerged. In its stupid little head, the scene of these human cubs being destroyed by its big stick began to appear. Boom. Accompanied by a dull impact, the howling wind suddenly stopped. It hurts. Hannah grinned, took a breath, and tightly grasped the front end of the huge wooden stick with both hands. The troll's movements stopped in an instant. It blinked stupidly, seemingly unable to understand why its big wooden stick did not smoothly smash several weak human cubs into the air. It roared and wanted to withdraw its wooden stick from Hannah's hand. However, in the face of Hannah Ibo, who had already used the triply strength magic text, it did not get what she wanted in the first time. Hannah clenched her face, grabbed the wooden stick in her hand, stared at the ugly big nose of the troll without fear, while clenching her teeth, she intermittently squeezed a few words from her teeth. Come, Hermione, don't be in a daze. Hurry up. Use your blasting charm. Its strength a little bit bigger than me, I can't hold on for too long. You help me change our big stick out also. Boom, boom. Hermione raised her wand nervously, her lips trembled violently, and she subconsciously called out a voice that came to her mind. Explosion maximum. A dazzling white light beam pierced the air and hit the monster's chest, bursting out an extremely strong wave of air. The strong impact was all in the direction of the monster, and a crack bloomed on the seemingly indestructible grey skin. Unprepared to be attacked, the troll subconsciously released the wooden stick he was holding, staggered a few steps back, and let out a painful and angry howl. A terrible and terrifying voice echoed in the empty room, bringing back layers of echo. Boom. Before the troll could react, Hannah rushed forward firmly with her eyes, picked up the wooden stick in her hand and swiped it towards the head of the original owner of the stick, and hit it hard one by one. Boom. Boom. Explosion maximum. Boom. 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 Explosion maximum. The troll swayed in place, and fell face down on the floor with a rumbling, shaking the entire room. After a long time, Hannah stopped breathing heavily, shaking and panting. Hermione Granger stood there, staring at what she was doing, still holding her wand high in her hand. Finally, Hermione took a deep breath and spoke with a trembling tone. Is it dead? Gwa. 2 in 1 chapter. Chapter 617. Elena. Dead? Look for a monthly pass. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. In the air beside Hermione, Elena's voice suddenly appeared. But if you don't stop, if it gets hit a few more times, it's probably going to be fast. Then, her figure appeared beside Hermione. Elena looked at the twitching trolls on the ground with a helpless look, her eyes twitched, and she said leisurely, with a rare melancholy in her tone, "This is the elite troll she has finally caught back with Grindelwald. I didn't expect that this was the first time I became a level boss, and I was beaten like this by Hermione and others." Kneeling down, Elaine wrinkled her nose and took a closer look at the hapless giant. After confirming that there should be a rescue, she snapped her fingers and summoned the house elves who were secretly observing the surroundings. "Send it to Professor Apocalypse to see if it is saved. If it is not saved, please ask Professor to find a way to grab another one that is resistant to beating." and give this to Professor Snape. Deal with it. If I remember correctly, there are a few rare potion formulas that use troll brain and spine powder." Seeing the elf dragging the giant monster's huge body into the room, Elena turned her head and looked at Hermione. Although the girl's face was no longer as pale as before, there was still a panic that was undetermined, as well as the unique fatigue and weakness that can be distinguished by the naked eye after hysteria. "Hermione, your psychological quality is really weak. It's not your usual level at all," Elena said calmly, releasing magic to heal the blood marks on Hannah's palm that were cut by the wooden thorns. "Even if you add these unruly bombardments, it is still less than a third of your expected strength. As the person who has the most magic and knowledge among the three, I originally expected you to be smarter. Practice." At the same time, Elena squeezed Hannah's palm carelessly, causing the little witch to cry subconsciously in pain. "Ah, it hurts." Hannah looked at the white-haired dumpling in front of her tearfully, and whispered a reminder. "Elena, you touched my wound." "Oh, I did it on purpose." "Now I know it hurts." "When you blocked the troll stick just now, why didn't you expect it to hurt?" "Since it's too late to rush to Hermione, why can't you just follow Luna?" Hermione pulled it away. Elena cast a blank look at Hannah, who was still a little dissatisfied, and continued to say angrily, "What? Do you think you deserve to be praised? You are a witch, not a female troll." "But aren't you right beside you? Besides, don't you?" Hannah Abbott murmured back and glanced at the soft white light in Elena's hand, which was self-evident. "Me? I won't use this method to subdue trolls." Elena frowned and scolded solemnly, "You two, one island stupid in place, and the other impulsively goes up to fight against the giant monsters, and even behaves not as calm as Luna. They are less than 1 year old. I just feel that this monster seems to be bluffing." Hearing Elena mentioning herself, Luna Lovegood, who was standing on the side, waved her hand in embarrassment. "I don't know why, I always feel that this troll is a little unhappy, as if it was hit by another troll not long ago. Its nose looks swollen than normal, and its clothes are a bit tattered." Cough. "Okay, Luna, you don't have to say why you are. In short, you behaved better than the two of them." Elena gave a light cough and quickly interrupted Luna. "A troll is a magical creature with partial intelligence. There are some clever giants who can understand and even speak a few simple human language. So wizards occasionally train some strong giants to act as guards, and the training method is very simple. Just hit the server directly." As the principal of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore would not allow an untamed troll to enter the castle. Not to mention, it will also directly engage in unrestricted battles with underage students. In that case, the uncontrollability is too high. Even if Elena patted his chest as a guarantee, it would be difficult for him to be completely relieved. However, during this period of time, under the repeated training of Elena, Grindelwald, and Loam, this wild monster has almost reached the most basic stage of tame, that is, it dares not to kill humans. According to Elena's original idea, this wild monster was originally used to train the little wizards in turns. Anyway, the skin is thick and the magic resistance is good. The stupid one should be more resistant to beatings. Who knows? Elena subconsciously glanced at Hannah, who was smirking with a giant stick about the same height as her. Quite tired. Sighed. Who knew there would be a Taihanhan who would dare to pick up a stick to hammer a giant monster? Moreover, Hermione imitated the red demon magic she had released at a critical juncture, and the effect exceeded her expectations. She was directly hit by magic many times. She was a monster with amazing resistance to magic, and now she was covered with flesh and skin, and it was extremely desolate. The most important thing is that because Hannah was caught off guard and was repelled by the curse, Hannah kept tapping his head with a big stick. This big guy who had to learn the pronunciation of surrender and you even begged for mercy. There was no chance, so he fainted cleanly. If it weren't for the tough skin, he would have been killed by another animal. All right, okay, I promise not to do this next time. Then, our level. Hannah Abbott smiled, waved her hand indifferently, looking expectantly at the white-haired dumpling in front of her. Next time? Guarantee! Exclamation mark. Sin. She seems to have acted in these plots. Of course it passed with full marks, and the guards at the checkpoint were almost killed by you. Elena glanced at the Tian, who was gradually becoming skinny, and sighed with some exhaustion. As Elena announced the success of the customs clearance, the three originally little witches rejuvenated all of a sudden. They clapped their hands in excitement, and instantly left behind the reprimands and difficulties they had received before, and began to celebrate and discuss them in Twitter. Yeah, we finally surpassed Ron's progress. All in one go. Break through the level. There is no intelligence at the next level, so you still have to be more cautious. After a short break, the assessment continued. Standing in front of the door leading to the next level, Elena is introducing the level. Since this is the first time the little wizards have cleared the level to this level, no one will choose to skip the plot animation and directly open the subsequent levels. Regardless of whether the level can be cleared or not, the information revealed in Elena's words is extremely important. Falsehood and reality are often only between people's thoughts. The truth you see is not necessarily the truth. The lies you hear are not necessarily lies. Your imagination is also full of flaws. History repeats itself at this moment. Stack. In the face of unknown challenges, there is nothing else you can rely on except each other. However, don't be nervous, there is nothing to be afraid of. This time, you will no longer face the test alone. I will accompany you to the next level and participate in the subsequent levels as your companions. Come on, victory is here. Let's find the mysterious magical existence that can show all our wishes before our eyes, and always remember that all creatures that appear in the level are your enemies. Ding. Elena Caslana joined your team. Along with a crisp system prompt, Elena walked to Hermione's side and took the girl's hand skillfully. Let's go. Let's go. Darkness, the darkness that swallows all. As the four people stepped into the room, the whole world seemed to lose its light in an instant, accompanied by a strange dizzy sensation of spinning around the world. When Hermione and the others gradually adjusted their sights to the surroundings, they realized that everything around them became strange. The door that should have appeared behind them has disappeared, replaced by an empty cliff edge. In the distance, there was a vague sound of waves. Hermione Granger turned her head in shock and found that they had come to an unknown place far away from the castle. All around were bare, except for the sea under the cliff. There were no trees, no grassland or sandy beaches, and right in front of them was a dilapidated village that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Where is this? Is this also part of the assessment? Hermione looked around suspiciously. Before they knew it, a thick mist enveloped them. Except for the black shadows of the abandoned village 4 or 5 meters away, she couldn't see anything clearly. The damp and cold water and the unique smell of the sea told her, this should be somewhere near the sea. Draw out the wand. It's not right. This is not the 6th level. Elena shook her head. A rare solemn expression appeared on her face. Hermione's pupils shrank slightly, and she quickly drew her wand out, watching her surroundings warily. Not part of the level. Where is this place? I don't know this place, but it's completely different from the 6th level. I know there is no doubt that this is not in Hogwarts at all. I guess we may have triggered some strange magic trap and came to school. Somewhere outside. The 4 little witches huddled together tightly and raised their wands to look at the strange environment. Everyone was extremely nervous. Luna Lovegood frowned and looked at the cliff behind her for several times. She had a very strange feeling, as if many people were watching them closely, and at the same time everything was revealed. Absurd. I think. However, she hadn't waited for Luna to finish her conversation. Wait. Don't talk. It looks like someone is coming. Elena raised her hand to signal Luna to keep quiet, took a deep breath, and pointed her magic wand towards the small town ahead. Unprepared to come to such an unfamiliar environment, coupled with the unprecedented nervousness that Elena showed, all the little witches subconsciously held their breath, and they felt that the wand held in their palms seemed to be stained with a little sweat. In silence, The girls narrowed their eyes nervously and tried to look forward to the fog-shrouded area. In the darkness, two figures were looming in the dilapidated wasteland town. They were of different heights. Each of them was wearing a hooded cloak, covering their faces, and exuding a creepy and mysterious atmosphere. There is no doubt that the people who came were also wizards, because they saw the lighted wand in the other's hands. With the sound of closer and closer footsteps, the distance between these strangers and the girls keeps shrinking. Hermione's wand was aimed at the black shadow in front of her, turned her head and glanced at Elena, and asked in a low voice, "Will they be the examiners in this round? What should we do now? This is not an exam. Moreover, I have a very bad feeling." Elena shook her head nervously, looked at the dark shadow ahead, and took a deep breath. "Anyway, let me ask where this place is first. You guys pay attention to cover me behind." While saying this, Elena let go of her hand holding Hermione and walked slowly towards the three figures in front of her. As if noticing the movement here, the two figures stopped at the same time, stood on the edge of a stone wall that was only half of them, looked at the small figure walking towards them, and seemed to be talking in a low voice. The Hermione trio held their breaths, and Elena's slightly trembling voice heard in their ears. "Hello, we are students from Hogwarts, please ask here." Then, without a hint, a voice suddenly cut through the silence, with a cruel and cold voice that Hermione had never heard before, like a sickle taken out of an ice cave, coldly in everyone's ears. Sounded "Killing Curse." A dazzling green light pierced everyone's eyelids, as if an invisible giant was flying through the air, and the Hermione trio heard something fall heavily in front of them. The girls slowly opened their stinging eyes in fear. Elena stretched out on the ground. She was dead. For an endless second, Hermione, Luna, and Hannah stared blankly at Elena's face, looking at the girl's expressionless blue eyes, like the window of an abandoned house. With his mouth half open, he looked particularly surprised. At this moment, the mist shrouded around seemed to disperse a little. In the sky, a huge green skull drifted quietly, and a large python emerged from the skull's mouth, like a tongue, and disturbing green stars gleamed in the green mist. Luna and Hannah's faces instantly turned pale, and their expressions were extremely frightened. The Dark Mark. This is a horror symbol that Voldemort and the Death Eaters will release every time they kill someone. Before the two of them came back to their senses, the two mysterious men in black not far away had already passed Elena's body, raised their wands and walked towards them unhurriedly, like a cat catching a mouse, like teasing the pace. As the distance got closer, the face of the thin man who killed Elena appeared in front of the three little witches. The face of the mysterious man was paler than that of a skull. His big eyes were red and his nose was flat like a snake's nose. The nostrils were two thin slits, no hair or eyebrows, and he looked like a cold mask. By the side of the mysterious wizard, there is a short wizard with sparse and lustrous hair, messy, dirty skin, not much better than giant monsters, with a pointed nose and watery mung-bin eyes, somewhat characteristic of a rat. The moment they saw the little witch clearly, the breathing of the three little witches couldn't help but rushed for several minutes at the same time. Little Dwarf Peter, the vicious and extremely dangerous Death Eater, has reappeared. Before the three of them could figure out why he appeared here, the terrifying Death Eater had already turned around, respectfully turned to the tall and thin wizard next to him, and whispered in a very humble voice, "Master, your body is still very weak, but you are three students who have not graduated yet. Let me deal with it." "Master, Master!" exclamation mark. Could it be that this person is? Without continuing the conversation, I saw that Dwarf Peter had turned around again, and slowly raised his wand toward the three little witches who were about to retreat to the edge of the cliff, with an extremely vicious and cruel grin on his face. "Don't worry, little darlings, you will soon be the same as your classmates. Without the slightest resistance, you will be killed by the great Dark Lord and his most loyal Death Eaters in this secluded corner of no one. Of course, you can also choose to kneel down and beg for mercy in this way. Your death will bring us more fun." "AI, Elena." Hermione stared at the lifeless body not far away, murmured a word, raised her head to look at the ugly and hideous Death Eater in front of her, her brown eyes filled with endless anger and stern anger. Roar! The girl suddenly raised her magic wand and pointed it straight ahead. She felt all her strength poured into it. Asshole! I played against you. Explosion! Ruh, ruh, ruh. The moment Hermione raised her wand, a figure like a wounded beast rushed out of her frantically, rushing viciously at the two evil wizards in front of her who were raising their wands and preparing to release the curse. Even if the opponent is the most terrifying Death Eater ever, or even the most ferocious Dark Lord, behind them, Luna Lovegood, who was about to release the curse, suddenly stopped. Her expression became a little weird. She raised her eyebrows curiously, and poked lightly towards the empty air around her. A bit, really. Binary back to architecture magic. AI. Luna Lovegood's eyes flashed with a glimpse, and she subconsciously opened her mouth to remind the two companions in front of her. At this moment, Luna felt like her upper and lower lips were glued together instantly, and she couldn't make any sound. The wand in her hand was also quietly snatched with strange force, and a mosquito came from the girl's earlobe. Like whispers. SHHH. Don't make trouble. Super big chapter. Ask for a monthly pass. Not out of context. The last level of the 618th chapter seeking a monthly pass. It's like a nightmare that will never stop. In the misty abandoned wasteland town, the shrill laughter of Voldemort and the Death Eaters and the dazzling green light are everywhere. Only a few ruined towns remain the only barrier that Hermione and Hannah can rely on and deal with. As the dark mark in the sky rose higher and higher, the air was suddenly filled with the rustling sound of the cloak. Behind the broken brick walls, between the abandoned stone roads, on the abandoned rubble. Every time Hermione and Hannah defeat a Death Eater, one or two wizards will appear in unexpected places. They were all wearing hoods, covering their faces, grinning and screaming, like demons from hell. Luna Lovegood's good luck seemed to have been exhausted in class. Not long after the battle started, Hermione saw a green light cut through the air and shot behind them. Luna screamed and fell down like Elena, lying on pitifully like a doll. The ground was motionless. Hermione didn't turn around and continued to look at Luna and Elena, but drew out her wand and continued to cast the spell frantically. She didn't want to believe that the two living girls who had chatted with them just a few minutes ago died like this, and in an extremely absurd way. Died on this unknown land. Hermione, this is not the way to go. We have to find a way to kill Voldemort. Hannah Abbott panted heavily, picked up the rubble beside him and threw it forward, and once again successfully knocked down a masked hooded wizard who tried to get close to this area, but there was nothing on the girl's face. Any joy. With the passage of time, her physical strength is about to reach its limit. Although the magic power has not disappeared, Hannah can clearly feel that her reaction and speed are rapidly declining, and it will be sooner or later that more and more Death Eaters around are hit by spells. Impossible. Pettigrew Peter has been guarding Voldemort, and my curse can't hit him at all. Hermione shook her head and quickly stood up and tapped her wand outwards. The enhanced explosive spell easily overturned 2 or 3 masked Death Eaters who were about to outflank her from the right, and blew up the curse that hindered her. An earth wall of the path. Compared with the confrontation in the classroom, these adult wizards are obviously much more scattered. There is neither a hierarchical curse to suppress attacks nor a scattered assault cover formation. Except for the more powerful curse, most of them are gathered together in chaos and rushed over, and a powerful explosion can blast them down. It's just that the number of opponents is too much, and their physical and magical powers can't support them for long. The legendary Voldemort and the vicious little dwarf Peter are not as difficult to deal with as the girl imagined. As long as you calm down and follow the skills in the defense against the dark arts class to evade and suppress magic. Only she and Hannah actually persisted under the siege of dozens of Death Eaters, and even defeated enemies several times theirs. Hermione had not doubted whether this was still a level test, but with the heat of the curse across her cheeks, and the pain of splashing sparks and gravel on her body, They all told her that all of this was true. I remember that Elena once said that the Death Eaters gathered by fear are actually a mass of scattered sand. As long as they can defeat Voldemort, most of the Death Eaters will run away and will not choose to continue to serve Voldemort. Hannah Abbott took a deep breath. A touch of determination appeared on her face. Entering Hogwarts Castle and meeting you, Elena, and Luna is already the happiest time for me in these years. If they really disperse, no matter what, you have to find a way to bring us all back to Hogwarts. Gurwarts, it's cold here. While talking, Hannah Abbott bent down and slammed a huge rock wall in front of her. Reluctantly glanced at Hermione, as well as Elena and Luna, who fell on the ground. Hannah's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot eyes. She could only release 3 layers of enhanced magic texts, but finally broke through at this moment. The limit reached 5 levels. Hannah yelled, brandishing the huge stone wall like a shield, and constantly knocking away the enchantments flying around, and rushed towards Pettigrew Peter and Voldemort, who were still staying not far away. Hey, you bastards, look at me. No, stop, Hannah. What do you want to do? Hermione let out a stern cry, and she felt the green light swish past her, and the Death Eaters who surrounded them began to move towards Hannah's back, and Pettigrew Peter. Most of his energy and sight were blocked by the rock wall waved by Hannah Abbott. Keep up, Hermione. I'll take all the damage at the forefront. Just like before in class. Hannah roared. Her petite body projected a huge shadow under the light of the spell, and the huge stone wall rotated and slapped like a toy in her hand, effortlessly hitting the masked Death Eaters, blocking the path. Fly. As if not expecting that the 2 little witches who had been forced into desperation could actually burst into such combat power, a crack finally appeared in the originally tight encirclement, and the 2 were crossing the curse of the sky and the magical sparks flying around. Finally approached Voldemort and Pettigrew Peter. Ha, ridiculous chick. A touch of contempt appeared on Dwarf Peter's face, and he casually raised his wand at Hermione. On the other side, Voldemort, with a snake-like face, also raised his wand with a grinning smile, and a green light quickly lit up at the tip of his wand, which was the terrible killing spell that once took away the lives of Luna and Elena. It's now. Hermione. Kill them. Hannah yelled, and threw the stone wall in her hand at the stunned little Star Peter, turned around and used her chest to actively meet the light from the front of Voldemort's wand, her eyes full of fear, nostalgia, and incomparable anger. Killing curse. Killing curse. 2 green rays of light hit Hannah's body one after the other. The girl fell to the ground feebly like a bird with folded wings, making a dull crash, and Hannah's rock wall also swallowed Dwarf Star. Peter, make a loud noise. Hannah. Hermione let out a mournful wailing, and looked straight ahead at the turning wand without fear. Her 2 big eyes were red and her nose was flat like a snake. There were only 2 slits left, just like a double-hole socket in the house. The Dark Lord. Before Voldemort could release his spell again, the wand in Hermione's hand emitted a dazzling red beam. Explosion maximum. Boom. The curse swallowed Voldemort in an instant, and a strong wave of air exploded suddenly. Endless heat and light enveloped Hermione's sight. Voldemort, Pettigrew Peter, and even the surrounding masked people and Elena, who fell on the ground, gradually disappeared in the roar of magic and turned into a wisp of colorless light smoke. Puff. As if puncturing a soap bubble in the sun, the surrounding area gradually became brighter. The damp moisture quickly dissipated, and the fog that blocked the sight was also missing. The unique magic torch and blue-grey walls of Hogwarts Castle reappeared in Hermione's sight, the ruins of that messy town. It's like being suddenly moved by magic from a seaside thousands of miles away to Hogwarts Castle. And beside her, Hannah lay quietly on the ground, gently touching her mouth, sleeping very sweetly. A little further away, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, Professor Sprout, Professor Epicurus and even the faculty and staff of a number of schools including Albus Dumbledore are all standing there. The faces of most of the faculty and staff were filled with shock and deep thought. They are whispering to each other quietly, while looking at Hermione, Hannah lying on the floor, and the serious surrounding with a rather complicated look. Damaged environment. In the air in front of the professors, a light golden curtain of light floated, isolating them from the venue. This is. Just after releasing all her magic power, Hermione shook a little, and asked in a hoarse voice. At this moment, a series of applause and a familiar voice came from her ears. Congratulations! You successfully passed the 6th test. No, to be precise, you passed the magical illusion battles that the 1st grade, 2nd grade and even the 5th grade students will experience, and it is perfect to knock down the boss in the final level with one person at a loss. Cleared. Oh, Hermione raised her head in silence, staring blankly at the unscathed white hairball in front of her. Speaking of which, before our all tests, Elena shrank back with a smirk, and she felt Hermione's gaze seemed as terrible as cannibalism. The mixed-race little Ver with a serious guilty conscience looked round with Egwene and stood behind her. After looking at her professors with a smile, she felt her courage a little back, and took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, she said calmly, in fact, when you muster the courage to attack the Death Eaters and the mysterious man, the content of the 1st grade assessment has been achieved, but the professors still want to see where is your limit. Do you know, I always thought you were dead. If you can think about it calmly, you will find that I actually gave a hint before. Elena coughed slightly, and looked away from Hermione's face with a guilty conscience. In this test, all the creatures you see, except for each other, are untrustworthy. What you see it may not be true, and what you have heard may not be true. Besides, there are actually many flaws in the entire battle. And you were extremely cruel, you killed Luna from the beginning. No, Luna was an accident. She discovered in advance that the entire scene was made up of illusions. Even if she didn't see any clues, you know that she has always had an unreasonable 6th sense. Therefore, in order to allow the assessment to continue, I had to control her and arrange for her to be temporarily out of the game in such a form. Then it was an accident that you took the initiative to face the death curse and suspended animation. This is a plot animation. Elena blinked, explaining seriously. The purpose of this is also to restore the truth as much as possible, so that you can stimulate your own potential. And it is also easy to help you overcome fear. This is not for you, I swear. In fact, no matter who it is, the beginning of Guan will not change. The only difference is the subsequent Death Eater combat power and number. Besides, Elena thought for a while, turned around and pointed at Professor Otto Apocalypse, and said without hesitation, most of these assessments were arranged by Professor Apocalypse. I just performed the script according to the script. As you know, the professor has always believed that the core of defense against the dark arts is to learn to fight against and defend against dark wizards. So, this level is the content of the assessment of defense against the dark arts. Hermione raised her head and glanced at the surrounding professors, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the anger and grievance in her heart. Of course it is. I am just a student like you. How can I decide the content of the level? Elena nodded seriously. The expression on her face gradually relaxed. Because of your wonderful performance in this level, the professors unanimously decided to waive the content of the 7th level, which directly regarded you as a perfect pass the test of the black magic defense. The rewards will also be given out in front of all students in the school tomorrow morning. Glancing at her doubting Hermione, Elena drew her wand and dexterously moved Hannah. Hannah, who was still sleeping, twitched her eyelids, and soon woke up again. Immediately afterwards, Elena retold what she had said to Hermione. Compared to the more suspicious Hermione Granger, Hannah was a little unhappy, but she saw so much on the face of the professor, he quickly accepted the ending, gagging his mouth unhappily, and he was left alone. Okay, it's getting late, you go back to the dormitory first. I have to clean up the venue. Looking at Hermione and Hannah, who had almost accepted the reality, Elena smiled and pointed to the other end of the room. It was only then that Hermione realized that an outward passage had been opened there. If she had read it correctly, walking out from here should directly lead to the exit of the 4th floor corridor, which was also the place where they entered the dungeon. White hair dumplings, you wait for me, there is no end to this. Hermione approached Elena, whispered, and was about to turn around and leave the room. Suddenly, the girl stopped and looked at the professors in the room who were still talking or smiling while watching them. Some words that Elena had said before flashed through her mind quickly. Hermione turned around abruptly and looked at Elena in front of her. Her gaze rested on the little silver white hair on the girl's head that was shaking back and forth triumphantly, and asked meaningfully, "Wait, I have another question. Elena, where is Luna?" "Luna has left early, she should be in the dormitory now," Elena replied calmly, blinking in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" "Really? This white hair dumpling is lying." Hermione slowly raised her wand, and raised it firmly in Elena's direction. "The assessment is not over at all. This is an illusion." "Where is Luna?" "It's strange, I shouldn't show any flaws." Facing Hermione's wand, Elena smiled helplessly after being silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the girl raised her right hand and hurriedly unsnapped her fingers. A group of golden flames spread out from under the girl's feet in an instant. The images of those gentle professors were silently shattered into dots of starlight, and the decoration of the entire room dissipated in a few seconds. And Elena's figure also disappeared from Hermione's face, and appeared on a bronze throne not far away. At her feet, a little three-headed milk dog was crawling on the edge of the steps, looking sleepily at Hermione and Hannah. Luna Lovegood also reappeared in Hermione's sight. At this time, the girl's lips were sealed by magic, and she sat less than 1 meter away from them, where Professor Dumbledore was originally standing. "Well, the last level. I think you have already guessed it." Elena took out a delicate hourglass from her arms, turned it upside down, and placed it on the armrest of the throne. "Hold in my hands for 10 minutes, or defeat me, then I will leave it to your disposal. Otherwise, your memories of the 6th and 7th levels will be erased, and the forgetting potion can be justly eliminated for only half an hour." Memory within. Gwah. It's a super chapter again. Ask for a monthly pass. The error-free chapters of Hogwarts on the Bite of the Tongue will continue to be updated in the hand. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend the hand. Like Hogwarts on the tip of your tongue. Please collect Hogwarts on the tip of your tongue. The 619th chapter of the Assessment of the Dark Lord. The depths of Hogwarts Castle. Black Demon Defense, perhaps to be precise. It should be called the last level of the Dark Lord's test. The magical bronze throne forged by Gringotts elves is quietly suspended in midair. The young fairy queen, the third-generation Dark Lord, the Lord of Gringotts, and Miss Destiny Elena is leaning on the throne at this time. Up, with Erlang's legs tilted, his right hand resting on his cheek, and his left hand resting on his knees. He looked down at the 3 little witches below with interest. Even with a fairy throne blessing magic effect, after the completion of a series of dual rewind the architecture magic transformation, Elena also inevitably face a hint of fatigue signs. Exhausted. Just take the opportunity to rest a little while. Under Elena's smooth silver hair, it was not the Hogwarts school uniform that girls were familiar with. Instead, it is a gorgeous dress with a peculiar style and somewhat similar to a European-style girl's dress. The main color of the skirt is mainly black, with gold and red lace on the edges, and the bright yellow symbolizing Hufflepuff inside the skirt. The 4 color patterns of the 4 academies of Hogwarts are dotted around Elena's waist, like a string of magical runes. In addition, occupying more than half of the front of the skirt is the emblem of each college animal. Due to the angle, the 3 Hermiones can only see the yellow and black badger on the front, and the badges on both sides. Part of the appearance of a gold-eared kitten and a silver-green snake, underneath the white stockings engraved with 4 color bows, is a pair of traditional British leather shoes. Gahahaha. Accompanied by the familiar chirps of the girls, a fist-sized owl hovered and landed on the edge of Elena's throne, spreading its wings majestically, and slamming it hard. The round fat chicken's face showed excitement. And the sleepy-eyed 3 little milk dogs also shook their heads and stood up, making a milky roar. There is no doubt that this will be a fair 3v3 contest. AI, Elena, what are you talking nonsense? Hannah was a little bit out of breath in astonishment. This series of reversals was too fast. Elena smiled slightly and snapped her fingers to release the silence spell on Luna's lips. I said, she said calmly, I was the one who secretly recorded your actions on this road. I was also the one who adjusted the difficulty and controlled the magic mechanism. The trolls and spiders in level 5 were all tamed by me, too. I let them attack. I also wrote the wonderful scripts of the 6th level, and I also issued the spells that hit you. Elena said softly without any rush, as if she didn't care about the elapsed time in the hourglass next to her. So of course, the last pass of this assessment is naturally facing me. Is there any problem? But I thought you are a partner with us. Partner? Do you think this is an outing near the Forbidden Forest? Elena curled up her mouth playfully and shook her head with regret. Hannah, you are naive and naive. Of course, Hermione is not very smart at this point. You always like to be smart and skip what I said before the start of the assessment of each level. But anyway, the creatures that appear in front of you are your enemies. Yeah, Voldemort and Death Eaters really look terrifying, don't they? But you really think that with those dark wizards who have hidden their heads and disappeared for decades, they can have could it hurt one of my hair? Hannah still couldn't understand or believe all this. These days, letting them gritted their teeth in bed every night. The man behind the scenes who wanted to catch everything that made it difficult to test, was actually this white-haired dumpling who was unanimously judged by many seniors and classmates as a good identity. But you still wanted to give us the Lomite to help us clear the customs. Yes, that's right. The gifts of the devil are marked with a price. There are no free gifts in this world. I have to admit that you made a very wise choice at the end of the 4th level. If you really do with the help of Lowi's power to jump through a certain level, now you are not facing this little bit, but a terrifying behemoth. That's a trap. Everyone will encounter it. Isn't it our preference? Of course it is, Elena replied calmly. As an exclusive plot that can only take effect once, it is too wasteful. All the little wizards who have completed the first 4 levels will get such a shortcut. In this way, at least it can ensure that most people can pass the 6th level smoothly, rather than being almost wiped out like you. Of course, taking shortcuts will eventually pay a heavier price. This is reasonable, right? You're lying again, Dumpling. Draco, Harry. They didn't get this treatment last time. Hermione Granger curled her lips, looked at the girl sitting on the throne in front of him, and poked through without hesitation. Elena was stunned for a moment, nodded without changing her face, and explained it openly. Well, the levels will be continuously optimized, some of the bugs will be repaired, and some places that are too difficult will be adjusted or given some hints as appropriate. For example, next time the 3rd level will not be so easy. Elena snapped her fingers lightly, and a miniature chessboard light and shadow appeared in the air. As if it was a miniature replay of the previous game, black chess played against each other at all costs, and as each chess piece fell, a cloud of golden light appeared on the chess piece that killed the opponent, making it bigger and stronger. A little. Look, I made a little bit of trivial changes, so as not to make the level too boring. So, you also temporarily replaced the 8-eyed giant spider level with a giant monster? Very correct. It seems that you, Hermione, have gradually followed my rhythm in my opinion. Letting the smelly trolls play against the magical girl will be more challenging, and at the same time, it will give you a little surprise. Facts have proved that you are indeed easy to panic in front of such a big guy. Well, the answering time is over, Hermione. Elena glanced at the hourglass that was halfway past the armrest, and stood up unhurriedly. It's a pity that you waste a whole half of the attack time, so that my health bar is already full. Only then did Hermione realize that a strange thing had been floating above Elena. It was a rectangular red-green strip, but the only red was gradually shortening, and soon all became green, like some kind of ribbon with mysterious power. with a striking white behind it X3 character. Do you naively think that I will not take the initiative to attack you? Elena's eyes flashed dangerously cold, and she looked around the little wings around her. Hannah, you pulled my stupid hair. Hermione, you choked my ass. Luna, you scratched my waist. Now, it's time to settle the ledger. Ready? Are you ready for death? The wand in the hands of the mixed-race little V shook carelessly. In the next moment, the marble floor in front of Hermione, Luna, and Hannah was twisted and deformed, as if 3 strong arms had grown on the ground, and they mercilessly pushed toward the abdomen of the 3 little witches who had not yet reacted. Hammered over. Hermione's eye pupils dilated subconsciously, and they let out a painful moan, and were knocked out almost at the same time. Do your best, struggle. The assessment of the Dark Lord has officially begun. Without using magic texts, magic texts, explosive spells, binary reversal structure transformation magic, all the abilities that challengers have mastered or demonstrated, the battle ends within 10 minutes, and the battle can be lost. 0. Reward: eliminate an unbreakable oath. Test object: Elena Kaslana. The 620th chapter defeated seeking monthly ticket. In the spacious hall, Elena waved her wand constantly, just like a conductor in a concert. The ground, walls, and surrounding furnishings all became her weapons, constantly deforming and extending under the curse of the girl, turning into a variety of strangely shaped cubes, like tentacles from the abyss, raging and twisting in the room move. Although due to the worldview, Elena was unable to complete the normal state of the magical world of transformation, but to a certain extent, she has reached a very high level in material decomposition, reorganization, and shaping. On the basis of a certain microscopic field, her attainments in rapid transformation surgery have almost reached the level of a professor. Therefore, even if Elena is restricted from using other spells and only relies on the simplest primary alchemy to fight, her current strength is not something ordinary Hogwarts students can easily deal with. Between the waving of Elena's wand, countless stone chutes broke out of the ground. The stone pillars with a diameter of more than half a meter easily blocked the thoughts of Hermione, Hannah, and Luna, who tried to approach her, and kept compressing them. With the girls' activity space, they are limited little by little in a very narrow area. Frequent use of ancient runes may inhibit Elena's physical growth to a certain extent, causing the Ver lineage in her body to occupy the active position. But on the other hand, it also greatly improves the activity of magic power in her body. Compared to a year ago, she has now surpassed most of the 7th grade graduates in terms of the absolute value of mana alone. The 3 of Hermione, Luna, and Hannah did not last for too long, and even before 2 minutes arrived, they were easily forced together by Elena with a ferocious cylindrical stone pillar. If it weren't because Hannah didn't. The girls who stopped using the healing magic text, bruised all over, leaning back to back against each other, might not even be able to stand up now. Even so, the girls are almost reaching their limits. Glancing at the 3 little wings panting, Elena shook her head slightly. Gap. It's too big. If Albus stumbled or naively thought that she would deliberately release water in the assessment because of her friendship, then it would be too small to underestimate the Castellana family's desire to win, and it might not be a test for her. Elena gracefully spins the wand in her hand and draws a trail of rest in the air. The stone pillars surrounding the 3 little witches twisted and deformed at the same time, and a row of cubes hit their bodies mercilessly from all directions, making a dull sound, crushing the girl's last trace of physical strength. On this level, glancing at the 3 little witches lying on the ground, Elena turned and walked towards her throne. The hourglass next to the armrest of the bronze throne still had more than a minute of gravel left. This was still after Elena deliberately delayed for a while and patiently explained the ins and outs to the 3 Hermiones. Have you seen enough? What about the good forgetting potion? Give it to me quickly, I have to help them heal their injuries. Elena said impatiently to the air beside the throne. As a basic magic potion, ordinary forgetting potions can only make the user forgetful, but the special potions prepared by Severus Snape can gently make people forget what happened in a short period of time. Although it is not so clean and neat compared to the simple and rude forgetting spell, the advantage is that it will not cause any side effects to the user, but it is like a long nightmare after waking up, except for a few sporadic in addition to his emotions. As time goes by, everything that happens in the dream will only become more and more blurred. Of course, Dumbledore would not directly hand over this kind of dangerous potion to her for his own use. However, as Eleanor's voice fell, the two old wizards hiding in the room did not show up as she imagined, and the whole room suddenly fell into a sudden silence. Elena raised her eyebrows a little displeased. What are the two old guys doing? Could it be said that after each level is over, she has to take the initiative to grab those few forgotten potions? At this moment, Elena heard a curse like a mosquito from the right side. Elena turned around abruptly, and the marble stone wall quickly rose up and blocked her right. Explosion maximum. Boom. A scarlet curse accurately hit the stone wall she hurriedly formed, making a deafening explosion. After a pause for half a second, the powerful shockwave directly destroyed the barrier that was not particularly strong, and continued to rush towards Elena. When, accompanied by a sound like a metal crash, the Deathly Hallows pendant on Elena's chest automatically lit up. At the same time, a semi-transparent magical barrier flashed past in the air, dangerously resisting the curse that almost hit her directly. There is no doubt that this is a spell that has reached Grindelwald. The curse of the power level. Impossible. I have obviously. Elena turned around in shock, and subconsciously looked at the place where the three of Hermione had fallen. Her eyes shrunk and her pupils diminished. The three little witches who should have fallen on the ground unconsciously shattered like reflections. Among the marble cages shaped by her primary alchemy, only Luna Love, who was completely wounded, was left good alone. On her right side, in the area that was bombarded by her with a cube and only 2 or 3 meters away from her, the figures of Hannah and Hermione gradually appeared. Amidst the ruins, the two supported each other. Stand up slowly. Hermione Granger resisted the pain in her body and raised her wand to Elena, who was shocked. Your attack, is it over? Then it's our turn now, right? Listening to your tone, it seems that you still have hope of winning. Elena snorted softly, and a joking appeared on her face. Don't forget, I am more proficient than you for most of the spells you have mastered, or even more accurately, almost all of them are developed by me. Yes, but if I guess it's correct, you can't use it all in this environment, Hermione said calmly, her brown eyes shining brightly under the reflection of the torch. Although I don't know the specific reason, in the magic confrontation just now, I found that you only used polymorphism to attack and defend from the beginning to the end. Instead, it is your best magic text and offensive spells. None of them have been used. Even when you were facing a crisis just now, you didn't use other methods that you are more adept at defending. So what? You don't seem to understand that these analyses are meaningless in the face of absolute strength crushing. Elena glanced at the hourglass rolling on the ground, her face changed, and she pulled out her wand and waved it vigorously. Go down, surrender. This is the really smart choice. Under the power of magic, the shattered marble floor quickly gathered together, forming 4 or 5 pale marble cubes flying in the direction of Hermione and Hannah, like tentacles extending from the floor. At the same time, the stone pillars in the distance began to deform, and instantly turned into a grey-white wave rushing towards this side. Elena, do you remember the theory you once said? Facing the attacks coming from all directions, Hermione raised her wand unmovedly and pointed it at Elena. Whether it is a modern magic confrontation or an ancient magic battlefield, finding the most suitable attack distance is always the most important ability of a wizard. When one party successfully reaches its position, the confrontation is over. You are the one who should admit defeat. Explosion. The explosive curse at close range is an unavoidable double-edged sword for both casters. Even if the direct impact of the curse is avoided, the powerful shockwave will still easily destroy the surrounding protection and turn it into a new weapon. And when Elena had to switch her magic power to direct those annoying marble cubes to protect herself, Hannah Abbott took a deep breath, grabbed a marble cube flying towards him with both hands and waved hard, accompanied by a deafening sound. All the attacks coming from the whistling were knocked down and swept away in an instant, and at the same time, the marble shield that Elena had condensed in front of her was smashed again by Hermione's curse. The strong shockwave made Elena step back involuntarily. In front of her, Hannah had dropped the stone pillar in her hand, raised her fist and rushed towards her fiercely. "Give up, Elena. You are too much this time." "What a joke. Don't get too smug." "I am, Elena Kaslana." Elena gritted her teeth, a touch of irritation appeared on her face, and she swung her wand forward vigorously. In the air, the stones smashed by Hermione's explosive curse quickly converged toward the center, forming a straight passage like an asteroid belt that blocked the approaching Hannah Abbott, trying to get her push away. Seeing the fragments of rock that began to gather condensedly before her eyes, Hannah let out a roar, clenched her right fist, clenched her teeth and swung forward vigorously. The unformed stone pillar was smashed by Hannah again, and small wounds were drawn on her cheeks and arms among the stone dust. Crazy. You can't honestly admit defeat. Forget about these things, and then just sleep. Let everything return to its original appearance. Seeing Hannah Abbott, who was hurting all over her body and rushed over, Elena yelled in a flustered manner. "You have already cleared the customs with an exception and can get all the rewards. Why do you want to do this?" In desperation, Elena's long silver hair fluttered without wind, and the magic power that was several times stronger than before gradually awakened from her body. "It's you who really don't understand, Elena, you nasty selfish." Before the magic power in Elena's body could explode, Hannah Abbott had already arrived in front of Elena, her eyes gleaming with tears, and she shouted, "The memory of breaking through levels with everyone, studying together, fighting together, and fighting together, even if it is only half an hour, we must desperately protect it." "What?" Elena stayed for a while, and the magic vortex lingering around her body suddenly stopped. Seeing Hannah Abbott rushing over, Elena closed her eyes subconsciously and prepared to resist the next injury. However, the imaginary punch did not fall, and Elena suddenly felt a pain from the top of her head. A familiar feeling of powerlessness spread all over her body instantly. In the sky, the long bar symbolizing Elena's blood bar quickly returned to zero, and the hourglass beside the throne had just finished the last grain of sand. Hannah Abbott swiftly grabbed the trembling silver-white little doll hair on the top of the white hair dumpling's head, and said triumphantly in the usual tone, "Hey, I caught you, you lost." Elena. Chapter 621 Mirror Flowers and Water Moon Seeking Monthly Ticket. "However, before you celebrate the victory, I have a small question." Elena gently hugged Hannah, leaned forward slightly, and whispered in the girl's ear, "When did you start to have the illusion that I had already lifted the dualistic reversal of the transformation structure magic?" "What?" Before Hannah Abbott could react, I saw Elena's body quickly faded and turned into a white flowered marble sculpture, like a quagmire, enveloping her whole body, leaving only one. His head was exposed. The marble sculptures surrounding Luna suddenly closed, forming a semicircular stone bowl to hold her firmly. On the other side, Hermione, who was about to release the curse, suddenly felt someone behind her pat her shoulder lightly, and behind a vivid white chess king, she drew out her sword expressionlessly and placed it on her shoulders. On the empty bronze throne, Elena's figure appeared again, with her right hand resting her cheek, quietly looking down at the three little witches whose faces changed suddenly, as if they had never moved. On the armrest of the bronze throne, the hourglass that should have been broken on the ground is still dropping the last handful of gravel. Elena squinted her eyes, put the fingers of her left hand gently as if pinching a chess piece, and said softly, "Checkmate." "Damn it, just a little bit. Just a little bit," Hannah murmured unhappily like a punctured balloon. Even though she possessed powerful strange powers, She was not able to exert her power at all when she was wrapped in soft marble. The whole person seemed to be bound by the sticky quagmire, and all her powers disappeared unknowingly in the struggle. Unfair. You absolutely violated the rules. Hermione Granger's face also had the same unhappiness. This feeling of failure was really too bad. With the help of Luna's illusion magic, they managed to get close to Elena within 3 meters, planning to rely on Hannah as a killer to kill this ball with one blow. According to Hermione's inference, Elena should not be able to use the magical abilities they know in this level unless she actively violates the rules she has set. Otherwise, as a weakened version of physical weakness, inability to apparat, and limited available spells, Elena will never be able to complete the countercall under such circumstances. In a sense, it's really only a little bit short. Elena shrugged. Her index finger and thumb gestured slightly in the air, showing a nasty smile. Roughly, it's almost the entire 7th stage of the battles for the violation. This is really not there. I have to regret to tell you that there may be some trivial holes in your inference. Hermione felt her heart sink heavily. By the way, Luna, it's Luna. In the previous levels, Luna did not perform the binary reversal of the transformation structure magic. If the opening and closing of a spell is regarded as the same action, then the snapping that Elena hits at the beginning is just one time. Casting hints. Hermione rolled her face and hummed a little stubbornly. If it wasn't for you to replace the hourglass time with a phantom and lure us out. Well, this is the second mistake you made. The question was not carefully reviewed. Elena smiled slightly, looked at the hard-mouthed calculator rather playfully, and continued. Remember what I said before. This is a fair 3 versus 3 contest. Even if you plan to keep hiding until the end of the time, then you have to hide yourself first. Raise your head. Look above you. Up, up! Exclamation mark. Hermione's face changed and she raised her head abruptly, and saw a fist-sized owl hovering silently in the sky, and the flight trajectory happened to be a triangle with her, Hannah, and Luna as the reference coordinates. Food reserves. Back. Elena raised her arm slightly, and the reserved grains that had been silent for a long time let out a triumphant cry and landed on the girl's side. Cuckoo ha ha ha. The round-faced fat chicken is a very magical bird. Their dark vision and dynamic vision are more than 100 times that of normal humans. If an ordinary bird wants to achieve its vision, unless the entire brain is composed of optic nerves, okay. What's even more amazing is that they use hearing to accurately locate when hunting. As long as the time difference between the sound waves to the left and right ears is greater than 25 microseconds, they can lock the position of the sound source. Elena touched the little head of the food reserve and looked at Hermione with a smile. In other words, from the beginning, your position is under its control. Unless you can perfectly muffle the sound and be impeccable in terms of light and shadow effects, the rough graininess and breathing sound will expose you. Whereabouts? After a short pause, Elena glanced at the little milk dock lying on her feet, and added, "Oh, by the way, the smell needs to be eliminated on forget. There is also a little bit of low. So, that is to say." Hermione took a deep breath and bit her lip hard, shaking her whole body. "From the beginning to the end, you have been playing with us? It can be ended earlier. Why are you doing this? Do you think this is fun? Just to prove how powerful your magic is? What do you think of us?" A silence oppressing the eardrum. Hannah turned her head subconsciously and looked at Elena with Hermione. "Don't let your emotions dominate your normal logical abilities, Granger," Elena replied calmly. "This is just an assessment and it has never changed. As you have seen before, these are all it's the preset plot scene and challenge difficulty. Whether it's lines, actions, or attack methods, all have been reviewed by the professors." Elena suddenly paused. A strange look of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Aunt Jizzy. No matter how she cherishes her past hobbies, in this lonely world, these memories are still disappearing little by little, and she is about to forget the sequence of Nernia's skills in the Abyss mode in the game. As for the meaning, it's very simple. Elena returned to her senses, snapped her fingers lightly, and the stone statue that had bound the three little witches disintegrated a little bit. Only by promoting the plot as much as possible and showing what you have learned, will you get a better dungeon clearance score. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared all the relevant cards of the Black Demon defense test, and the next thing is left to you. Huh? What is the clearance score? Leave it to us. What do you mean? The three little witches with confused faces frowned, looked at each other, and were about to question Elena. At this moment, as Elena's voice fell, a popping sound suddenly sounded in the empty room. The girls subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw that Dumbledore's smiling face gradually appeared on the edge of Elena's bronze throne, and behind him was who was still clapping softly. Professor to Apocalypse. If nothing else, they should have watched for a long time. Good evening, girls, Dumbledore said with a smile, looking around the messy ground with emotion. I have to admit that this is probably the most exciting magical confrontation I have seen in Hogwarts over the years. Congratulations to you for successfully passing all the exams. This also means that you have surpassed all professors of the same age. People, whether it is Elena's wide-ranging manipulation of transfiguration, or the use of phantom magic, powerful explosive spells, and ancient magic texts displayed by Hermione, Luna, and Hannah in the confrontation. The old wizard has a refreshing feeling. The magical world hasn't seen such a new kind of fire for a long time. The teaching reform pilot proposed by Elena has achieved the expected results. Dumbledore. Professor? Hannah stared at Dumbledore blankly for a few seconds, then wandered back and forth on Elena and the old wizard, then boldly walked up to Dumbledore and poked her finger curiously. Click. The old man's arm. Immediately, Tai-Han-Han's fingers quickly retracted like an electric shock. This doesn't seem to be a fake! Exclamation mark. Sorry, Professor, I just... Don't get excited, dear boy. I can understand your worries now. Dumbledore glanced at the smirking little silver horde which not far away, shook his head with a wry smile, and said softly, but don't worry, I assure you that what appears to you now is the genuine Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore. If you are still a little worried, I will think about. After a short pause, Dumbledore said with a smile. In view of the wonderful performances of Miss Granger, Miss Ibo, and Miss Lovegood, each of you won 30 points for your academy. Miss Lovegood, your reward points will be officially admitted to you after that, added to the hourglass of the academy you were assigned to. Looking at Dumbledore suspiciously, Hermione quietly touched the dice lady next to her. Luna, isn't it fake this time? I don't think it is. And the dualistic reverse transformation architecture magic can't create entities out of thin air. At least Elena can't do this for the time being. Judging from Hannah's reaction, this time it should be real. Dumbledore. Professor, Luna replied in a low voice. No wonder she had always vaguely felt someone peeping nearby. Ha, Albus. It seems that Hogwarts needs to add some teaching content to Defense Against the Dark Arts next year. Looking at the two little witches who were whispering, Grindelwald grinned. Miss Granger, phantom magic was once a very popular magic. Many crappy wizards have relied on this skill to obtain living supplies in the non-magical world. Of course, there are also many unlucky ones who were caught after failure. But, I didn't see the corresponding record in the textbook. Of course, after all, this is not a glorious magic technique, but the difficulty is not low. Grindelwald shrugged non-committal and replied pointedly. Furthermore, with the implementation of the secrecy law, the utility of this kind of magic has plummeted. After all, most people are unable to create a large-scale and multi-angle reduction illusion like Miss Castellana. At best, it can only be used as an illusion. A prank magic that scares people, the way to deal with it is naturally gradually lost, just like most magic that is gradually disappearing. Glancing at Elena and the growing curiosity in the eyes of the little witches, Grindelwald smiled slightly. And I happen to know a little bit of cracking method. If you want to learn, I can teach you, but there is a small request rather than order. I hope you will temporarily assess the content of the 6th and 7th levels. Keep it confidential. and I will give you a copy of standard information later to ensure the teaching effect of the follow-up assessment. Of course, if you are embarrassed, you can also push the reason to us. Just say that Professor Dumbledore asked for confidentiality. Still Django. Chapter 622 Settlement Reward Seeking Monthly Ticket. At the same time, the auditorium hall of Hogwarts Castle. The night has gradually deepened, but the core members of the Raiders team gathered in the lobby did not disperse. They are still waiting for the assessment results from Hermione, Hannah, and Luna. The girls' time is compared to this time. It used to be longer. This also means that they are very likely to go further than anyone else in this assessment, and maybe even. Ding ding ding. At this moment, outside the entrance hall, the 4 huge hourglasses filled with gems of different colors, symbolizing the points of the 4 colleges, suddenly shook, and a series of jingle sounds came out. The little wizards turned their heads unanimously, and looked at the sounding college hourglass in amazement. I saw in the giant hourglasses of Hufflepuff College and Gryffindor College, beautiful diamonds and rubies fell like rain, hitting the pile of gems below, making a pleasing sound. Well, what is this fat? Marcus Flint was taken aback for a moment, and watched Gryffindor's score rise rapidly, and he was about to surpass Slytherin College. There were countless question marks on his face, and his mind flashed subconsciously through all kinds of shady. Could it be that this is why Gryffindor and Hufflepuff score higher than them? Because every night, in the dead of night, these 2 colleges will secretly get a little bit of extra points. On the other hand, the face of the Ravenclaw female prefect who was in the bottom position has also become weird. If it is because of the extra points brought by the actions of the 3 little witches, then why there is no hourglass in their house at all? Movement. Luna Lovegood is a pure-blooded Ravenclaw kitty. Even if this year's scores are not overwhelmingly hopeful, if they can increase slightly, at least they will not always be ridiculed by the other 3 colleges. As for the students of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, although they were full of joy, this time the extra points came too suddenly, so they didn't immediately cheered and celebrated. It would be embarrassing if it was a magic fault. Before the little wizards could fully recover, Harry Potter and others sitting on the edge of the auditorium suddenly stood up excitedly, waved vigorously towards the stairs outside the gate, and shouted expectantly, "Hey, look, Hermione and the others are back. Elena is here too." That is to say, following the reminders from Harry and Draco, the students gathered in the auditorium turned their attention away from the hourglass. Percy Weasley took a deep breath and looked expectantly at the 4 girls who were approaching. "Hermione, how is your assessment progress this time?" "This college points. Do you know what's going on?" The auditorium became quiet instantly. All the little wizards of the Raiders group looked nervously and expectantly at the 4 girls who entered the hall. Although they had already guessed, all the answers would not be truly revealed until the girls spoke out. "We." Hermione glanced at Elena beside her, and replied in a somewhat complicated tone. "Should be considered as a pass. Professor Dumbledore added 30 points to each of us as a reward based on our performance. According to the professor, all students who pass the level will receive a certain amount of points." "Wait, what about Luna? Why doesn't our Ravenclaw score?" Ravenclaw's next female prefect, Penelope Cravat, frowned and couldn't help but ask. Facing the future senior sister, Luna Lovegood sighed helplessly and took the initiative to explain. "The professor said that because I haven't completed the formal branch, I cannot immediately cash out the extra points for the time being, after I officially enroll in September. The extra points I got this year will be added to the college I am assigned to." "Miss Lovegood, Slytherin will always be your warmest home. You are a born Slytherin." Before Luna could finish her words, she saw the female prefect of Slytherin suddenly shine, and she couldn't wait to step forward, enthusiastically holding the hand of the somewhat daunting little moon, and said softly with a smile on her face, "Congratulations on successfully passing the test. We have prepared a celebration banquet for you in the lounge a long time ago. Let's live in our Slytherin college tonight." "Well, Elena should have told you about it. Our college arranged it. The buffet will be..." "Miss Darth, are you a bit too much?" "Let me be fair." Percy Weasley frowned, coughed lightly, and reached out to stop the movement of the Slytherin female prefect. Everyone knows that Luna's study arrangements this year are all based on the Gryffindor Academy schedule, and Hermione is also responsible for guiding her to live and study in the school on weekdays. This is the decision of the professors. There is one thing to say, Weasley. Listen to me from the perspective of a pure passerby. Looking at Luna, who was hesitating, Cedric Diggory reluctantly patted Percy on the shoulder. I think Professor Dumbledore is right. It's as if you have always believed that Elena belongs to Gryffindor, but she still chose Hufflepuff. The most important thing is Luna's own decision. Everything is in the end. We still have to wait until the sorting ceremony next semester to know the result. Don't forget, Hannah and Elena are both Hufflepuff. Cedric, I still believed it in the past, but since this year. Hey, Hufflepuff. Percy Weasley snapped open Cedric's hand on her shoulder, and said gruffly, since the big scuffle with Slytherin shortly after school started this year, Hufflepuff College has obviously had a very strange atmosphere. Although it usually seems to be as honest as before, it is always cold at critical times. After the outbreak, Gryffindor Academy suffered from a lack of sorrow in this regard. Cedric Diggory chuckled, did not choose to continue to quarrel with Percy Weasley, but turned to look at Elena and the girls around her, and asked curiously, so, dear ladies, what are the next 2 levels? Can you tell us now? I'm sorry, Dumbledore asked us to keep the specific content confidential. However, there is a reference material. Hannah shook her head, hesitated a little, and stepped forward in the eyes of everyone's expectation. Boom! A heavy tome was slapped on the long dining table in the center of the auditorium. The students are now noticing that Hannah Abbott has been holding a huge book in her arms, which looks like a thickened version of the History of Magic textbook. The only difference is that this book looks like be bigger and heavier. Although we can't disclose it directly, Professor Apocalypse deliberately compiled a detailed summary of required test sites, which covers the knowledge that each grade may use in subsequent levels. It should be able to help everyone. Looking at the heavy tome in a daze, the auditorium seemed to have been cast a collective petrification spell, and fell into a brief silence. At faces of Fred Weasley and George Weasley, the above is filled with resistance in an instant. Well, other than this, is there any other news? Marcus Flint twitched his cheeks, trying to squeeze an ugly smile. Elena, we have specially prepared a cold meal for you to celebrate. Today is such a celebration. Okay, I really can't help you. Looking around the expectant little wizards in the auditorium, Elena sighed helplessly. I can secretly tell you a little bit of inside information, but you have to help me keep it secret. I must not say that I disclosed it to you, otherwise the professors are likely to change the rules again and no longer allow me to help you. Of course, don't worry about this. Percy Weasley nodded seriously. That's right. Whoever dares to leak the news is the enemy of all the students. Marcus glanced threateningly at the auditorium. Hufflepuff will never betray a friend, you know it. Cedric echoed. Don't worry, Elena. We will only say that this is the result of our thinking. Punlo smiled slightly. Well, of course I believe everyone. After all, we are in the same group. Elena squinted her eyes happily, and the little doll hair on top of her head shook excitedly. The first level is the first level. I suggest that you remember to collect the branches of plants when you pass the level. These task items will significantly reduce the difficulty of the second level. Of course, remember to act lightly, otherwise they may get angry. In the giant chessboard of level 3, after the chess piece is knocked down, it will give other chess pieces of the same faction the attribute enhancement effect, and at the same time, killing the opponent piece will also get the attribute enhancement, but this mode will only play it takes effect in the chess state. The fourth level. Oh, this level is not difficult. You just need to trust your peers and other students. Works theoretically. Even if you don't work once, try a few more times. You can always get a potion that is easy to crack. As long as I pass the fourth level, I can give everyone a little help. If nothing else, I can definitely make everyone reach the final level of the assessment smoothly. As for the last level, I'm sorry, too. cannot say. The only thing that can be revealed is that each team that completes the clearance will earn a certain amount of extra points for their academy according to their performance. Of course, the bonus will also be issued. In the contemptuous and complicated eyes of the Hermione trio, Elena raised her fingers and told her secrets little by little. Due to the request of Professor Dumbledore and Professor Apocalypse, after the dungeon cleared the customs, they had to maintain the same line with Elena, temporarily cooperating with this white-haired ball, until more than 60% of the students in the school have completed it. Assessment. According to the customs of this land, when most people are immune to a phenomenon, they can provide protection for others who have not experienced these tests, so that other students will not have a psychological burden due to the content of the assessment. And as compensation for ignoring conscience, the partnership concealed important information. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Apocalypse offered a condition that Hermione, Hannah, and Luna could not refuse. Moments later, Hogwarts Auditorium. The little wizards who had finally collected valuable information dispersed contentedly, returning to their respective common rooms in groups, replenishing their energy, and confidently preparing for tomorrow's dungeon clearance plan. Hey, Elena, where are you going? Hermione Granger stretched out her hand, accurately buckled the white-haired dumpling beside her who was about to stray, and asked with a smile. I plan to take Luna to the Slytherin lounge for a buffet. Elena froze and explained quickly with a smirk. No, I can find the way. Luna Lovegood blinked and interrupted seriously. I will go alone. What do you want to eat? I will bring you back later. According to the previous agreement, you need to receive justice in the Gryffindor dormitory, so I suggest Elena you better don't continue to shame. Hannah, let's go back to Hufflepuff College. I haven't been with you for a long time. Don't worry about that, Elena. I'm sleeping with Hermione tonight, and Professor Dumbledore has agreed. Hannah Abbott smiled sweetly, showing two cute dimples on her delicate face. After all, I finally passed such a wonderful assessment. I think we all have a lot to say tonight, and a lot of things to do. After all, whether it is the suspended animation you wrote and acted, or the subsequent battles are very interesting. Well, Elena, this is what you promised yourself. Hermione stretched out her finger, fiddled with the little dull hair on the top of the white hair ball, and said leisurely, we cooperate with you in acting, and you are at our disposal. If you disagree or temporarily break the contract, Professor Dumbledore has agreed to personally seize and petrify you. You are so smart, you will not easily break the contract, right? But didn't I apologize, Hermione? It's a big deal that 100 times I don't want it. We are tied. No, 100 times. If I lose, I will do what I say. Never regret it. Hermione flushed slightly, bit her lip, and said firmly, anyway, these two things can't be confused. Since you are in our hands today, absolutely Hugh. Wait, Hannah, Hermione, do you remember that I just healed all the wounds for you tonight? Actually, I was forced. I have always been very resistant in my heart. You must let me explain. But, why do I feel, Sister Elena, you seem to have been quite happy. Luna Lovegood tilted her head and asked softly. Hearing Luna's question, Hermione and Hannah looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Oh, so you are still very happy? Luna, go and come back quickly. We will wait for you to come back together. Settle, count, reward, encourage. 2 in 1 chapter. Ask for votes. Chapter 623. When you fail the exam seeking a monthly pass. Hogwarts calendar 999. The last weekend of June. With the help of Elena Castellana, the trio of Hermione Granger, Hannah Ibo, and Luna Lovegood successfully passed the test of the Dark Defense and brought it back. This is an extremely valuable copy of the first pass experience. As for the subsequent punishment game between the 4 girls that night, it doesn't matter. On the second day, the Hogwarts students found the sudden increase in points by Hufflepuff and Gryffindor after going through the huge hourglass to record the scores of the College Cup. This seemed particularly extraordinary towards the end of the semester. Obvious and strange. Immediately afterwards, Information about the breakthrough of the Black Demon defense was quickly spread. The assessment that was once considered impossible by the students could actually be cleared. At breakfast this morning, Dumbledore confirmed the news again and publicly honored the gold coin reward he had promised. Academy points, Jinjialong, grade bonus, and various factors are superimposed together. At this moment, the little wizards who were not so interested in this level were also excited, and their confidence and desire to win and lose were all aroused at once. Since 2 first-year freshmen and a trainee who has not yet enrolled can pass the customs smoothly, then it is unreasonable that these senior students who have studied for more than 2.5 years and who love cannot do this. The 3 little witches were originally one of the most popular little guys in the school. After the addition of the first pass halo this time, the attention in the school is even higher. Even the students of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, now seeing them all become extremely enthusiastic, beating various customs clearance details. With the last week left before the end of Hogwarts this year, everyone still has plenty of opportunities to try. What makes the students admire even more is that even if they became the star students, the 3 little witches did not show too much pride. Instead, they became more and more immersed in learning and magic practice. In addition to the content of the following 2 levels, the girls shared all the previous assessment content without any concealment, accompanied by the disclosure of many small details, such as the type of medicine drawn by Luna and the others in the 4th level. The students easily drew an obvious inference. Compared to Luna, Hermione, and Hannah, what they lack is just a little bit of luck. And this kind of luck is for everyone. It's fair, isn't it? Boom. 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 The entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Who is Cormac McLaggen? Come out to me. We must have a good chat today. 2 Slytherin students and a Hufflepuff student stood in front of the portrait of the fat lady, shouting angrily into the doorway, and the little lions, who had always been irritable, seemed to be deaf this time. No one came out to respond. After a while, the portrait slowly rotated away. Percy Weasley was standing by the door, the silver prefect badge gleaming on her chest, frowning. This is the Gryffindor common room. I am the prefect. What do you want to do? Look, this potion was made by Cormac McLaggen, right? One of the Slytherin students vigorously waved an empty potion bottle in his hand, and roared loudly, "It's just the simplest antidote to confusion potion. He doesn't know what ghost is added to it. It tastes awful. That's all. The key is that it is still poisonous." We are about to pass the 4th level, and we are planted on this bottle of inferior antidote. These days, situations like this have been a little bit more frequent. As the college targeted by Snape the most, the average level of Gryffindor students' potions class is not very good, and the quality of the potions produced is natural, also uneven. As for the solution, it is naturally quite sound and complete. Percy Weasley couldn't help but twitched, and replied very skillfully, "The identification of antidote is also part of the test." So, is it still the old rule? Yes, it's the old rule. An ear-known duel. Defense against the Dark Arts classroom, with Professor Apocalypse as the referee. Well then, McLaggen, what do you think? Another one is coming to a duel. Okay, no problem. I promised, but you guess it will be tomorrow. I still have 3 duels today. At the same time, the culprit, Gryffindor's second-year student, Cormac McLaggen, also appeared at the door of the portrait, standing behind Percy Weasley with his arms in his arms, and replied sullenly, "Although potions are not necessarily good, with the high-intensity duels scheduled these days, the experience of the Gryffindor students in magic duels has increased rapidly. Even if they take turns in duels, they can maintain their winning rate at a percentage point. It is more than 60. However, on the other hand, the little wizards of Gryffindor College have difficulty receiving applications from other colleges. After all, the main assessment difficulties of the first 4 levels are potions, herbs and spells. In this regard, Ravenclaw and Slytherin College have certain advantages. In terms of inter-academic popularity, Hufflepuff is obviously better than the Little Lion. They are more reliable, especially when Professor Snape said the sentence, "When you can't pass the assessment, Don't always ask the professor why. The reason I have written on the potion bottle in the level is the result of your own planting in the past year. In front of the lounge of Gryffindor College, there are waves of little wizards who live in catastrophe, come to seek revenge almost every day. And this situation continued until the morning 2 days later. Everyone, before breakfast today, there are a few more special news. Albus Dumbledore smiled, stood up and cleared his throat. Percy Weasley, Fred Weasley, and George Weasley have used their wonderful performances to become the second group of little wizards who cleared the Dark Demon Defense test. For this reason, I want to reward Gryffindor College with 75 points. Accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, the huge hourglass at Gryffindor College seemed to be raining heavily, and rubies poured down tumblingly, instantly exceeding the total points of Slytherin College, second only to Hufflepuff. Under the odd. However, Dumbledore's words did not end. In addition, Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, and Ron Weasley also succeeded in passing the Dark Demon Defense test last night. I want to reward Gryffindor College with 50 points and Slytherin College with 25 points. The cheers of the Gryffindors almost overturned the enchanted ceiling. Every little wizard in Gryffindor College jumped up and down at the dining table ecstatically. He went up 125 points in one breath, and now Gryffindor's score is equal to that of the first place. Hufflepuff was only 10 minutes away. In other words, they are only one step away from winning the Academy Cup. This is undoubtedly an extremely exciting news for the Gryffindor Academy, which was almost desperate, and more importantly, the proud Gryffindor Cubs proved that they are not dungeon poison with facts. You know, almost 2/3 of the 3 teams cleared today are Gryffindor little wizards. Impossible. How could you beat that big dog? Marcus Flint hammered the table hard, stood up in disbelief, turned and looked at the Gryffindor Academy next door. His lips squirmed several times, and beside him, there were several other Slytherins. The little wizards have the same expression. After the 4th level is over, Elena will give the little wizards a puppy dog as a help. In the next 2 levels, when the little wizards are in danger, the 3-headed little milk dog will take the initiative to break the seal and return to the complete form of Skull Grade Middle. Hell 3-headed dog to help the students complete customs clearance. But when the students arrive at the final level, they will change from a combat partner to a guardian demon. At this stage, Elena will be temporarily imprisoned on a bronze seat in the 7th level, waiting for them to proceed. Rescue can no longer provide any help. It's just that, in these days, no one has ever successfully saved Elena. As for the completion of the last 2 assessments without the help of Luwai's power, it is not that no team has tried. But not to mention the Fantastic Animals level of level 5, the test of level 6 is the battle with the projections of Voldemort and the Death Eaters. In the face of the vicious Death Eaters, the most terrifying Dark Lord in history, even if it is just a projection, is enough to make most of the little wizards lose their fighting spirit, or their strength is seriously out of balance. Most of the little wizards at Slytherin College chose to surrender when they first met. Of course, they were all sentenced to death by the ruthless dark forces and executed immediately, which was extremely painful and cruel. Therefore, after experiencing several confrontational struggles, almost all teams will choose this level to use the 3-headed dog Luwai to assist in the clearance. They follow Luwai's strong body and can symbolically cast a few spells. Up, facing Marcus Flint's doubts, the 4 Weasley brothers raised their eyebrows triumphantly, showing a very unanimous ass expression, provocatively raising their dinner cups, and did not do much. Answer: after undergoing frequent duel exercises, those clumsy Death Eaters are too easy to deal with. Almost every one of them has killed the Dark Lord. On the other hand, according to the original plot setting, as long as the completion of killing the Dark Lord is actually considered as passing the assessment, if you choose to exit the dungeon directly, you can still get the basic 5-point reward and performance improvement. As for higher scores and Jinji Arlong rewards, you still need to pass a level. Regrettably, all the little wizards who have passed all the assessments have been instructed by Professor Dumbledore and Professor Apollocles. It is not allowed to reveal too many detailed follow-up levels details, so that students can find the correct one by themselves. The way. Of course, there are a few loopholes in the rules after all. In other words, from the very beginning, Elena and the professors can leave such a small gap so that students can participate more and better in this rare large-scale campus event and gain something from it. After the breakfast of the day is over, Ravenclaw's current prefect, Miss Peach, brought a group of little sisters and jammed at Gryffindor's table. Weasley, stop for me. This is the reason you said yesterday that your stomach was a little uncomfortable. So you temporarily withdrew from my team. You secretly went through the level, and today you didn't say anything clearly. Ahem, Merrill, let me explain. George Weasley's face froze, and he explained with a smile in the playful eyes of the brothers around him. Actually, I am about to come to you. Although Professor Dumbledore did not allow us to disclose too much content, we carefully studied the rules last night and found a small loophole in it. We can give it a try today. Oh, what loophole? You better not fool me with the idea. Ravenclaw's Miss Peach has a faint look, puts her hands on her chest, and raises her eyebrows. Any secret, when it is known by more than 3 people, is no longer a secret, and any record, when it is broken for the first time, the difficulty of reaching it again will be reduced by several levels. The next day, early morning, Meryl Streep, Angelina Johnson, George Weasley, successfully cleared the level. For this, I want to reward Ravenclaw College with 10 points, and Gryffindor College with 10 points. Penlow Cravat, Percy Weasley, Fred Weasley, successfully cleared the level. For this, I want to reward Ravenclaw Academy with 15 points. Pansy Parkinson, Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter. On this day, Hufflepuff College led the College Cup scores for a whole semester and was overtaken. At the same time, it also means that the entire Hogwarts has officially entered. What Elena and the professors are looking forward to seeing is that the schools in off-term scrambled Malera, and there is still a week before the end of the semester. Since there is only one chance to enter the dungeon every day, the success rate is extremely critical. The 4 colleges, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, who were originally full of estrangement and strangeness, spontaneously began to know each other in such a wonderful state, seeking to form a team with each other. Whether it is a good student with excellent grades, or a small messenger with strong hands and ability, even if it is a little short of ability, you can find a super sociable with a strong team to lead the pass. All in all, in theory, everyone has the opportunity to complete customs clearance and get a considerable amount of pocket money. As the newly promoted Gringotts Fairy Queen, Elena specially prepared a reward of 100,000 gold gallons for this large-scale Hogwarts event, or more accurately, it should be called, relying on his own strength, he defeated the Wayhead, and passed the fixed drop of level 6. If Voldemort is really resurrected, better not take the initiative to come to Hogwarts, otherwise. Elena shook the Wynard red pomegranate juice in the goblet in her hand, while she manipulated the illusions and magic very skillfully, controlling the assessment that was not far away, watching the little wizards surrounded by Death Eaters. Next, counterattack calmly. TSK Tusk, progress is fast. It seems that next semester we can consider letting some Destiny Wizards join the confrontation. Continue the 2-in-1 chapter. Goo. Chapter 624 Merlin Medal and Contribution Award. It's finally over. How many people have passed the assessment now? As of last night, a total of 275 students have cleared the customs. It's a pity that there is not enough time. Otherwise the number may at least double. I even received several requests for postponement of vacation. Incredible. In the principal's office, Dumbledore said with a grin, with pleasant reflections on the lenses. And in the soft armchair not far from the old wizard, Elena stretched hard, ignoring the look of Fox's expectation on the bird shelf next to her. grabbed a rubbing of fragrant fried fish and rice and threw it into her mouth, shook his head. Too much is too late. Appropriate regret is more conducive to continuing the enthusiasm for learning. Yes, I think so too. So I rightfully rejected these applications to prepare them to enjoy the summer vacation life at ease. But I must say again, will the bonuses be too much? Are you worried that people will spend too much pocket money? Don't worry, this is my field. Elena smiled slightly and took out a few parchment papers from her chest and spread them on Dumbledore's desk. Hogwarts Round Face Fat Chicken Summer Takeaway Hogsmeade Commercial Center Renovation Plan. How to recycle the surplus gold coins is not a complicated matter, right? The house elves are happy to serve everyone during the holidays. As for the messenger, it is said that this year the owl shed his allot of little lives. Yes, I finally made up for last year's losses. This time I will consider remarks on banned food and toxic labels. Ahem, that was all a long time ago. Elena gave a slightly embarrassed cough, ignored Dumbledore's teasing, and continued. In addition, as we discussed before, when everyone returns home, the school will once again send an owl messenger to the home of each student who has cleared the customs, telling their parents that they have passed the final assessment and received a sum of money. Good news for a lot of bonuses, of course. This may require you as the sender. Oh, this is really bad news. Dumbledore shook his head and sighed helplessly. Of course, if I refuse, I guess you can find someone who imitates my signature, right? Hopefully, I can still receive gifts for Christmas during the semester. It's okay. I can publish a special issue for you in New Singing Contradictory to ask for a gift, if you need it. Elena shrugged unmovedly, grabbed a handful of small fish and sprinkled it into Fox's trough, and asked casually while touching the warm and soft feathers of the gold-eared bird. But speaking of it, I originally thought you would oppose my arrangement in the 6th level. If I guessed correctly, the school should have received a lot of complaints in the past few weeks. It is said that Connolly a few days ago Fudge came to Hogwarts himself. In fact, on the contrary, everyone agrees with such an attempt. Dumbledore smiled, fumbled around the table, and handed Elena a small box. Click. The box opened slightly, revealing the contents inside. 2 delicate golden medals with magical light lay quietly in the middle of the red cushion. As for Connolly, in fact, he came to school for another thing. Congratulations, he won a Merlin 2nd class medal and a Merlin class 3rd medal. The reason is that the Ministry of Magic successfully captured it. Peter Pettigrew provided important information and put forward a constructive practical assessment plan in the Hogwarts education reform. Glancing at the weird expression on Elena's face, Dumbledore's smile couldn't help but deepen. I know that for you, these 2 medals are probably nothing, but it is a memorable life brand. Its significance does not lie in the level of medal it is, nor does it depend on who issued it. What's more important is to record the correct and memorable things you did at a certain node. Maybe you need to wait many years later, when you start to look back on the footprints that you have left in this life, you will be aware of them. Precious. The Merlin medal originated in the 15th century and was awarded uniformly by Wisingamo. It is usually composed of a gold medal with a ribbon of the corresponding color. It is the most widely recognized social contribution medal in the magic world today. Each level of medal represents a different meaning, and the importance is not strictly determined by the size of the number. The Merlin First Class Medal is awarded to those who show particularly outstanding courage and talent in the field of magic and society. The medal is matched with a green ribbon. Dumbledore has won the Merlin First Class Medal several times. Of course, Peter Pettigrew and Tom Riddle once had Merlin First Class medals. The Merlin Class 2 medal is awarded to people with outstanding achievement or effort, and the medal is accompanied by a purple ribbon. The 3rd level medal is usually awarded to those who contribute to academics or entertainment, and is accompanied by a white ribbon. In a long period of time, usually a generation of talents will have several awards. With bureaucratic thinking gradually spreading in Wisingamo, the number of new Merlin medal winners has increased significantly in recent years, especially the number of high-level medals. far more than most people think. For a coveted award, it is not a rare phenomenon that the number of first-level medals exceeds the sum of the second and third-level medals. Even so, it is still not easy for Dumbledore to make an exception to apply for 2 medals for an 11-year-old Elena, especially when the reasons he gave are not so convincing. I really don't understand your thoughts, anyway, thank you. Glancing at Dumbledore, who was serious, Elena didn't know what to say for a while. Even if the old wizard didn't say anything, she could guess that these 2 medals were definitely not sent to the door of her own initiative. It is not the first time that Elena has seen Albus Dumbledore's uncommon stubbornness. I've seen it. To be honest, Professor, Elena curled her lips, compared to these 2 inedible medals, at the same time, you will also get this. Before Elena could finish her words, Dumbledore took out a small box from the edge of the table, and handed it to Elena, another golden medal, just like Santa Claus who handed out gifts for Christmas. Hogwarts Special Contribution Award, Elena Caslana. First of all, I must solemnly declare that this is by no means a reward for your mortgaged school, Dumbledore said half-jokingly, rubbing his fingers on the golden shield-shaped medal, his blue eyes staring at the little silver hoard which in front of him through the lens, his tone gradually becoming more formal. Elena Caslana, during the 19,911,992 academic year at Hogwarts, you made an outstanding contribution to breaking the long-standing invisible barriers between the 4 colleges, and uniting the entire school. Therefore, as the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I grant you the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award in recognition of your contributions to the school. Oh, of course, the formal award ceremony will be held at the semester ceremony tomorrow. At this moment, Dumbledore blinked mischievously and quickly took the medal back. You have to understand, because I need to decide how many points should be added to Hufflepuff based on the scores of the 4 colleges tomorrow, so as to ensure that you, the winner of this year's Special Contribution Award, can help your college win the College Cup. Will it be inappropriate for you to speak directly about this kind of shady thing behind the scenes? The corners of Elena's mouth twitched slightly, and the excitement in her heart subsided in an instant. No, I must explain in advance. Otherwise, Dumbledore shook his head and said meaningfully, if tomorrow's Hufflepuff College scores do not meet the target for the time being, I am afraid that on the last day of this school year, some weird things will happen in the school, right, Miss Caslana? Don't worry, Gryffindor won't fight with Slytherin tomorrow. I promise. Chapter 625, The Trustworthy Liar. There is no doubt that Elena Caslana is indeed a headache little devil. But on the other hand, the Demon Kings who keep their promises the most in the world are often these Demon Kings, compared with the Justice Partners who are used to finding excuses for themselves. The lawful evil Demon Kings are more accustomed to obeying the contract and enjoying the pleasure of playing with the rules. Leaving the principal's office, Elena went straight to the door of the Gryffindor common room. And beside her, Louis, who was in the form of a little milk dog, quickly grew bigger. He squatted in front of the portrait of the fat lady who looked calm and blocked the open space that was about to go to the gate of the castle. Gryffindor Jr. was dueling with Slytherin in front of the lions. The plan has changed, and you may not be able to go out tonight. This is Professor Dumbledore's request, Elena said calmly. Since the test of the black magic defense, she became more and more calm. But all the students who have gone through the last level know that if Elena is fully fired, the number advantage will hardly have any effect in front of her, not to mention that the 3-headed dog Louis in full body state is also almost invincible. With excitement, he pushed open the door of the portrait, and Fred Weasley, who was about to kill all quarters, stopped. Glancing at the 3-generation Meguro Lord and her loyal dog Legs standing in front of the door, Fred whispered, "In a quarter of an hour, we can beat that group of Slytherins in a quarter of an hour. It's a pity, you see, there are shield signs around Louis, so you must attack this mocking follower first." Elena shrugged unmoved. and pointed to the three-headed dog with special effects behind her. With her proficiency in the dual backward structure transformation magic, this most basic special effect processing can even cast spells without spells. According to the agreement, she can cast this spell at will near Dumbledore. The entrance to the office of Principal Hogwarts should obviously be included in this nearby description. Ahem, Elena, I don't understand. Oliver Wood, carrying a batting bat, walked out from behind Fred and asked helplessly, "Just this morning, don't you still say with certainty that you can create opportunities for us to resolve our grievances?" "Yes, I did say that, so Professor Apollocles will not show up. But that doesn't mean that I support you in gathering a crowd before the year-end banquet. It's not easy for Gryffindor to earn points. Don't let everyone's hard work be discarded." "But we have already mobilized in the lounge, and Slytherin has also received our war book. If we Gryffindor take the lead in breaking the contract, I can already imagine tomorrow morning." "Oh, don't worry," Elena smiled slightly, showing a sly little devil look. "I think you should have noticed that between the Hogwarts gate and the Hogsmeade station, there is a fairly open space. Letting go of the past does not mean forgetting the past. According to the magical girl's law of friendship, true friendship only becomes stable and mature after experiencing a battle of powerful magic with each other. People will only make friends with people who are equal to them. This is a simple truth." At this point, Elena has successfully combined theory and practice. After all, in the past year, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, Slytherin and Hufflepuff, have all successfully completed the pilot test of don't fight, don't know each other. Of course, Slytherin College and Gryffindor College also need such a vigorous confrontation to eliminate the long backlog of gaps. If it doesn't work once, it's okay to come back several times. Since she has won a Hogwarts Special Contribution Medal for this, as a trustworthy little witch, Elena will naturally not do the kind of bad behavior of crossing the river and breaking the bridge and treachery. This is the basic rule of the devil. However, under comprehensive consideration, she still intends to balance the emotions of all parties slightly. "Reserve grain and send me a secret letter to Marcus Flint." Elena skillfully pulled her little owl from her chest, shook it, and lightly tapped her magic wand on a blank piece of parchment, and a series of ink-like dents surfaced on the paper. The duel time has changed. On the day of leaving school, the gate of the school will burn after reading. Remember. Don't worry, Slytherin College will not refuse my request. Elena glanced at the cubs in front of him and said softly, "Then, you shouldn't make it difficult for me, right?" Hogwarts holiday time starts after the year-end banquet. In other words, whether it is the Reasonable Restraint of Minor Wizards Act, the International Wizarding Federation Confidentiality Act, and the Hogwarts School Rules, the day after the banquet ends, until the students arrive 9 3/4, during the platform, it is meaningless. This is a very rare and cherished time. Many students will make full use of the last few hours before the holiday, allowing free use of magic, to try things in the school and in the train box that they have been banned for a school year. What Elena did was just a reminder to the little wizards of the two academies. Rather than wasting precious time that is only once a year aimlessly, it is better for everyone to gather together to verify each other's learning results this year, resolve the contradictions accumulated during this semester, and not bring the gaps in the past to the future. Hundreds of house elves in Hogwarts Castle will be guarded by the side throughout the whole process, to resist some dangerous magic that may be instantly fatal for the students if there is any. According to the Hogwarts student database collected by Elena these days in Dungeons, in terms of the degree of danger, the second and third places are temporarily occupied by Hannah and Hermione. So, we locked the Academy Cup champion in advance. In the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory, Hannah opened her eyes in surprise. "Anyway, we are number 1? SHHH. Keep it quiet. Keep it quiet. Professor Dumbledore asked me to keep it secret. Although there will not be too many objections to reason, but if it is between the beginning of the banquet, everyone knows that the ending has been agreed. It's not good after all." "I'm just a little surprised," this? Hannah Abbott faltered. In her mind, Professor Dumbledore, who had always been fair, gradually began to show a slight collapse, which shocked the little iron girl, although there have been too many things that have surprised her this year. Yes, I told you all my secrets, so in exchange. Elena smiled, leaned close to Hannah's cute earlobe, and took a breath. What exactly did you discuss with Hermione that night? Can you tell me? Me. Feeling the hot and humid breath coming from the side, Hannah's little ears instantly turned red. Turning her head and looking at the lake Ebuas that were close at hand by the pillow, her eyes stopped for a moment on the little dull hair on the top of the girl's head. Jerking up the quilt to cover himself. Hermione is right. You are a dangerous big liar. I won't be fooled by you. Good night. The 626th chapter. All cheating? Exclamation mark. On the night before the year-end banquet, Dumbledore did not fall asleep until the bell rang 12 o'clock. Hogwarts was as quiet as usual, and the large-scale academy confrontation that the old man was worried about did not happen. Elena Castellana fulfilled her promise. The private duel invitation that was originally surging among the students did not happen as expected. Both the Gryffindor and the Slytherin students stayed in each other obediently, did not go out in the dormitory. Looking at a peaceful campus in the auditorium that morning, Dumbledore was in a pretty good mood. Okay, Dumbledore looked at everyone with a smile. In the past half-month, I think everyone has had a lot of fun in the new Hogwarts final practice assessment level, some of which performed well. The students also won more awards for themselves and the college. As of last night, a total of 275 students successfully passed all the levels. I am very happy to announce to everyone that this level event is over. Oh, no. I can definitely clear the customs today. Just once. The last time, there was a slight commotion in the Hogwarts auditorium, and the little wizards who had not had time to pass the level could not help but wailed, with expressions of regret and frustration on their faces. Dumbledore continued with a smile. Regarding the bonus points details of all the levels of this semester, Mr. Filch will post them on the bulletin board outside the auditorium later, and the corresponding bonus score adjustments will be completed before the year-end banquet tonight. However, I need to just a reminder, this does not mean the final college scores of this school year. At the beginning of this school year, I once said that the final grades of each grade of the 4 colleges this year will also be one of the important factors in determining the ownership of the College Cup. Today, during the day, my professors and I will complete all the score statistics. The college with the highest overall score in each grade will win 100 college points for itself. So for the rest of the day, I suggest that everyone get out of the castle, take a broomstick and fly around the Quidditch stadium twice, or go to the Black Lake to bask in the sun, or get some cold drinks and snacks from the kitchen. Lie on the school lawn and chat with friends, relax. Of course, remember not to eat too much. If you miss the food on the year-end banquet, you may regret a summer vacation. After saying this, Dumbledore clapped his hands happily and announced the beginning of breakfast as usual. After the breakfast, almost none of the students left the auditorium. Everyone gathered on the bulletin board outside, waiting for Argus Filch to nail a few large rolls of parchment to the wall, each looking for his own name in the column of his college, and silently calculating his score. Are there any errors or omissions? With the increase in the number of customs clearances every day, the old wizards naturally can no longer praise them in sequence as they did in the previous days. Under Elena's suggestion, it was replaced by a more standardized and transparent list of points. In fact, Hogwarts College points model has been vague before, and there have always been questions about shady points. In view of this situation, as a fair and just Hufflepuff, Elena is naturally on the side of justice. Her proposal has undoubtedly been approved by most of the little wizards, and Dumbledore will naturally not oppose. Moreover, starting from next year, Hogwarts will publish the school breakdown list of each college in the past year on the school bulletin board at the end of each term, which includes a series of points: change time, value, involved personnel, reason, etc. Key information. The schedule released this week is a small pilot project to judge future workload and student feedback. In view of the poor mathematical foundation of the students, even 200 records are enough to consume them for a long time. Of course, due to the increase in the difficulty of the Eagle Ring this year, Ravenclaw College will do this in this regard a lot ahead. At the same time, the other side, Hogwarts Faculty and Staff Lounge. The room seemed to have undergone a little change, and it seemed to be at least twice as spacious as usual. The professors of various subjects at Hogwarts gathered together to count the students' performance in their respective subjects. And beside each of them, there are one or two goblins holding paper and pen to assist in numerical calculations, as Hogwarts generously loaned Gingy Arlong to the Gringotts Wizarding Bank to tide over the difficulties, and the subsequent iteration of the magic world currency of Hogwarts Jingaroon. The new Gringotts Fairy Queen signed a long-term cooperation with the school and is willing to provide necessary human and financial support for Hogwarts at any time. However, with the progress of statistics, professors gradually discovered a strange thing. Professor Snape, don't you think something is wrong? Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Everything seems normal to me. Severus, don't get excited. Minerva is not accusing anyone. When Albus Dumbledore opened the door of the lounge, he happened to encounter Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape, who were facing each other, and they were beside them, surrounded by a group of professors who were advising. Tuke, Tuke. Dumbledore knocked on the door panel politely with his knuckles, and looked at the professors in the lounge with some confusion. Can anyone explain to me a little bit what happened? In fact, it's nothing. It's just a misunderstanding. And soon, Professor Sprout gave a light cough and rounded the field with a smile on his face. However, before the short and chubby witch could finish speaking, Professor McGonagall's solemn voice sounded in the room. I now have every reason to suspect that Slytherin College involved collective fraud in the final exams, multiple grades, multiple disciplines. This is not a conclusion I reached alone. Many professors present must think so, right? Shameful and ugly slander, nonsense. Professor McGonagall, I don't understand. Severus Snape snorted coldly, with a hint of indifference in his tone. Is it so difficult for you to admit the students in our college and admit that Slytherin is better? Perhaps you have also noticed how much potions the Gryffindor students have made in the past practice assessments. It's terrible. But why do I hear many students complain? That is because you always make things difficult for our college children in class. Professor McGonagall squinted his eyes and responded tit for tat. People always like to attribute their lack of effort and badness to others' troubles, which is not surprising. Snape shrugged disapprovingly, said flatly, and pointed at the surrounding test papers. Because they are indeed the worst performing group. The answer sheet in this room also illustrates this point again. As for your confusion, don't forget that Slytherin College has won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years, which means from 2nd to 6th grade, they are indeed better than the other students in this school. Do you really think that your favoritism in class is unknown to everyone? Oh, but if I remember correctly, it's mainly because we performed well on Quidditch. As for the deductions, I have to be thankful that the students in our college are rarely locked up, and late or do other things. Bad thing. Unfortunately, collective fraud is the worst thing. Speaking of Quidditch, Professor McGonagall seemed to have been stabbed by a needle, and suddenly pressed his lips tightly, as if he had just drunk a cup of very strong black coffee, and repeated it again with a very serious expression. For a student, this is undoubtedly the worst thing. Cheating? So, we are back to the original question, right? Snape let out a sneer, but there was no smile in his voice, and he asked coldly, so excuse me, dear Professor McGonagall, what about your evidence? A college student involved in collective cheating, Minerva. The accusation is quite serious. After listening to the side for a while, Dumbledore frowned again and again, the confusion on his face a little bit more confused. It shouldn't be. What exactly is going on? Exclamation mark. Moreover, based on Dumbledore's knowledge of Professor McGonagall and his trust in Hogwarts students, If there is a large-scale collective fraud, it is unreasonable that so many professors have not found it in the examination room. You know, even if Slytherin College won first place in previous years, there has never been such a dispute. Judging from the atmosphere in the faculty lounge, it seems that there are still many strange things about this matter. Now those who have not professors who join the argument. Silence in itself represents an ambiguous statement. The evidence is in these test papers. All the Slytherin test papers. Professor McGonagall tapped his finger on the large pile of parchment in front of him. Fortunately there are fairies from Gringotts, otherwise I almost didn't notice the weirdness of these answers. In this year's written exam, the results of the Slytherin students are so outstanding. Almost all of them are outstanding. The most important thing is, after a short pause, Professor McGonagall's tone was filled with a hint of irony. All the important and difficult points, these children have answered quite accurately, as if they were excerpted from the book in advance. But on some basic and simple knowledge, there was an error, not just a transformation. Subject: almost all subjects have exactly the same situation. Isn't that obvious enough? That can only show that the children in our college are a bit lofty, and I will remind them about this later. Snape replied blankly, this is normal. Smart little guys will always ignore some basic knowledge, consciously or unconsciously. Even so, you can't obliterate the fact that Slytherin is leading in all grades. Comprehensive leading. So what was the result? Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment, turned his head to look at Professor Flitwick next to him, and asked in a low voice, compared with the two professors who are facing each other, he wants to listen to the opinions of the onlookers first. From the 1st to the 6th grade, Slytherin Academy's overall results are always the first. Even in the 1st grade of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor this year, the average score is still one step worse than that of Slytherin. Shortcut. That's nothing. Wait. That is, if according to this year's rules. Dumbledore's face was dumbfounded, and he immediately realized the problem. Professor Flitwick, whose feet were floating in the air, stretched out his hands helplessly, and replied somewhat reluctantly. Yes, if you follow this year's comprehensive assessment rules, Slytherin will get 500 points, directly surpassing all academies, and locked in this year's Academy Cup in advance of consecutive championships, which is simply outrageous. Then Minerva, besides suspicion because of abnormal grades, do you have any other evidence? Dumbledore pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Professor McGonagall not far away. Professor McGonagall shook his head and replied solemnly, this time is limited, and we just discovered this problem, but okay, I see, let's end the argument here. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and suddenly recalling something, interrupted McGonagall with a weary wave of his hand. In the absence of conclusive evidence of fraud, I tend to agree with Severus' view that these children's performance should be considered valid if the cause is identified later, but there is something wrong. Then deal with it. The average score for the entire 5 grades is the first. Hey, what a great achievement. If Dumbledore remembers correctly, since this year's Quidditch match, in order to prevent Malfoy and others from being excluded and bullied in the academy, Elena temporarily moved to live in the Slytherin dormitory. Since then, a certain white-haired dumpling seems to have been living in Slytherin College to review his homework. Of course, in addition to the first-year courses, most of the senior-level courses she applied for to take exceptions were also those children who turned to Slytherin. I heard that she was almost spoiled as a real little boy in Slytherin. The devil is now. And Elena's final score happened to be all full marks. Dumbledore shook his head nonchalantly. He had almost guessed part of the truth. Hey, this kid. He almost shot himself in the foot. Chapter 627. The most beautiful night. Look for a monthly pass. The quarrel in the faculty lounge should have been a secret. However, the secrets always spread like wildfire. Before the year-end banquet, the teachers and students of the school already knew the terrifying average score of Slytherin College, and the atmosphere of the academy that had been slightly eased became a bit tense again. However, to the little wizards of Slytherin College, Such hostility is no stranger. Whether they won the Quidditch Champions Cup or won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive times, rumors always linger around them. Black Wizard Academy, Death Eater Academy, Violence Academy, and Privilege Academy. The Slytherins have had enough nicknames over the years, and they didn't care about adding the title of Cheating Academy. That's strange. Boom. Slander. Shameful slander. Cassius Wallington hammered the table hard and said bitterly, and beside him, the faces of the Slytherin students were also not very good looking, and they had endured too much cynicism on this day. Even if the emeralds in the college hourglass poured out like a waterfall, they couldn't stop the ridicule of other colleges. The easiest way to irritate a person is to completely deny the effort he has made. As Severus Snape said, this group of Slytherin students is indeed quite good, winning the Hogwarts Cup for 6 consecutive years, especially when the dark forces fell. It is extremely rare. With a good foundation, coupled with a little careless help from the 3rd generation of Meguro Lords, the overall performance of Slytherin College has increased significantly this year. It is not a strange thing, compared to children from other colleges. The biggest advantage of Slytherin College is that they can always find a balance between high-quality tool people and self-interested people. Don't be impulsive, Warrington, this is their conspiracy. Marcus Flint licked his big teeth, took a deep breath, and looked around at his classmates. Ms. Caslana has given us 2 warnings secretly: restrain your emotions, and don't be disturbed and provoked by external rumors. If there really is a conflict, other professors will definitely deduct points without hesitation. Yes, don't forget how our good results came about this time. Graham Montage nodded and said gruffly, facts have proved that fighting against the eldest sister Elena will not end well. On the contrary, as far as possible to complete her instructions and needs, many good things will fall on us inadvertently. Who dares to betray the eldest sister? I can't spare him. Don't worry. No one will betray Slytherin, and no one will betray Elena. Daphne Greengrass said softly, a bit of bitterness flashing in her eyes. As a first-year student, she was not qualified to sit among the senior students to participate in the discussion, but in today's Slytherin College, the freshmen enrolled with Elena this year are obviously quite special. By the way, the eldest sister asked me to ask, how are the arrangements for the day of leaving school? After a short pause, the girl lowered her head to look at the little book in her hand, then turned her head to look at Marcus Flint. It stands to reason that these things should be arranged by Draco Malfoy, but in order to avoid Professor Dumbledore's eyeliner in the school, Elena chose some more roundabout and hidden ways of communicating. Everything is planned, the boys in Ravenclaw agreed, and Roger Davis promised to support us. Marcus Flint grinned, showing a malicious smile. They have long planned to give a severe lesson to those stupid lions who are spreading their claws in Ravenclaw's orchard. These days, those Gryffindors have done well with dual skills, but they have established many enemies in the school. After today's year-end banquet is over, I will confirm that Slytherin's victory may have some variables. Daphne Greengrass shook her head and said seriously, if they turn back temporarily, it will be fatal to us. Gryffindor will not be so easy to deal with. If you add the help of Ravenclaw College, then the battle on the day of leaving school will become very difficult. You don't understand, boys. Don't worry, this is a big hatred. Marcus Flint blinked his eyes and said meaningfully, it's up to you, as long as you can be sure. I'm just a reminder. Daphne Greengrass glanced at the monkey-like Quidditch captain, closed the notebook in her hand, and added, the last point, be careful not to accidentally injure Hufflepuff, otherwise everyone may have to lie down and go home. Also Hufflepuff, who was affected by proper protection in the melee, may gain something unexpected. Help. Daphne did not finish the rest, but all the students present understood. By that evening, the little Slytherin wizards were obviously in a pretty good mood. They walked out of the common room in groups and headed to the school auditorium upstairs to attend the year-end banquet with anticipation. In order to avoid accidents and fall short of success, most of the little wizards in Slytherin stayed in the lounge and did not go out. Therefore, When they came to the auditorium, the long tables of other colleges were already full of people. The Hogwarts auditorium has been decorated with green and silver representing Slytherin. On the walls on both sides and behind the main guest seat, flags painted with Slytherin snakes and huge banners are hung to celebrate Slytherin College has won the Hogwarts Cup Championship for 7 consecutive years. As the Slytherin students walked into the auditorium, the entire space suddenly became silent. And then suddenly someone began to speak loudly, but their eyes couldn't stop dangling over the Slytherin table, and there were more whispers. Daphne Greengrass noticed that Elena had already sat at Hufflepuff's table, and Elena has already been surrounded by Hufflepuff students of all grades, so Daphne can only give a look from a distance, and nod gently to indicate that everything is going well. She doesn't want to give Elena to Elena get in trouble. After a while, Dumbledore and the professors also arrived in the auditorium one after another. The magic candles cast on the dome of the hall lit up one by one, and under the incomparably clear magic night sky, the noise in the auditorium gradually subsided, leaving only the voice of Albus Dumbledore. Another year has passed, Dumbledore said cheerfully. But before I can enjoy the delicious food of the year-end banquet, I must trouble everyone to listen to the clichés of an old man. Undoubtedly, this has been a very exciting and fulfilling year. I am very pleased to note that each of you is better than in the past. Great progress has been made and there will be a whole summer vacation waiting for you in the future, so that you can digest the harvest before the beginning of the next semester, so that your body and brain can regain energy and space. Now, as far as I know, we must first carry out the Academy Cup Awards ceremony. Dumbledore smiled and raised his finger, and then moved it lightly in the air. Immediately afterwards, not far from the old man, images of 4 huge hourglasses emerged from the academy. After nearly a year of teaching in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom in Grindelwald, and more than half a month of Dark Defense assessment, most students are already quite familiar with this magic. The specific scores of each college are as follows. 4th place, Ravenclaw, 1,026 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor, 1,232 points. Hufflepuff, 1,000 points. 375 points. Slytherin, 1,573 points. Before Dumbledore's voice fell completely, a thunderous cheering and stomping erupted from the Slytherin table that had been silent since just now, and the ceiling of the entire Hogwarts auditorium seemed to be lifted. Flipped. Because of the existence of the 6th level, the Slytherin students were once opened by Gryffindor by nearly 300 points. Even if they later overcome their fears and muster the courage to fight back, the time left for them to clear the level is running out, and they will barely catch up with Ravenclaw, who is the last one, and it is still quite short of the previous 2 academies. The taste of victory at the last minute of the counterattack is more intoxicating than any previous one. Oh, yeah, pretty good performance, Slytherin. Dumbledore clapped softly, raised the volume a little, with a gentle smile on his face. As a student, academic performance is undoubtedly a very important link, and Slytherin's classmates have clearly been exceptionally good in the past year. According to the final statistics, Slytherin College has won the 5th and 7th grades. The average scores of the remaining 5 grades outside the country are the first. According to the regulations, they won a 500-point award for their academy. However, in addition to this, there are still some things that need to be announced before the Academy Cup is awarded. Dumbledore cleared his throat and turned to look at Hufflepuff's long table. Miss Elena Castellana, please come forward. Yes, go to the location of the previous branch, so that everyone can see your appearance clearly, although I think everyone in this auditorium should already be. I know you. The auditorium suddenly became very quiet, and the Slytherin's smiles were slightly reduced. This kid is only 1st grade now. Dumbledore glanced at the auditorium that was quiet for a moment, and the little silver Hordwitch standing in the middle of the hall, and shook his head with emotion. He couldn't imagine what it would be like when Elena graduated. Dumbledore cleared his throat again. Let me see. Right. First of all, Miss Elena Caslana, in this final assessment, she passed the written test in all disciplines except defense against the dark arts, except for defense against the dark arts, in all disciplines from grades 1 to 4, so she will be exempted from the charter written exams thereafter. Secondly, she created the first multi-academic Quidditch team ever made at Hogwarts, and led the team to this year's Quidditch Championship. Therefore, starting next year, Hogwarts will play more A-team participates in the game. This is a new team that does not limit players' colleges and grades. Third, during the school, Ms. Caslana was deeply involved in the planning and development of many large-scale events such as basic physical training, Happy Farm at Hogwarts, Test of Defense Against the Dark Arts, etc. Wisingamo, the Ministry of Magic, and Hogwarts decided to award her a 3-level Medal of Merlin in order to reward her for her contribution to magic education. In addition to this, Miss Elena Caslana has also made many contributions to Hogwarts, especially in getting the colleges to abandon their previous suspicions and live in harmony. Time is limited. I will not repeat them here. It's Dumbledore raised a hand, and the discussion in the auditorium gradually quieted down. Based on the changes that Miss Caslana brought to Hogwarts, Dumbledore smiled, walked slowly over the long table to Elena, took out an exquisite golden shield-shaped medal from his arms, and solemnly handed it to Elena's hands, with emotion written on his face. Gratified. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the current principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, decided to award Elena Caslana Hogwarts Special Contribution Award, and in accordance with Hogwarts' long-standing practice, reward Miss Caslana with 200 points. Accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, in the hourglass of Hufflepuff College, brilliant diamonds poured down like a waterfall, hitting the diamond pile below, making a very pleasant clinking sound. And only this was left in the entire auditorium for a time. Sound. Hufflepuff's score was finally fixed at 1,575 points. Compared to the second-placed Slytherin College, it's just 2 points higher, 2 crucial points. Immediately afterwards, there was a sudden explosion in the Hogwarts auditorium. The cheers on the Hufflepuff table were waved higher and higher, and the Hufflepuff students who occupied more than 1/3 of the school stood up, stomped, clapped, screamed, and tapped the table with a goblet. Everyone's emotions seemed to be ignited instantly. Not only the students of Hufflepuff, but the surrounding Ravenclaw and Gryffindor tables also burst into thunderous cheers to celebrate the sudden defeat of Slytherin College. In the eyes of most little wizards, this is undoubtedly the best ending. After all justice was done, those despicable cheaters did not succeed. The messenger of justice, a symbol of love, peace, and hope, defeated the evil devil, and the dream of 7 consecutive championships that Slytherin College dreamed of was shattered. On the other side, everyone at Slytherin College seemed to have been under a full-body restraint curse, sitting at their respective tables with sluggish expressions, their faces blank and panic, as if for a while they didn't know how they should face such a reversal. So, it means Dumbledore had to yell loudly to overcome the thunderous cheers. We need to make some small changes to the decoration here. The old wizard clapped his hands, and immediately, the green hanging ribbons turned bright yellow, and the silver ones turned black. The huge Slytherin snake disappeared, replaced by a steadfast Hufflepuff badger. Professor Snape was shaking hands with Professor Sprout, forced an awkward smile on his face. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick stood beside them, applauding lightly, their faces filled with joy and comfort from the heart. They had no opinion on Dumbledore's decision. Elena Caslana, this child deserves a special contribution award medal. Marcus, Slytherin seeker Cassius looked at the captain beside him and asked in a low voice. Before he could finish speaking, Marcus Flint suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief and shook his head helplessly, as if he had made a decision. He proactively raised his hands and began to clap his hands with a look of relief. With the applause of Marcus, The Slytherin College long table gradually came to life. The little wizards of Slytherin College looked at each other, and then at the silver-haired little witch who was standing in the middle of the auditorium receiving blessings and congratulations from everyone. The panic expression on her face gradually became relieved, and they joined the ranks of celebration. Thinking about it carefully, such a result is not completely unacceptable for Slytherin College. Under the leadership of Elena Castellana, they successfully defeated the other three academies. It is not so much that Hufflepuff finally defeated Slytherin, it is more that Slytherin lost to greatness, wisdom and beauty. His Royal Highness Castellana. Noting the movement at Slytherin College, Dumbledore and the professors in the faculty seat exchanged a surprised look, and immediately showed a relieved expression, and the look on Snape's face was not as embarrassed as before. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has become different from before. The students of the four colleges abandon the gap, like brothers and sisters, cheer for each other regardless of each other, and feel happy for the achievements of their friends from the heart. Isn't this the scene the four founders of the school have always wanted to see? Dumbledore quickly wiped the corner of his eye and looked around the auditorium with great relief. Although Elena cracked Hogwarts' rules of making questions and made Slytherin College almost a target of public criticism, which seemed a bit of a fly in the ointment, but Albus Dumbledore knew that everything was impossible in life. This night can be regarded as the most relaxing and beautiful night for the old wizard this year. Undoubtedly, recruiting Elena is one of the most correct decisions he has ever made since he became the principal. What he had been worried about for countless days and nights, the students of the four colleges drew out their magic wands and attacked each other. The peaceful campus was turned into a heavy nightmare of the magic battlefield, and finally turned into a light smoke and completely dissipated from his heart. Already, there is nothing to worry about. Chapter 628 Freedom Day. The year-end banquet at Hogwarts is over. As the graduates cried into tears in the final school song chorus, the students finally felt the end of the semester. After leaving the auditorium, the 7th grade students wandered around in the castle, greedily touching and looking at the familiar surroundings, as if they wanted to imprint them in the depths of their souls, until Argus Filch waved his lantern and started chasing them away, and then reluctantly returned to their respective common room and began to pack their luggage. Suddenly, all the closets in the dormitory were empty. Magic books, clothing, utensils, paper and pens, and some other gadgets were all stuffed into the suitcase. Seamus wanted to cast a spell on his suitcase to make it lighter. Unfortunately, something went wrong. Almost ignited his bed. On the other hand, a holiday notice was also sent to every student, warning them not to use magic during the holiday. According to Grindelwald, this is the only place where the Ministry of Magic has improved over the years. Each notice carries magic in the form of a contract, or zongzi. From the time when the young wizards read this notice, until they reach adulthood, Zongzi will always detect the magic activities around them. This is a surveillance measure as well as an extremely effective protection measure. It can accurately perceive the spells of wizards under the age of 17 who perform magic activities. If the little wizard or someone around him casts the spell, as long as it is still located in Britain, the Ministry of Magic could quickly perceive it, even distinguish the content of that spell. Of course, this is mainly for children living in the non-magical world. For those little wizards who came from a wizard family, parents only need to report to the Ministry of Magic once in advance in most cases. The school will do it for them when enrolling, and the ministry will not pay too much attention to these little guys afterwards. Our traces are disturbed. Edulous traces show signs of unforgivable release around them. But anyway, the colorful, exciting Hogwarts campus life is temporarily over. In the Hogwarts auditorium, the breakfast time was over. Dumbledore did not return to his office as usual, but still sat in the seat of the faculty and staff, looking at the empty auditorium in a daze. Although for the old wizard, he has experienced such things for decades. But when the holidays came and the students left the school, Dumbledore was still a little empty in his heart. He only hoped that the long summer vacation would pass earlier and the students would be able to return to this castle again. The Hogwarts Express departs at 10 a.m. in the village of Hogsmeade. Albus Dumbledore could imagine the Hogwarts gate today without standing on the terrace. There is no doubt that at this time, the school gate must be crowded with students waiting to ride the night horse carriage to the Hogsmeade railway station, and earlier, the freshmen had already followed Hagrid to board the lake across the lake fleet. Calculating the time, they almost arrived at the train station in Hogsmeade Village. Boom, bang, boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded vaguely outside the auditorium. Before the old wizard could react, a house elf suddenly appeared in front of Dumbledore in the central aisle of the hall not far in front of him, holding a letter in his hand, and looking at Deng with a worried expression on his face. Bloodo. Professor Deng, Dumbledore, I just received a letter from Miss Caslana. The poor house elf swallowed and said cautiously. Miss Caslana said in the letter that this morning, at the gate of Hogwarts, there may be a magical brawl covering 4 colleges. In order not to delay everyone's boarding time, she will maintain order at the scene. Please don't worry. Magic brawl covering 4 academies? The expression on Dumbledore's face was slightly stagnant, and he repeated a sentence with some confusion. Immediately afterwards, the old wizard instantly reacted to the meaning behind the word and the sights that might appear outside the door at this time. He stood up abruptly, drew out his wand and hurriedly ran towards the outside of the auditorium, his face a bit sullen. Elena Caslana, what the hell did this little devil do? At the same time, the gate of Hogwarts School. Hufflepuff students, please pay attention. If you want to participate in the arena confrontation, please choose the camp you want to join. If you want to watch the first Lions and Snake tournament, you can stand outside the red line and pay attention to protect yourself. Curse, if you want to go to Hogsmeade railway station, then please line up on my right to wait for the school carriage. Elena held the magic microphone that Lee Jordan used to explain Quidditch games in her hand, just like a respected arena NPC, quickly explaining what was happening to avoid arousing the students' panic. And not far in front of her, red lines divided the field into a huge battle area. Just a few minutes ago, the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin had already entered it, and began to use wizards to solve the grievances accumulated this year and even the previous years. Compared to the traditional single-player duel in the magical world, this time the indiscriminate team battle mode is adopted. Each wizard has only one chance to play. Once knocked down, the house elf waiting next to him will be immediately removed from the field and transferred to the cemetery area for treatment and recovery. The way to determine victory is also very simple. Which side is the last wizard standing in the field? It represents which side wins the final victory. At Eleanor's request, everyone must swear with their magic wands before going on the court. Regardless of the outcome, no matter what happens in the duel, after the arena is closed, all grievances will be wiped out. Any attempt to continue the hatred or subsequent retaliation will be cast aside by all personnel. Regarding this arrangement, both Gryffindor and Slytherin are very satisfied. Although in terms of dueling skills, Gryffindor, who is experienced in combat, is slightly better, but with the Ravenclaw boys headed by Roger Davis joining the Slytherin camp, the strength of the two sides is almost reached comparable standards. At the beginning, Ravenclaw's Miss Peach, Punlo and others wanted to stop immediately to help their boyfriend, but unfortunately all were turned down by the proud little lions. According to George Weasley, this is a conversation between a man and a man. However, as several boys from the Weasley family were brought down by an intensive magical volley, the Ravenclaw girls standing next to them finally couldn't help it. After simply asking about the rules, they were excited. Draw out the wand and join the battle. As for the little wizards of Hufflepuff Academy, there are naturally some who cannot withstand the call of friends in the arena, and join the two camps according to their own preferences. Anyway, Hufflepuff does not fight Hufflepuff. As for Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw, the little badgers have never forgotten the things that the three academies used to steal vegetables and scrape the land. the entire arena quickly became a mess. The students from the two huge camps of green, yellow, blue and red, yellow, and blue collided with each other. People fell and disappeared, and there were new ones. Students fill the battlefield. The only luck is that Elena stipulates that the use of fists is strictly forbidden to fight. All the little wizards who tried to challenge this rule would suddenly see a cave at their feet swallow them, count them as dead, and then be transferred to the cemetery area by the house elves for resettlement. The total number of students at Hogwarts is not too many, and the number of people willing to participate in the PvP arena is naturally even smaller. Under the control of Elena's graveyard rules and plot killing, to a small magical battlefield with a scale of 300 people, in fact, can't last too long after all. Most of the little wizards are essentially small crispy skins with high attack and low defense. Therefore, by the time Dumbledore arrived at the gate of the school, the battle was almost over. Stop it all. Yo, Professor Dumbledore, you are here. Elena glanced at the panting headmaster Hogwarts, showing a sweet smile. Don't worry, everything is under control. This duel will soon be over. Well, okay, since you insist, I declare time over. This round of competition is over. Capturing the murderous gloomy look on the old wizard's face, Elena shrugged helplessly, pulled out her wand and waved it slightly, and dozens of cylindrical soil pillars slowly rose in the center of the open field. As Elena's magic divided the entire field, the confrontation stopped almost in an instant. After intensive practice for this period of time, Elena is no less than most wizards who specialize in polymorphism in this simple field shaping. After all, her method of casting spells is somewhat similar to conventional polymorphism. Different. Look. What I said, it's actually not dangerous at all. The little wizards turned their heads in confusion and looked at Elena standing by the gate of Hogwarts. Noting the gazes around, Elena took advantage of Dumbledore's not fully clarifying the logic, suddenly picked up the metal magic microphone in her hand, turned her head and yelled at the group of dumb students. What are you doing in a daze? Don't rush into the carriage and go to the train station. Do you want to stay and be caught by Professor Dumbledore and put in a summer confinement? The summer is off. Run. Accompanied by Elena's voice, the little wizards gathered in the center of the venue instantly dispersed. The changes brought about by this semester are not only reflected in the knowledge or ability of the students, how to quickly withdraw after an accident, or how to skillfully dance on the loopholes in the rules. Under the subtle influence, the students at Hogwarts are completely different from the good boys a year ago. Ahem, then, Professor Dumbledore, we are next semester. Ms. Castellana, you don't need to get on the train today. I'll take you home personally later. Albus Dumbledore stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and stopped a certain white-haired dumpling who was about to take advantage of the chaos and drove with the crowd. A cold light flashed on the half-crescent-shaped lens. About this matter, I think we have to have a good chat. Chapter 629, A Big Ship. On the day of leaving school, it was 9:40 in the morning. The gate of Hogwarts School. Dumbledore looked at the messy grounds and the little wizards who were dispersing birds and beasts, and felt that the blood vessels next to his temple began to jump out again. The old wizard took a deep breath, trying to make his tone sound calmer. Then Miss Castellana, can you tell me what is going on? I think you have to ask them about this question. Elena blinked her eyes quite innocently, and replied without a heartbeat. As you can see, I just provided the venue, the rules, and was responsible for maintaining order. As for the grievances between them, or any problems that need to be resolved, I did not ask in detail. No, I am not the kind of person who likes to pry into the privacy of others. Oh, is it? But if my old man remembers nothing wrong. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows non-committal, stared at Elena blankly, and said softly, just the night before, certain people assured me that there will be no more student group fights. Well, to be precise, it should be within this semester, and they did agree. Elena made a serious correction. and then shrugged helplessly. But maybe this is life. I have to admit that sometimes this happens. You should know that this is not just caused by the gap between the college and the college. As long as people get along with each other, there will always be some small frictions and disputes. So, in order to eliminate disputes, do you choose to encourage them to draw out their magic wands in school and cast spells at their classmates? Make the conflict even bigger? Dumbledore frowned heavily, snorted coldly, and couldn't help but interrupt. Sorry, please let me finish first. This is very important. Facing the Hogwarts headmaster with an increasingly unhappy expression, Elena continued to explain at her own pace. Hogwarts has a very old academy system. In some respects, this system is obviously outdated, or the establishment of this system has never considered how to get nearly 1,000 wizards in the whole school to live in harmony. You know, the reason for the emergence of the division was originally the division caused by the disagreement of ideas. If you look back at the past, for example, recently, well, the few large-scale student confrontations that occurred in Hogwarts not long ago, the hatred did not continue, and the scope of the conflict did not further expand. The students happened. Argument, draw out the magic wand and fight a game, lose both sides, decide the winner, and then the matter is over. And now, you hope that I can bring new changes to Hogwarts, so that the students of the 4 colleges can get along with each other. This in itself is actually a false proposition that is contrary to the establishment of the college, a complete harmony and abandon the past. It means that it is necessary to break the Hogwarts Academy system that has existed for thousands of years, but the purpose of the existence of the Academy is not for harmony and friendship. The purpose of camp differentiation must be to stimulate competition, and competition must be confrontational. In my opinion, instead of blindly suppressing this desire for confrontation, it is better to give students the opportunity to vent the pressure in a relatively safe environment. The effect of the single-player arena confrontation at the end of the term is actually very good. Even if Gran the Terrible Potion Reagents of Fender Academy caused a lot of trouble to many students, but after coming down from the duel, everything ended here. In short, that's it. Do you have any questions? Elena let out a sigh of relief, spread her hands, and looked at the old wizard standing in front of him very obediently. Appropriate pressure venting. And is the contradiction shifted? Dumbledore raised his head in silence and looked around at the little wizards who were running away. He could clearly feel the vitality permeating the children, as well as the excitement and pride after sabotage. Obviously, for these little guys, this is closer to a game than a battle as he understands it. Well, you succeeded in persuading me. I will think about this. After pondering for a moment, Dumbledore's eyes flashed with helplessness. I have to admit that if he heard such a theory a year ago, he would definitely refute and deny it without hesitation. But with similar things happening this semester, what he said about Elena now, it seems that there is a little reason. But Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and looked quietly at the white ball in front of him. If you are so sure about this, why don't you choose to appear directly in front of me, but use this form to communicate with me from a distance? Miss Castellana, accompanied by the old man's voice, the figure of the little silver Hordwitch standing in front of him gradually flickered. Immediately afterwards, the girl's body began to dissipate like bubbles in the sun. In the end, only Elena used the transformation curse to move the air vibration frequency and transmit the sound in front of Dumbledore. I mainly think that doing this looks very cool. Dumbledore looked at Elena in front of him silently disappearing into the air, and sighed helplessly. There is no doubt that the duality reverts to the magic of structural transformation. Elena standing by the gate was an illusion created by magic from the beginning. As for the real Elena Castellana, at this time she must have no idea which senior student she was disguised as, mixed in the crowd heading to Hogsmeade railway station, and left his sight. In the place where Elena was standing, a row of loose mud arranged in handwriting appeared in front of the old man's eyes. The Huberian will arrive at Hogwarts at 10 o'clock this morning, please be prepared. Note. Be sure to stay in place and do a good job of responding. The Huberian. Dumbledore frowned in confusion, and immediately reacted. By the way, Gellert seems to have told him about this some time ago. He and Elena bought a big ship from the former Soviet Union. After some magical transformations, they prepared to form a magical ship similar to Durmstrang. As a school asset, it was temporarily moored near the Black Lake. Dumbledore subconsciously took out his pocket watch from his chest and looked down at the time. It's less than 2 minutes until Elena said that the ship arrives at the guard. If you catch a little guy hiding in the crowd at this time, you will probably miss the moment that the ship arrives at Hogwarts. For some reason, Dumbledore suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The reason why Elena ran away in advance might not be because of the four-house melee that just happened, but because of the big ship about to appear at Hogwarts. According to this year, Dumbledore's understanding of this white-haired dumpling, the less foreshadowing, generally speaking, the greater the problem. And what made Dumbledore a little uneasy and confused was, it's just a big ship transformed from the non-magical world, what can be the problem? The old man thought for a while, ignoring the long train whistle coming from Hogsmeade in the distance, turning around and frowning and looking at the sparkling surface of Hogwarts Black Lake not far away, quietly waiting for that ship. The big ship appeared suddenly from the water. Naturally, Dumbledore knew about the magic three-masted ship of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Almost every time the principals of the various magic schools get together, Durmstrang will use their magic ship to compare with the Hogwarts Express. This ship is also used by them, the vehicle to pick up the students. Dumbledore looked at the pocket watch in his hand, counting the numbers silently in his heart. It's 9 and 15, 58 seconds, 15 seconds, 60 seconds, 10 o'clock, 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing happened. The lake was as calm as ever, and there was no sign of any ships appearing on the sparkling water. How was it a prank to buy time to escape? Dumbledore sighed softly, glanced at the calm surface of the lake, and shook his head dumbly. Sure enough, I'm still a child who hasn't grown up. Elena, so naive. However, he hadn't waited for the thoughts in Dumbledore's mind to finish. The sky at Hogwarts suddenly darkened. At the same time, the Hogwarts Express train just left the station. Hermione, Luna, and Hannah are packing up the box while waiting for Elena. The table and the seat of the box are now full of snacks and drinks. Outside the door of the box that was not completely closed, there was a faint sound of bluffing from the boys next door. If not surprisingly, Draco or Harry should have played another stinky move. As for Ron, of course he was on the sidelines. Since the final checkerboard assessment, almost the entire school has known that the Weasley family has a very good player in wizard chess. As long as Ron Weasley is placed in the team, it almost means that he can pass the third place without injury. It was a special pass. Under this circumstance, Harry and Draco would not take the initiative to send them to the door for abuse. Oh my God, look, what is that? Above Hogwarts Castle. At this moment, Neville Longbottom's shocked cry suddenly sounded in the girls' ears. Hermione and the others turned their heads subconsciously and looked through the car window towards Hogwarts Castle, which was gradually shrinking from the rear, and saw a looming giant silver cloud suddenly shrouded in the sky over Hogwarts. No, it is not so much a cloud as a small suspended island of steel. This is the Huberian, a flying magic ship, which is very common in the magic world. Elaine opened the sliding door of the box, walked in briskly, and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, if you are interested, I can take you up next semester for a tour." Chapter 630, Human Sorrows and Joys Are Not Connected. The Huberian, transformed from the unfinished aircraft carrier Ulyanovsk of the former Soviet Union, is currently part of the oldest magic family in Europe, the Apolklis family, and is temporarily leased to Hogwarts. But an aircraft carrier doesn't fly. Hermione groaned weakly. I know, Elena nodded happily. So its correct name is Helicarrier. It is the crystallization of the most cutting-edge achievements in the non-magical and magical worlds. Controllable floating magic is performed on all decks. The ship has been cast by dozens of wizards to cast an unmarkable spell. so it can conceptually block all radar detection. In addition, it also has stratospheric optical invisibility, and curved space jumps. All in all, it is a very good ship. Cargo and passenger transportation. This should be legal, right? Hermione asked hesitantly. I have checked the records of the Hogwarts Express before. Similar to this kind of large-scale magic transformation project, it requires the approval of the Ministry of Magic. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore will not do illegal things. Of course, these are signed by the Ministry of Magic. Elena pinched the little beaver's nose, blinked, and said solemnly, as far as I know, Durmstrand School of Witchcraft and Wizardry also owns a magic ship for picking up students, and Ron's house has a flying car. You will soon find that such things are very common. Besides, according to the latest prohibition of mole abuse law, as long as some special provisions are met, these are not illegal acts. Why do you know so clearly? Hermione wrinkled her nose and made a piggy hum. It's very simple. Because as the chef at Hogwarts, I think we need a large fishing boat with a large cargo capacity and a long hunting range to supply the daily fish consumption of Hogwarts teachers and students. Compared to frequent trips non-magic market procurement, if it can be self-reliant and self-sufficient, it will obviously be more in line with the requirements of the secrecy law. Elena turned her head and looked out the window, looking at Hogwarts Castle getting smaller and smaller in the distance, spread her hands and explained softly. Fortunately, Professor Otto Apocalypse just happened to have such a large idle fishing boat at home, so we were able to use extremely cheap rent to temporarily obtain such a large boat for food supply for the next semester. In the distance, Hogwarts Castle and the Huberian gradually disappeared behind a large mountain. Therefore, the students will have to wait another full 2 months before they can see the Huberian hovering over the Black Lake with their own eyes. Of course, the premise is that 2 months later, Dumbledore and Grindelwald have not been able to solve the optical invisible magic on the Huberian, unable to provide long-term battery life magic technology problem. If the wisdom and power of the two greatest wizards of our time cannot be perfected from the magic level of the Huberian's invisibility system, then it may be necessary to wait for the scientists of the former Soviet Union to be in place to provide the two old wizards. Take a tutorial on basic physics and see if you can help from a scientific point of view. As for the British Ministry of Magic, they have always understood the importance of empathy and understanding. Stop thinking about school, it's vacation, girls. Watching Hogwarts Castle disappear out of the window, Elena clapped her hands and said happily. To be honest, Hermione regained her senses. I never thought that learning magic would be so tired. Yeah, I think so too. Hannah nodded and agreed. Hermione, you didn't know that I was sleeping this semester. Sometimes I dream of 5R2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pentahydroxylhexanol is broken down into adenosine triphosphate in my body. Hannah, the semester is over. Can you speak well? Elena rubbed her forehead helplessly. She found that with the time spent getting along, the attributes of the little devil in each little girl's heart were gradually discovered, and even cross-infection and assimilation appeared. At least when Hannah started school, she wouldn't deliberately say some chemical terms like this deliberately. Oh, but I remember Elena, you lied to us with terrible hydrogen monoxide for a long, long time. Didn't I already admit my mistake? But that was after it was exposed. Elena, Luna said leisurely, you didn't say that before. Confession and surrender are only valid when everyone is confessed without knowing it. Well, Elena pretended not to hear. All in all, the past is over. The summer vacation has begun. This holiday, Hannah and I will go to Mr. Newt Scamander's house to stay for a month. How about, Luna? Do you want to come together? This topic really attracted little Luna's attention, and she finished her defiance in an instant. Is it really possible? I have to ask my father's opinion, but he should agree with me, especially if he knows he lives in Mr. Scamander's house. Hermione, how do you plan your summer vacation? Do you want to stay with us? Elena turned her head to look at Hermione, who was sitting by the car window, and offered an invitation. If she remembers correctly, Newt Scamander has never been very good at dealing with people, especially girls. In theory, for every cute little girl, her chances of being kicked out directly by Scamander will be reduced by 10%. After all, Elena is not very sure. If you ask about some aspects of magical animals, what kind of attitude would it be to be the honorary president of the Small Animal Protection Association in today's magical world? Fortunately, Newt Scamander is now in his 90s. If there is a conflict, at least in terms of escape, she should still be able to retreat completely. I won't go. I plan to sign up for a mathematics refresher class during the summer vacation. Hermione hesitated, shook her head slightly, and said seriously, Elena, didn't you say that in the next semester the school will add some general subjects? I am going to make up a little bit of the non-magical junior high school curriculum so that I can keep up with the progress. I have to admit that advanced mathematics is really interesting. I still haven't figured it out. Although I am a witch now, I don't want to be distracted by my classmates from elementary school. Elena was dazed for a while, and her hair shook suddenly. Danger. Advanced mathematics, tuition, junior high school courses? You know, in order to force Little Beaver to learn mathematics this semester, she lied a lot. When the next semester starts, after Hermione discovers the truth, will she just pull out her dull hair? Ahem. In fact, Hermione, you don't have to work so hard. Actually next year. Elena scratched her cheek, looked at Calculator G, who didn't intend to be a person with great sincerity, and was about to persuade a few words. Before the white hair dumpling's charm judgment was completed, the faster Hermione turned her head, her bright brown eyes looked directly at Elena's face, carefully observed the little dull hair on the girl's head, and asked calmly, the course at Hogwarts next semester will popularize advanced mathematics, right? You said that before. Popularized means that it will be popularized, but don't shake my hard-won determination, Elena, I just want to be a little closer to you. Hermione shook her head, raised her index finger and pressed it to the little silver Hordver's lips, begging softly. Okay. Elena nodded helplessly. Forget it, the future, let's talk about it later anyway, learn a little more knowledge, after all, it's not a bad thing. Elena quickly let go of her worries and happily played with Hermione and others in the box. After playing a few games of crackling explosions and feeling a little tired of playing, they simply called the boys in the box next door, and they gathered together and started playing a game called Werewolf Killing under the command of Elena. Compared to the lineup at the beginning of school, the current Elena's direct line is significantly stronger. Hermione, Hannah, Luna, Harry, Draco, Ron, Neville, Crabbe, Gore, and Elena, just to form the most classic combination of 3 wolves, 3 gods, 3 people and 1 god. As the chef of Hogwarts, when it was noon, Elena naturally provided a rich lunch for all the players in the box for free. As for the students in the other boxes, a 6-inch small sirloin pie will cost 5 gallons. Are you crazy? In school, 2 potatoes can be exchanged for a large piece. A small box of Melaleuca durian actually sells 7 gallons. It's unreasonable. This thing is worth 3 potatoes at most. Fried Black Lake fish steak. This school cafeteria serves free dishes every Thursday. You actually bid up to 20 gallons. Are you kidding me? Sorry, but you can choose another menu, the standard train meal, 1 for 5 silvers. Forget it, forget it. Give me a Spanish organ potato barbecue, but it's just 5 gallons. I'll give it. As it approached noon, the warm-faced conductors kindly knocked on the doors of each box, peddling a variety of snacks, meals and snacks. It's just that, slightly different from the previous ones. She will first ask if there are any little wizards who have passed the final exam. If there is a little wizard proudly puffing up his chest and nodding to confess, the conductor's aunt will immediately give 2 orders. The mediocre regular express train meal, an ordinary Hogwarts version of lunch. Elena will never forget that since the final assessment, many little wizards on this train now have their pockets filled with clinking cute gold. Well, her gold coins, all of them. Therefore, Elena deliberately instructed that the cart with the space extension curse would emit all kinds of attractive food aromas from time to time. In this way, the little wizards can more intuitively follow the voice of their hearts and take the initiative to hand in the little gold coins that have just been handed in. As for the little guys who resisted the first wave of temptation, it doesn't matter. The Hogwarts Express train runs all day from morning to night. However, the Hogwarts Kingaron recovery project that took place in other boxes is too far away for the little wizards who are immersed in the fresh and exciting werewolf-killing game. Just like the sentence that Mr. Luxon said most of the time, people's sorrows and joys are not the same, they just feel that the other boxes are noisy. Chapter 631 The holiday begins with Apocalypse. Yes, as you can see, this is a fishing boat. Grindelwald smiled and nodded his head. Faceyou softly replied, I remember talking to you in advance. Its size is only a little bigger than a normal boat. Behind him, dozens of Destiny Group wizards wearing dark black trench coats looked at the white-haired wizard not far away with a vigilant face. The order they received before was that if something unexpected happens, everyone must do everything possible. Delay the time to ensure that the Huberian has time to start the space leap again and leave the Hogwarts area. Fortunately, it seemed that Dumbledore hadn't been too aggressive, except that he seemed a little surprised. In other words, more than a little bit more. Dumbledore took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. There must be no fighting here, otherwise no matter what the result is, if the big guy in the sky accidentally falls down, the Hogwarts castle, which has been passed down for thousands of years, might be rebuilt on a large scale. The old wizard rubbed his eyebrows, and after looking for a suitable wording, he asked in a deep voice, Then excuse me, why does your elbow need such a huge volume? Oh, you know, there are a lot of dangerous large magical creatures living in the outer sea. If the size of the ship is a little smaller, it is a very unsafe thing for the personnel above. According to I know that there is a giant squid living in the Black Lake of Hogwarts, and the boat would be terrible if it was smashed by it. Grindelwald replied without hesitation, as if he had expected Dumbledore to ask him this question. Dumbledore's cheek twitched, then subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the big ship in the sky. If he is not mistaken, the giant floating in the sky today is at least as long as 3 Quidditch pitches connected in series, from the tower of Hogwarts Castle to an third of the Black Lake. Shrouded on this huge ship named Huberian. The premise is that this thing can really be called a boat. In Albus Dumbledore's opinion, calling this kind of guy who is bigger than Hogwarts Castle a ship is simply outrageous. Glancing at Grindelwald with a calm face, the old man gave up the desire to continue to delve into this question without a doubt. This old guy is the same shameless one as the little devil and asked instead. Other problems? Ship. Okay, then why does a fishing boat need additional space transfer capabilities? This is for the convenience of voyage fishing. Try to be less conspicuous, to protect the magic world and secrecy. Grindelwald casually played with the wand in his hand and replied with a smile. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, his tone slightly ironic. So what about the flight function? Are there schools of fish flying in the sky? It is also for the convenience of long-distance fishing, and the other is not to damage the waters of Hogwarts. Of course, if the fishing period is closed, you may also consider hunting in the sky to provide 3 meals a day at Hogwarts. Required. Oh, the release of the large-scale phantom spell is also for hunting? No. This is to comply with the Secrecy Act and avoid being discovered by the moles of the existence of magic. How do you take the initiative to maintain the secrecy law? It really surprised me. People will always change, Albus. After so many years, I am deeply aware of the mistakes I have made. Don't worry, with all the moles detection methods today, I can't spot this huge ship in advance. Guy. Grindelwald shrugged disapprovingly, grinned, and a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. As for the affairs on the Ministry of Magic, if you think it will be a headache to deal with, I can do it tomorrow. Tomorrow? Wait, why not today, now? Before Grindelwald could finish speaking, Dumbledore's expression changed slightly. and he looked nervously at the original Dark Lord not far away. He had been stimulated enough today, and he felt that his heart had begun to faint now. It hurts. Grindelwald shook his head helplessly after taking a look at the somewhat fussy headmaster Hogwarts. Don't worry, Albus. It's not a bad thing, but I have already made arrangements tonight, an extremely important agreement. I need to go to London to do something. If you don't worry, you can come with me. London? What do you want to do again? Dumbledore frowned and looked at Grindelwald standing in front of him gravely. From just now, he discovered that Grindelwald's dress is extremely formal today. He wears a black double-breasted woolen coat, with a shirt of the same tone, a handmade vest, silver buttons, and long riding boots. It looks extraordinarily handsome. Facing Dumbledore's question, Grindelwald raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing an evil smile. Oh, you'll know when you come with me. At the same time, on the other side, the Hogwarts Express, with the continuous shaking of the train and the laughter of Elena and others along the way, the wilderness outside the window became more and more crisp, and the villages and roads became more and more tidy. The train swiftly passed the non-magical mole villages and towns. After Luna's which accurately poisoned the last werewolf and ended the game, the girls drove the boys out of the box and began to take off the wizards from them. Long robes, changed into jackets, blouses, British-style skirts. Woo! With the long whistle, the train finally stopped at platform 9 of King's Cross Station. Then, it took a long time for Elena and them to walk out of the platform. In order to prevent the students from attracting the attention of the moles, the Ministry of Magic specially arranged a shriveled old guard at the partition wall. Only 2 or 3 people were allowed to pass in batches at a time. This made Elena regretted not taking more in advance. Food is waiting in hand. Then, see you in Dorset in a month. Well, good. We will meet again at Mr. Scamander's house. Remember to write to me, Elena. Luna, Hannah and Hermione waved to Elena, pushed the trolley together, and passed the exit. Elena, who was behind the 3, was assigned to Harry and Draco. Harry, Draco, remember to keep in touch during the holidays, especially you, Draco. Remember to write to Harry. Have you heard? I don't want to have a holiday and you will forget everyone. Of course, Harry, you remember to ask Hedwig to send me a letter. Just write Malfoy Manor as the address. No problem, Draco. Keep in touch. See you next semester. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy hugged each other, slammed their fists, followed behind Elena, and passed through the platform wall leading to the Mole World. At the same time, Benitez, who was waiting for Elena to come out of the platform, suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. The man turned his head a little confused, only to see a well-dressed old man appeared behind him somehow, and said softly and cheerfully, "You must be Mr. Benitez. Introduce yourself." "My name is Otto Apocalypse. I want to talk to you about Elena and also my granddaughter, Teresa Apicari." Thing about Chapter 632. Be my son. 1 month later, Scottish Highlands, located in the small town of Rat on the banks of Loch Lomond. With the voice of Amen, the morning prayer meeting was over. The residents of the town saluted Father Benitez, who was standing in front of the prayer platform, and left the church in 2s and 3s, ready to start a new day. Life. Before long, only Benitez was left in the whole church, and, sorry, I'm just a little curious, do people on your side also believe in God? Benitez closed the Bible in his hand and looked helplessly at the old man sitting in the last row of the church. Over the past month, this old wizard named Otto Apocalypse has found various reasons to stay here almost every day, either listening to prayers with great interest, or accompanying the orphanage in his free time. The children learn to read words. If you believe in God, would you agree to my previous proposal? Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, with an extremely serious expression on his face. Obviously, as long as Benitez nodded a little, with the face and character of the first-generation Dark Lord, there would be absolutely no hesitation and psychological burden than if it was a mole world that he had never liked. Religion. Mr. Apocalypse, I have explained this matter many times before. Benitez walked to the old wizard and sat down, and looked down the church window to Elena, who was leading the children to practice singing outside. Although I know that as a witch, the world that Elena will live in the future is definitely different from what I see and imagine. I also appreciate your care for this child. If it is a normal adoption, as long as Elena agrees that I will not have too many opinions. In fact, I am very happy to see her getting along well with you. But, glancing at the wrinkled old man beside him, Benitez scratched his cheek and said embarrassedly, "You know, according to the current laws and regulations of the British government, if you want to apply for adoption in the UK, you or your partner must have a long-term residence in the UK, and at least live in the UK for at least one more than years. And more importantly, in the current adoptive relationship, there is only the option of adoptive parents. The problem is that the stubborn little girl only agreed to me as her grandfather." Grindelwald sighed and shrugged, his expression particularly helpless. According to Elena, her father in this world can only have one person, and that is Jose Benitez. If Grindelwald wants her legal custody, he must go through Benitez. I agree. On the other hand, if he doesn't want to completely turn his face with Elena, he can't use any magic to assist. Therefore, turning his head, Grindelwald looked at the middle-aged man beside him, and once again sincerely extended his right hand. "Be my son, Mr. Benitez. Wealth, status, woman, fame, power, immortality, strength, whatever you want, I can give you. Countless people in this world want to be my son." "Sorry, I refuse." Benitez's cheek twitched, and once again firmly refused. For Benitez, since agreeing to Elena's trip to Hogwarts, he has envisioned various situations. For example, Elena was adopted by another wizard family because of her excellent magic talent, or Elena was in the school to make troubles and was eventually ordered to drop out of school. She even thought about Elena becoming a witch, after she finished her studies. Harm the world. However, Jose Benitez did not expect that. After a year of studying Hogwarts magic, did this Nizai find him an adoptive father? Although he does not understand the status of the old wizard in the magic world, through the attitude of those foreigners who have recently moved to live in this small town in the past month, Benitez is very clear that the other party is definitely one big shot. You know, in the first week after Otto Apocalypse arrived in the town of Raz, the Holy See received a huge donation from the Austrian Apocalypse family and directly by an official nun for Elena. Qualifications. If it wasn't for Elena to be a girl, she almost became the master of this church directly. The orphanage and church have also been completely renovated and rebuilt. Although it has not been transformed into a particularly luxurious building, it is definitely the most beautiful, tidy, and comfortable place in the entire town. Both the children and the residents of the town are very satisfied with this except for Jose Benitez, because whenever these things happen, an old man will always happen to appear in his sight, and perseverely send him "Be my son's" invitation. Of course, in the face of money ability, Benitez could not even send out fire except for his refusal. Of course, besides this, Benitez has always suspected that another reason why the old man has been here for a long time is, "Hey, what are you two talking about?" Elaine opened the door and took the other children from the orphanage into the church like a mother chicken. Glancing at Benitez with a helpless face and Grindelwald with the same expression, Elena's eyes flashed with a pippy smile, her face straightened, as if she didn't know what the two men were talking about. "Same," said solemnly. "The next thing will be left to you. I will prepare lunch. As usual, one of you will come to help me handle the ingredients, and the other will take care of these little guys temporarily and supervise them to do their homework. Then, I will supervise everyone's affairs today." Jose Benitez quickly stood up and volunteered to pat his chest. According to the rules set by Elena Chef Caslana, every day the menu will be decided by the person who teaches the children to study, and the taste of Otto Apocalypse is for Benitez. It's a bit too heavy. What sauerkraut, stewed pork blood, Bavarian roast pork knuckle, cabbage caramel sausage, meatballs with cream caper sauce, curd pancakes, dandelion salad, sour beef stew, beetroot fish stew, pickled cucumbers. To make matters worse, the children in the orphanage have been trained into her shape by Elena since they were young. Anything made by Elena is delicious to them. There is no discrepancy in taste. Benitez and Grindelwald can eat what they want to eat. I have to fight every day. Although at the beginning, the two men complained a little bit about a certain little devil's instigation. However, over time, Benitez has gradually become accustomed to all this. The three people are like a family who is always bickering, living together in this small-town orphanage far away from the city, enjoying this very short period of leisure time. It would be great if Mr. Apocalypse should not insist on acknowledging his son. On the other side, for a boy who lives at number 4 Provender Road, the first month of summer vacation was obviously not so happy. Chapter 633 Uninvited Guest on Birthday. On this day, there was another dispute on the breakfast table at number 4 Provender Road. Early in the morning, Mr. Vernon Dursley was awakened by a loud groan in Harry's room. His nephew. It's the third time this week, he growled across the table. If you can't control that owl, just let it go. Harry, who was walking out of the kitchen with a frying pan, with an apron around his waist, tried to explain. It's so bored, it's used to flying outside. If I can let it out at night. Do you think him a fool? Uncle Vernon roared, a trace of fried eggs dangling on his bushy beard. I know the consequences of releasing an owl. It will bring back 10 times more. Owl. Having said this, the Dursleys exchanged a panic and gloomy look. They will never forget the fear that was once dominated by letters from the omnipresent owl. Listen, kid. Mr. Dursley put his stubby fingers up. I have changed you a big bedroom, and I haven't thrown your damn devil books and strange utensils into the trash can. It's because you have been helping your aunt to manage the kitchen this month. But if you still want to make an inch of it, then it's too much. But, what's more, I remember giving you a chance, right? It's not my fault. Glancing at Harry, who seemed to want to refute, a shrewdness flashed in Uncle Vernon's small eyes. If there is a letter, you can indeed reply a few selectively. But unfortunately, from the current situation, it seems that your popularity in that weird place is very bad, and there are no friends who want to contact you. After experiencing last year's owl bombing, Vernon Dursley knew very well how stubborn wizards with sick brains would be a headache. In order to prevent a similar situation from happening again this year, he made an agreement with Harry before the beginning of the summer vacation. Unless it was a reply, he would not take the initiative to contact those weird guys. They must have not received it. Let me try again. Hearing Mr. Dursley's words, Harry's face darkened slightly, and he said unwillingly. However, before he could finish his words were drowned out by his cousin Dally's long and loud hiccups. Darly grinned and turned to face Harry, tapping the plate with his fork. Hey, cook, bring me some fried bacon again. I heard what your cousin said, Potter. Hand over the frying pan. Aunt Petunia gave Harry a stunned look, turned her head, and looked at her big son with moist eyes. We have to hurry up and get you fat. The school food makes me uncomfortable. You are hungry and thin. Nonsense. I never got hungry when I was in Smeeding School. It was the best middle school in this area, and the food, teaching, and even the people around me were top-notch. Dudley didn't eat badly, isn't it, son? Uncle Vernon retorted emotionally, and immediately glanced at Harry, who was standing in front of the kitchen with a contemptuous look. At least, it's definitely better than some non-disruptive places. I wouldn't let my son go to a place where students would learn to cook by themselves. As you can imagine, the school's food, how bad it is. The food at Hogwarts is the best in the world. There is no one. Harry slapped the frying pan heavily on the table and said angrily, perhaps due to excessive force, the bacon slices in the frying pan suddenly bounced, crossed over half of the table, and slapped them accurately on Mr. Dursley's face, like a loud slap in the face, instantly leaving the man behind. The next words were all hit back. With the piece of bacon imprinted on Vernon Dursley's face, the entire room seemed to freeze for a few seconds. In an instant. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Dursley's deafening growl sounded in Harry's ears. "Boy, what do you want to do? Up to now, you are still eating and using mine." Mr. Dursley dropped the bacon slice on his face on the table and jumped up, revealing the veins on his temples. "Sorry, it was just an accident," Harry said quickly. "I am not." To be honest, Harry wasn't sure if it was really too hard, or if the magic inside him helped a little bit again. "Don't think I know you are a ghost." Uncle Vernon puffed up his eyes, slammed his fists vigorously, and splashed on the table. "I warned you. You are not allowed to use the tricks you learned in that inconsistent place in my house, especially if you use these tricks on us. Breakfast is over. You don't need to prepare lunch anymore. Go back to your room now, immediately." "Okay," Harry said. "Okay, I'm not hungry at all anyway." Harry glanced at Uncle Vernon, who was standing at the other end of the table, panting like a short-breathed rhinoceros. He untied his apron and threw it on the table. He left the kitchen without reluctance and returned to his room. Ever since he came home from the summer vacation, Uncle Vernon has always treated him as a time bomb. Even if he took the initiative to show good to the Dursleys according to the advice of the elder sister before leaving, such as helping with housework or cooking 3 meals a day, it only eased the relationship a little bit. As long as magic is involved, the Dursley family seems to have seen a virus, and they can't wait for him to disappear instantly. If you use Vernon Dursley's first words, it's that Harry does nothing. Squat in the room obediently, don't come out, don't let neighbors see him, and then leave silently. It's the most wonderful thing. That helped. Of course, after having tasted Harry's craftsmanship once or twice, Vernon reluctantly changed his words. This kid is still a little useful. However, for Harry, the Dursleys' attitude didn't make much sense. Although he was raised by the Dursleys and lived in this home for 10 years, he knew that he was completely different from this family. There was no intersection in terms of personality, appearance, and hobbies. Going back to his room glum, Harry looked at the calendar beside the bed that he had to look at several times a day. "There is still a month left. I really want to go back to Hogwarts." Harry missed Hogwarts so much that his internal organs were aching. He missed the castle, missed the secret passages and ghosts, missed his classes, especially the potions Professor Snape's class, and the letters from the owls, the banquet in the auditorium, and the 4-poster bed in his dormitory. "I miss the cabin by the Forbidden Forest and the hunting ground guard Hagrid, and miss the head of Elena, and everyone in the castle." Today was his 12th birthday, and the Dursleys obviously wouldn't remember this. Of course, Harry didn't place much hope. They never gave him any decent gifts, let alone a birthday cake. What really made Harry feel a little out of control, he suddenly produced a kind of as if abandoned by the world feel. For this month, he has missed his friends so much. Missed Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, Elena Castellana, Hermione Granger, but they seem a little bit I don't want him either. A whole month has passed since the summer vacation, and no one wrote to him. Malfoy also promised to keep in touch. And his godfather, Sirius Black, seemed to have evaporated from the world. Since the Hogwarts trial was over, he has never seen him again. Only occasionally received a few letters from men in school. Really? Perhaps, as Professor Snape said, the godfather his father found for him was indeed not very reliable. Boom, bang bang bang. At this moment, Harry heard a strange sound of ping-pong suddenly coming from the closet in the room. "Return the letter to Kreacher, you despicable scumbag." Dobby must protect Mr. Potter. It sounds like Hermione is fighting inside. Harry frowned in confusion, drew out his wand subconsciously, and looked at the violently shaking closet warily. With the sound of something hitting the wood, the door of the wardrobe was suddenly knocked open. 2 small humanoids with big ears like 2 bats and a pair of protruding eyes rolled out from inside while scrambled. 2 house elves that had never been seen before. One looked very old, one should be younger. And the goal they were fighting for was a crumpled parchment letter. Translation, card text, take a day off. Chapter 634, Harry the House Elf seeking monthly ticket. big chapter. This is not the first time Harry has seen house elves. In fact, since Elena entered Hogwarts, almost no one in the entire school is unaware of the existence of house elves. The students know how the 3 meals a day come, and who is helping to clean the room, and washing clothes. Sometimes Harry even felt that he was actually a house elf at Dursley's. Cleaning the windows, washing the car, trimming the lawn, tidying the flower beds, watering the roses, and repainting the garden benches. After this summer vacation, the tasks of preparing 3 meals a day and helping clean up the kitchen and living room were added. Fortunately, this kind of life will only last for another month at most. And on the other hand, as Harry began to take charge of part of the kitchen affairs, the Dursleys' attitude towards him was slightly improved. At least the irony was not as much as before. If it hadn't been for accidentally taking a piece of bacon, the words on Uncle Vernon's face, begging for a few words, might still give Hedwig an extra chance. Putting aside the emotions that came from the dining room for a while, Harry frowned and looked at the 2 gangsters who were fighting together. The elf that appeared in front of Harry this time was slightly different from what he remembered. Different from the energetic house elves in Hogwarts Castle who wear napkins with the Hogwarts school badge. In fact, Elena asked them to change the napkins into small clothes at the end of the semester. The 2 house elves who rolled out of his closet looked like pitiful beggars. The house elf who was at a disadvantage should be very old. Except for a dirty rag around her waist, her whole body is almost naked, and her wrinkled skin makes her look more than what her body actually needs. Several times, although its head is as bald as all house elves, there are a lot of white hairs growing out of those 2 big bat-like ears. Its eyes are bloodshot, watery and grey, and its fleshy nose is big. It's almost like a pig nose. Kreacher was waving his skinny arms desperately, trying to retrieve the letter that fell in the hands of the younger elf. The younger house elf was wearing an old pillowcase, with only a few holes in the arms and legs. In addition, Harry noticed that the elf's fingers and ears were all covered with it. The scars seemed to have been severely tortured on set. It was precisely because of these scars that it could not easily subdue Kreacher. "Oh hello," Harry said blankly. "Harry Potter." The younger house elf screamed, "Dobby has always wanted to see you, sir. It's a great honor. Dobby has heard of your greatness a long time ago, sir." At the same time, the old elf also raised his head and looked at Harry eloquently. "Is this true?" "Of course." Kreacher saw the scar. "It must be true. It was the boy who stopped the Dark Lord." Kreacher didn't know how he did it. "Oh, yes. Master's letter." "The young master is a nasty scumbag, but Kreacher will never allow the scumbags of other families to steal the letters the young master wrote to Harry Potter." Then, taking advantage of Dobby's distraction, Kreacher suddenly rushed over, trying to snatch the envelope. It's just that compared to the young and agile Dobby, Kreacher, who is already in old age, is obviously much slower. Before Kreacher's fingers touched the envelope, Dobby jumped to the side flexibly, retorting in a shrill voice, "Dobby is not stealing. Dobby only keeps it temporarily to protect Harry Potter's safety." "Wait. Except for this letter you also intercepted all my friends' letters?" Harry gradually heard the clues from the conversation between the 2 elves, frowned and looked at Dobby angrily. Last year it was Uncle Vernon, and this year it was another house elf who didn't know where he came from. From last year to this year, it seems that every time it approaches this time, it is difficult for him to get the letter sent to him smoothly. "Harry Potter, don't be angry with Dobby. Dobby is all about." Dobby bounced sideways around the room, avoiding Kreacher's, while blinking anxiously in defense. However, as Harry began to cooperate with Kreacher to block its path in the room, Dobby had to start creating movement in the room, using various ornaments or clutter to gain space for himself. "Where are my letters?" "Where did you drop all my friends' letters?" "Not lost. The letters are still in Dobby here, sir." Dobby spoke quickly, waving the trash can smoothly to open. Kreacher jumped onto the top of the closet, and drew a thick wad of letters from the pillowcase he was wearing. Harry recognized Draco's slightly laced retro fonts, Ron's flying handwriting, Hermione's slick fonts, and Sister Eleanor's unique and lovely words. "Harry Potter, Don't be angry. Dobby is for your good, because this year's Hogwarts may be dangerous. Dobby blinked anxiously and looked down at Harry. Dobby thought if Harry Potter thought his friend had forgotten him, Harry Potter might not want to go back to school. Sir Harry Potter would assure Dobby first. Back to Hogwarts, I will return the letter to you. Harry didn't want to listen, and reached out to grab the letter, but Dobby jumped and stepped away. No, Harry said angrily, give me my friend's letter. With the combined efforts of him and Kreacher to encircle, they finally confined Dobby to a very narrow space, watching Harry grab the nimble elf and take back the letters it had intercepted. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly remembered in the corridor outside the door. Uncle Vernon's heavy body stepped on the wooden floor, making a creaking sound, accompanied by a man's roar. What are you doing, boy? Do you want to demolish my house? Snapped, snapped. There was a panic on the faces of the two house elves, and they spontaneously started apparition, and together with the pile of letters that were only a few centimeters away from the tips of Harry's fingers, they disappeared in front of Harry in an instant. Only Harry was left in the empty room, and the bedroom turned into a mess. Immediately afterwards, the door handle turned open. Ah, very good, very good. Uncle Vernon's big, fierce face appeared in front of Harry. He looked around Harry's bedroom, which seemed to have just been ravaged by a few big men, and put his face in front of Harry, terribly close, gritted his teeth slowly. Speak slowly. Learn to let go, right? If I don't come up, are you going to smash down the windows of my house? Or are you going to burn the bed? Or make a few more deep marks on the wall? Huh? Boy, talk! Exclamation mark. These are. Harry looked around the messy bedroom and looked at the gloomy face of Vernon Dursley, explaining weakly. Uncle Vernon, I know it sounds ridiculous, but two house elves were fighting here just now. One of them intercepted a letter from my friend, and the other wanted to take it back to me. Domestic elf? Why don't you say it's an elf fight? Vernon Dursley grinned, showing some yellow teeth, and said coldly without a smile. Harry swallowed and explained in a low voice. Fairies are not the same as elves. Although there are fairies, most of them are in the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Enough. I don't have time, and am not interested in hearing your nonsense here, Mr. Dursley yelled, and the spit stars splashed on Harry's face, interrupting Harry directly. Listen to me, kid. Uncle Vernon pointed his finger at the front of Harry's nose violently. Tonight I may make the biggest deal in my life. If you can help your Aunt Petunia prepare the dinner party and help me get this order smoothly, I will not care about your hell owl. It at night. You can fly as you like, as long as you don't be seen by neighbors around you, or don't let your nonchalant friends come. After a short pause, Vernon Dursley raised his eyebrows and squinted his eyes. Of course, if you dare to do something in the dinner, I swear that you will regret being born in this world, and if I find you smashed things here, then you will move me back downstairs. Go live in a cubicle. Regarding the dinner Uncle Vernon was talking about, Harry naturally knew what it was. In the past 2 weeks, he has almost talked about this matter. A wealthy builder and his wife are coming for dinner. Uncle Vernon hopes that man can order a large amount of drilling rigs from his company. If lucky, their family has the money to buy Mallorca, the island's villa. Compared to Aunt Petunia's barely passable English housewife cooking, Harry's cooking is much better. After studying potions at Hogwarts for 1 academic year, Snape's knives instruction, and Elena's cooking skills from time to time, Harry, who had a certain talent in housekeeping skills, improved quickly. In some simple cooking, it can almost reach the normal standard of Hogwarts house elves in the past. Although there are not many expensive ingredients to choose from, the philosophy advocated by Elena is to use the most common ingredients to make the most delicious and rich dishes. At this point, Oriental cuisine can open up Western cuisine for several streets. Understand? Don't worry, Uncle Vernon, he'll cook well in the evening. Looking at Uncle Vernon with a fierce expression on his face, Harry nodded and said very seriously, Beautabout Hedwig, you have to speak up. Regarding the dishes for tonight, Harry had already finalized with the Dursleys a week ago. because it is a family dinner. The preparation is not too complicated. There are two kinds of pie as the staple food. The first is the traditional English fish pie that Harry eats most often at Hogwarts. You only need to cover the fried fish, cheese, butter, onions, and diced carrots with mashed potatoes and put them in the oven to bake them. It can be made easily. Compared to looking up at the starry sky, this is obviously much simpler. The second is the steak and kidney pie commonly found in Scotland. Onions, steak, and sirloin are mixed in the pie. You need to drink beer and chew it to be enjoyable. It is especially suitable for starting a topic about business. For hot pot dishes, Harry was preparing a Lancashire casserole. This is the casserole dish that the little wizards of Gryffindor often secretly cook by the fire in the common room. This dish mainly consists of preparing various vegetables, lamb, beef slices, adding salt, pepper, and flour to the meat slices, marinating for a while in advance, then removing the excess flour, and throwing it into the pot to mix with onions, carrots, and carrots. The broth, thyme and rosemary are sautéed and boiled, and finally covered with potato chips and butter. Put it in the oven and it will be out. Since there is no oven in the common room, the little wizards of Gryffindor usually transform the crucible into a large crucible, which is directly suspended in the fireplace, and evenly heated with flame curses in all directions to achieve an oven-like effect. In addition, there are jam pudding, mango chicken mixed with banana, apricot, mayonnaise and chicken, buttercream frosting viola cake. This is a specialty of Aunt Petunia, stewed bean soup. These are common dishes. All in all, this dinner for the Dursley family can be said to be the most important thing for the entire summer vacation. In order to make everything go smoothly, Vernon Dursley even overcame part of his fear of magic. He didn't care at all that the cooking skills Harry showed might come from the teaching content of the wizarding school anyway. Wizards are also humans, too. For meals, if the wizard's food can help him get an order, he can even endure the use of a magic wand to touch things in the kitchen. It's best to do this, it's good for us all. Uncle Vernon stared at Harry earnestly for a while, as if trying to tell if he was lying, then slowly continued speaking, raising his voice to make sure the son and wife downstairs could also hear him. Well, then I think at noon, all of us had better make the evening arrangements again. And at the same time, the other side. 12 Grimmauld Place. The ancestral home of the Black family. What are you talking about? The house elves of the Malfoy family stole my letter to Harry. Sirius Black, who was playing with his beloved flying motorcycle in the hall, stood up suddenly, frowned heavily and looked at the old house elf standing in front of him. Cretch nodded, irritation flashing in his muddy eyes, and said in a short tone, "Yes, I saw the guy named Dobby in Malfoy Manor before. He is the house elf of the Malfoy family. It's not just your letter from Master. I see that he has many other people writing to Harry Potter's letter." Malfoy. "Oh, Lucius is too courageous." Sirius Black snorted coldly, and straightened the giant flying motorcycle that Hagrid had given him by his side. A cold expression and eager excitement flashed in his eyes. Although Dumbledore did not allow him to pick up Harry from Dursley's house, nor did he allow him to take the initiative to talk to the Death Eaters one by one, but if this happens, how can he be Harry's legal godfather? It's up to you. Just in time. I still worry about not having a chance to visit Lily's sister's family and talk about Harry. 2 in 1 chapter. Ask for a monthly pass. Elena, Gwa give me the refill. Chapter 635. The Godfather and the Birthday Banquet. Please ask for a monthly pass. Number 4. Privet Road, near noon. At the request of Vernon Dursley, Harry and the others rehearsed the process of a dinner party. Of course, most of it is the Dursley family's business. For Harry, he only needs to prepare the dinner according to the previously formulated menu, and then hide quietly in his bedroom without making any noise. There is no doubt that Mr. Dursley did not intend to introduce his nephew to the Masons from the beginning. In Vernon Dursley's view, as long as this situation continues, he has a high probability of being able to get the signed and sealed agreement before the 10 o'clock news. and successfully promoted this deal in his lifetime. The largest order. After tasting the food cooked by Harry, Vernon Dursley has become more confident in this dinner. "Okay, I'm going to the city to get Dudley and my dress. As for you," Vernon Dursley turned his head and looked at Harry, trying to squeeze a kind smile, "remember our agreement. As long as you prepare the dinner well and help me win the order for success, I will leave you alone. The thing about breaking the school and breaking the bird?" "Yes, yes, don't worry, I will be as serious as a house elf," Harry replied eagerly, not very excited compared to the Dursleys. Now what he is thinking about is all the pile of letters intercepted by the house elf Dobby, and if he encounters it again next time, how should he retrieve those letters? Maybe try to knock it down with a flying broomstick? Concentrate, boy. Vernon Dursley frowned. "This is a very important thing, I emphasize it again. If you dare to make a difference to me, I absolutely what sound is outside?" Before Mr. Dursley could finish speaking, his voice was interrupted by a low rumble. Vernon Dursley looked out the window subconsciously, but did not see any traces of locomotives passing by on the street. The noise grew louder and louder, and finally turned into a roaring roar, and Dursley finally realized to the source of the sound. "Heaven, damn it. What is this?" Vernon Dursley quickly drew out the double-barreled shotgun by the fireplace and looked at the yard warily. "I saw a giant motorcycle dropped from the sky and landed straight into the yard they had just taken care of." A shaggy, tall, black-haired man stepped off the motorcycle, holding a strange little wooden stick in his hand. "Wizard! This is a wizard!" Vernon Dursley's eyes shrank sharply, and he was no stranger to this thing. And Aunt Petunia next to her looked like she was going crazy. She could even imagine that the neighbors would come and ask about something tomorrow. A giant motorcycle that fell from the sky. "Oh my God, maybe the police are already on the road, right?" The magic wand in the hand of the black-haired wizard flicked dexterously, and an invisible air barrier flashed past. After a semester of magic learning, Harry knew that it was mostly a silent iron armor curse. As for the identity of the wizard, Harry had already recognized it at this time. Sirius Black, his godfather. "Who are you?" Seeing Sirius Black seemingly intending to walk into the house, Uncle Vernon raised his shotgun and stared at the strange wizard standing in the yard, tightening his teeth and shouting nervously, "I warn you, I have a gun." "You better not plan to." Snapped, accompanied by a light sound like a firecracker. The figure of Sirius Black suddenly disappeared from the courtyard and appeared directly in the living room of the Dursley family. Harry, fortunately you are okay," Black said, sounding relieved. However, compared to Sirius' calmness, the nerves of the entire Dursley family instantly tightened to the extreme. When he met an adult wizard again, Dudley was very nervous, and he held his hips tightly with his hands, and stumbled back after a scream of horror, hiding behind his father. And her mother was already squatting on the side trembling, as if she had encountered a monster. Vernon Dursley let out a piercing cry. "I want you to leave immediately, sir." He raised the gun in his hand. "You are a private house." "Quiet, Dursley, I'm not here to see you." Sirius Black glanced at Vernon Dursley, then continued to turn his gaze to Harry. "Harry, you are not in any danger, are you? Can you not let that stupid man hold a gun at me?" "I'm afraid I can't help but chant a spell at him." "Forget it. I'll do it myself." Sirius glanced at the shotgun in Mr. Dursley's hand and flicked his wand lightly. Immediately afterwards, the shotgun in Vernon Dursley's hand seemed to have been caught by an invisible troll, and was easily pulled away, drew a parabola in midair, and threw it into the other corner of the living room. Uncle Vernon let out another weird cry, like the sudden deflation of a balloon being punctured. "This is Sirius Black, my godfather, and a good friend of my dad. Don't worry, he is a good man, but I don't know why he came here. I guess he may not know the Mole Society's way of visiting very well." At this moment, Harry suddenly stepped forward, explaining to the Dursleys. "Mr. Black, why are you here?" "I let the letter from Cratchit to you be intercepted, so I can only come to the door myself." Sirius Black shrugged, turned his head to look at Harry, and said with a smile, "Happy birthday, Harry. I don't want my godson to receive a blessing on his birthday." "Creature, that house elf belongs to you. To be precise, it belongs to my mother and brother. She has been in the old house since she died. I thought it was dead, but I didn't expect it to be alive, and I happen to be the last of the Black family, a legal heir. Oh, by the way, to correct me, I'm not a good person." Sirius Black shook his head mockingly, then turned to look at Uncle Vernon with a dangerous smile. "Actually, I was just released from the wizarding prison not long ago. I heard that Harry had been abused by you over the years, and I always wanted to find a chance to see you. You know, Potter's son is mine." "Son?" Guess what would James do if he knew his son was being abused? Uncle Vernon's face instantly became extremely frightened. If he didn't know anything else that disturbed him more than a wizard appeared in front of him, then he knew now, when a prisoner in the magic world came to find fault. "Abusive? This is slander," Mr. Dursley retorted loudly. "We never abused Harry. Never." Aunt Petunia shrieked tremblingly. "I don't think that a mole family who even forgot his nephew's birthday would be any better." Sirius Black slowly shook his head, turned his eyes to Harry who was standing not far away, and said casually, the wand was swaying back and forth between his fingers, and every time he pointed at the Dursleys, they would shake involuntarily. "A bit, Harry. What did they do to you? Just say it boldly." "Ill support you." In fact, Harry turned his head to look at Uncle Vernon who was standing next to him, and then at Black in front of him. Harry didn't actually have much familiarity with the godfather who suddenly appeared in front of him, especially after listening to Professor Snape's comments on Sirius. He was even a little afraid of Sirius Black. Harry had thought that if a friend of his parents wanted to support him, he would confess all the bad things about the Dursley family to him, and give a good lesson to Uncle Vernon and Cousin Force. But these words disappeared when they reached his lips, and he looked at Uncle Vernon's increasingly alarmed expression. "Actually, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia have always treated me well. Over the years, Dudley and I have been in the same elementary school. Everyone eats the same food every day. We planned to prepare a dinner together tonight. Yes, to celebrate this kid's birthday." Vernon Dursley rubbed Harry's hair suddenly and interjected with a grin. "Listen, gentlemen," he said, "I have to go to the city to buy a birthday cake for Harry now. If you have nothing else, I think you should come again at another time, and we will invite you tonight." "Other guests preparing birthday dinner?" Sirius Black raised his eyebrows and repeated it suspiciously. His gaze swept across the kitchen and refrigerator behind the living room. "Now there are all kinds of unprocessed ingredients, half-made pudding, and beef and lamb that are still marinating. Even if you don't cook very much, Blake can see that this is indeed preparing an extremely rich dinner." "Well, yes. Uncle Vernon also invited a business partner of his." Harry nodded and replied very seriously, Is that right?" An awkward expression flashed across Sirius Black's face, and he raised his hand and scratched his nose. This is slightly different from what he heard from Hagrid. He originally thought that Harry had been abused in the Dursleys, but from the current situation, it seems that the family did not treat Harry as badly as in the legend. "So, can I join Harry's birthday party? As Harry's godfather, I have never shared a birthday with Harry for so many years. Oh, by the way, Harry, I even prepared a birthday present for you. I'll bring it to you later." Chapter 1. Come and give Elena a heart. Chapter 636. Sirius request. "I'm sorry, I think I'm afraid." Vernon Dursley twitched his cheeks and was about to refuse. "Of course. And I cooked dinner, which I learned at Hogwarts." Before Uncle Vernon could finish speaking, Harry quickly nodded and agreed. He knows very well that if Sirius Black leaves at this time, the cake and birthday party in the evening may all become bubbles. Uncle Vernon may thank him for not speaking badly about them, but he will never give him too much. Look what a nice face. Moreover, in Harry's view, the Dursleys were preparing to entertain the Masons, which did not conflict with his birthday. "That's I haven't eaten Hogwarts dishes in a long time." Hearing Harry's answer, Sirius Black's face visibly brightened. and he said excitedly, then Mr. Dursley, is there anything I can do for you? Or, Harry, see if you need me to ask Cratchit to come and help. Forget it. The old guy will just. The kitchen has made a mess. If you can, I hope you can change into a suit instead of this weird gown. Looking at Black sitting down on the living room sofa with excitement, Mr. Dursley twitched his cheek again. At least it looks decent. And there is that important business partner of mine. He doesn't know anything about your side, and I originally planned to talk to him about business after dinner. This is simple. It's just the clothes that moles often wear. So that's it. Sirius Black nodded easily and waved his magic wand. The wizard's robe disappeared instantly and turned into a dark grey classic suit. This is not too difficult for him. Fine, Uncle Vernon replied reluctantly when he looked at Blake, who changed into an elegant suit for an instant. Then, it's getting late. I'll go drive first. Harry, you come to entertain your godfather. Petunia, please help me watch things at home. Dudley, go with me and go to the city. Show your cousin the birthday cake here. Just as Mr. Dursley was about to open the door, there was a knock on the door again. Opening the door, two men in dark grey trench coats stood in the doorway. You. Vernon Dursley was about to say a few words. His eyes fell on the hands of the two, and he stepped back subconsciously. Damn it. Two more wizards with small wooden sticks. Hello, we are officials of the Ministry of Magic, come here to investigate the situation and deal with the accident. Ignoring Mr. Dursley, who was standing by the door, the two wizards walked into the living room one after another, looked straight at Harry, who was still standing by the sofa, frowned, and said quickly in a displeased tone, Mr. Harry Potter, we have received a report that you used multiple spells such as the Iron Armor Curse, Disarming Curse, and Phantom Shifting Curse in your residence. At the same time, someone witnessed a flying motorcycle land on U.S. residence. Vernon Dursley's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned his head to look at the two strange wizards, preparing to add a few words. However, before he could organize the language, a voice had already responded to the two wizards from the Ministry of Magic in advance. Wait, do you prohibit the abuse of the Magic Office, or the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters? Sirius Black stood up and asked rhetorically with great skill. Our memory counselor and investigator of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, who are you? The two Ministry of Magic officials were taken aback for a moment, frowned and looked at the man in suit standing in front of them. In our record, apart from Harry Potter, no wizard lives in Little Huge Inn. I'm the godfather of Harry Potter, Sirius Black. The curses you detected were all released by me, and the flying motorcycle is mine. Is there any problem? As an adult wizard, I don't have much to do. Curse limit. Sirius Black. Your flying motorcycle. I know. It's fine. In a few days you will send the fine to the Black family's old house. I will take the time to go to the Ministry of Magic to pay the fine. It was just that moles accidentally witnessed the magic item. I know the process very well. Sirius Black waved his hand and quickly replied disapprovingly. The two officials from the Ministry of Magic paused slightly. One of them hesitated, took out a notebook, glanced at it, and cleared his throat, as if he had caught a loophole, and read it quickly. Then, Mr. Black, you will also cast a spell in front of moles. They are Harry's legal guardians. According to the law they belong to associates of the magic world, and the registrant is Dumbledore. Sirius Black grinned and responded with a relaxed tone. In other words, you don't have to cast the forgetting curse on them to make them forget the necessity of these things, and there is no reason to punish me for this incident, just a false alarm. Gentlemen, don't be too nervous. Wandering, forgetting curse? Forgot. Mr. Dursley, who had originally planned to complain to the officials of the magic world, opened his mouth and asked in confusion, although he couldn't fully understand the conversation between the wizards. Just a few keywords in Sirius' mouth were enough to make him instinctively perceive what seemed to be wrong. Yes, in order to hide the existence of the magic world, theoretically, any moles who accidentally witnessed magic phenomena or ordinary people like you who have no magic ability will be erased by the memory counselor of the Ministry of Magic. Sirius Black turned his head, spread his hands and explained to Mr. Dursley, who was full of horror. The panic on Vernon Dursley's face became stronger, and he subconsciously stretched his hand to the umbrella by the door. What? Erase the memory? That is to say a spell on us. Oh, don't panic, it's just for unrelated people who haven't been in contact with the magic world. Looking at Vernon Dursley, who seemed to be frightened, Sirius Black comforted with a smile on his face. As long as I can prove to them that you are indeed Harry's relative and guardian, they won't and can't do anything with your memory. You can go to your business with peace of mind, and I can deal with it here. Oh, okay then, I'm leaving now. Vernon Dursley halted a few times, and his shrewd little eyes hovered among the wizards in the room. He quickly made the right decision, took a deep breath, and pulled Dudley as if he was okay, walked straight out of the door. On the one hand, the memory was erased by a wizard of unknown origin, while on the other hand, Harry and his godfather were allowed to leave after dinner. Obviously, this is not a complicated and difficult decision. As for complaining to the government of the magic world, since Mr. Dursley heard Sirius Black's easy response and the rules on amnestics, he has completely removed this self-seeking approach from his mind. Well, Mr. Black, we will verify what you said. It's okay. If it's okay, I'll have to help start preparing for the dinner party. Oh, there are some accidental questionnaires at the end, you may need your help to fill out. This is the last conversation Vernon Dursley heard before closing the door. Harry had never experienced such a strange thing at number 4 Privet Road. Aunt Petunia sets the dining table downstairs, and he and Sirius Black clean up the bedroom and unpack gifts upstairs. And Uncle Vernon and Cousin Dudley were blowing balloons and decorating ribbons for his birthday party in the living room. Of course, part of them should also be to welcome the Masons. Mr. Dursley would never forget his big client. Perhaps considering that he didn't want to alarm the ministry again, Sirius did not use magic in his help in the afternoon, but rolled up his sleeves like an ordinary person, helping Harry and Aunt Petunia to go around the house together. In fact, Sirius originally had 10,000 kinds of magic that could accomplish all this in the blink of an eye. It's just that he can't enjoy the joy of working with Harry and the opportunity to speak with Harry alone. For Black, who has been idle at home for a long time, he can move his body. Perhaps you are tired of listening, but I still have to say, you really look like your father. As he was cleaning the bedroom, Blake suddenly said to Harry, except for your eyes, you have the same eyes as your mother. I haven't seen them yet, Harry said glumly. Over the past year, he has heard similar comments from many people, but he himself can't remember the appearance of his parents. The only time he saw them was when the dwarf Star Peter was in public trial, when they were reflected in the sky. Blur light and shadow. Sirius groaned for a few seconds. Let me think about it. I remember that there may be some pictures of old classmates back then. If you give me some time, I will write to you and ask, would you like to organize a photo album for you? Album? Is it the one that moves in the wizarding world? Harry looked up in surprise. Of course he can move. James was the star of the school at the time, Black said with a smile. Besides, as your godfather and your father's best man, there should be a lot of him and Lily in my original residence. Photo. When the two of them were together, they commanded us to take pictures of them both. By the way, speaking of this, other than that, Sirius Black glanced at the corridor outside and made sure that the Dursleys should not be able to hear him. He looked at Harry unnaturally and said softly, that's it. You should know that I am your godfather. That is you, the legal guardian in a magic world. Chapter 2. Ma! Exclamation mark. The cute Elena who was caught again begs for comparison. I point. Chapter 637, Father and Son. Large chapter. 4 Privet Road, Harry's bedroom. Well, Professor Dumbledore told me. Harry nodded, squatting on the ground and throwing the scattered paper balls into the trash can one by one. Originally I thought you might not be doing so well at your uncle and aunt's house, and I am the guardian appointed by your parents just in case they encounter an accident. You know what I mean. Sirius Black glanced at Harry and said vaguely, if you want a different home, or even if you want to live for a while and change your feeling. He didn't have much confidence in this at first, but after coming to Dursley's house today, seeing the birthday dinner they prepared for Harry, made Sirius' confidence in his heart slip to the point where it can no longer be described as pessimistic. However, he didn't notice that Harry's movements stopped instantly with his voice. Change our home? A different home? Harry's heart began to swell. Ah, of course, the old house of the Black family is very old, much dirtier than here. Sirius Black touched his nose, and said softly in a dumb voice, but if you come to live, I should be able to help you clean up a few rooms slightly larger than here. Of course, if you want to live with your uncle and aunt, I can understand it. I just think of course. Why can I go to you? Harry quickly replied without hesitation. No matter how the Dursleys changed, he still didn't like him after all. Blake quickly turned to look at him, with an expression of incredulous surprise on his face. Will you? He asked. Really? But yeah, I really do, Harry said. To be honest, even though Uncle Vernon has treated me better lately, they still don't like magic. As long as I'm a wizard, they will worry about whether someday wake up and become a beetle. Blake finally breathed a sigh of relief, and for the first time a real smile appeared on his thin face. Tonight? If your uncle and aunt do not object, you can go back with me tonight. Don't be silly. They can't wait to send me to the train station tomorrow as soon as tonight. At the same time, England, Wiltshire. Malfoy Manor, located at the exquisite wrought iron gate at the end of the garden. Malfoy, I know there must be a lot of prohibited dark magic items hidden in your house. You'd better tell them honestly. Otherwise, if I find evidence, you've seen the end of the Lestrange family. Perhaps, wait until you get permission from the Ministry to check. Weasley, Malfoy Manor is not your broken house. Any decoration inside may be worth a year of your hard work. I don't worry about letting you in it. Touch it casually. Lucius Malfoy stood at the door and said coldly. In front of him, Arthur Weasley and William Perkins were writing and drawing on a small notebook. Since the Ministry of Magic found a large number of high-risk black magic items during the seizure of the Lestrange family vault some time ago, according to Albus Dumbledore's judgment, most of them were prohibited items from the time of Voldemort. And more importantly, the process of this investigation gave the Ministry of Magic, which was financially embarrassed and embarrassing, to taste the sweetness. Therefore, in the past few months, the Ministry of Magic has stepped up its inspections of prohibited items, and any prohibited items found by the Office of Prohibited Misuse of Mul Items or the Error Office will be fined a certain amount. The joint reforms of Hogwarts and Gringotts Gingy long stabilized the turbulent economic situation in the magical world on the one hand. But on the other hand, the change of old and new currencies will undoubtedly be a huge blow to the grey income that once existed in the entire magical world. The Ministry of Magic, which lacks a source of political gifts, has to find a new income direction. Lucius Malfoy can clearly feel that Cornelius Fudge's eyes are completely different from the past every time he sees him. Compared with the respect that he used to pile up with money, it is now a bit more a group of greedy guys. In the living room of Malfoy Manor, Lucius swept across the table with his cane. The exquisite white ceramic tea set was swept down on the ground, making a crisp sound, and fragments scattered all over the ground. Lucius, didn't you say that Fudge promised not to disturb us? Clean up. Narcissa Malfoy. Madame Malfoy frowned and snapped her fingers lightly. In the next moment, a house elf with a bandage wrapped around her finger appeared in front of her, carefully cleaning up the ceramic shards on the ground, and her big bulging eyes secretly watched the angry master from time to time. Yes, Cornelius Fudge did promise that. After all, the name Malfoy still has a bit of prestige. But there are many nosy people in the ministry, especially the sloppy idiot Arthur Weasley. This time he came to Malfoy Manor to investigate the Dark Demon props. He must have been behind the scenes, Lucius Malfoy said bitterly. his face extremely gloomy. In a while, I will go to Old Bog Inn to take care of things. As for the diary given by the Dark Lord, of course I will try to get it as soon as possible. Dumbledore and Weasley, they do too much. Yes, but it has offended a lot of people. That diary? What are you going to do, honey? What's the matter? Narcissa Malfoy looked at her husband anxiously, and was about to ask for some details, suddenly stopped talking and turned her head to look at the corridor by the living room, her face instantly changing into a gentle and doting look. Draco? Lucius also turned his head in an instant, followed his wife's line of sight, and frowned slightly. I asked you to stay in your own house for a while. Your mother and I still have something to discuss. I want to go out, Dad. Well, go see a friend. Get out. Lucius narrowed his eyes. Where to go? Draco Malfoy hesitated, and whispered tentatively. Harry's house, that Harry Potter, you know. He is also pure blood. Oh, that's the famous Harry Potter who never responds to your letters? What kind of friends will not send you a reply? Draco, I don't want to interfere with your social life too much, but it must be known that people are different from person to person. A sneer flashed across Lucius Malfoy's face, and his voice was full of sarcasm. That's his problem. Draco paled a bit, but still looked directly into his father's eyes. I promised him that I will keep in touch with him during the summer vacation. Today is his birthday. I want to go. Just ask. No. Don't even think about it. Lucius Malfoy shook his head unmoved. Draco obviously didn't give up so easily. After a year of learning at Hogwarts, he was no longer the kid who listened to his father in everything. Elena said that most of the precious things in this world need to take the initiative to fight, rather than passively waiting for others to allow or arrange. Why? What if he is in trouble? Besides, there are many reasons. One of the simplest reasons is that he lives in the Mole neighborhood. People from the Malfoy family visited friends in a neighborhood full of moles. This is a joke. Even if he is Potter who survived a catastrophe, it won't work either. But, enough. There is nothing to discuss about this. Lucius Malfoy frowned, waved his hand vigorously, and said in a tone that couldn't hold his beak, Draco, now, go back to your own room. Faced with his father's stern look, the courage that Draco Malfoy had finally summoned up quickly faded, and his mother, who had always spoiled him before, also did not say a word, and did not even mean to come out to help him. But, no, go back. Okay. Draco Malfoy stood for a few seconds before leaving the living room with his head down in despair. After watching her son disappear at the end of the corridor, after a long while, after confirming that he really hadn't been eavesdropping outside, Narcissa Malfoy turned her head to look at her husband, and said softly, pointedly, Draco has changed a lot since he came back from school, and you can't always treat him as a kid. HMPH. He was influenced by the mole orphan named Elena. I don't want him to be a pure blood joke. Lucius Malfoy snorted coldly and shook his head. A trace of discomfort flashed across his face. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Directors, Lucius Malfoy is very aware of what happened at Hogwarts this year, but in his opinion, it is mostly Albus Dumbledore's purpose to promote the Hemp Wizard Arranger performance only. She was just a stupid first-year little witch from a mole orphanage with no father and no mother. If there is no secret manipulation and arrangement of Hogwarts Principal Dumbledore, it is absolutely impossible to stir so much wind and rain in the school, let alone affect the entire 4 colleges, but any smarter wizard can see this. Maybe Dumbledore can really train a new successor in the future, but when the battle between Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic has not fully begun, Lucius Malfoy does not intend to actively participate in this muddy water. Go in. And most importantly, because he had joined the Death Eaters, he didn't have much good impression in Dumbledore's eyes. Arthur Weasley unscrupulously checked the Dark Demon's items during this period, and he did not mean to settle the old accounts afterwards. At this time, if the Malfoy family first sends out a signal of defection, such as letting their son go to the Mole settlement to visit friends, It is difficult to guarantee how other families who supported Voldemort behind the scenes will react. The fact that Peter Pettigrew was tried at Hogwarts some time ago not only prompted the Ministry of Magic's investigations these days, but more importantly, it conveyed a message that made Lucius and the former Death Eaters a little scared. The Sign-Off Dark Lord is probably not dead, but hidden somewhere in the magic world to accumulate power, ready to make a comeback at any time. Therefore, the enchanted notebook that the Dark Lord personally handed over to the Malfoy family for safekeeping became extremely hot. Regarding the mysterious diary, the Dark Lord didn't explain much when he gave it to them for safekeeping. The only thing Lucius Malfoy knew was that the mysterious magic of the Salazar Slytherin family was cast on the diary. As long as it was sent to Hogwarts, the legendary Slytherin could be opened. The lettering chamber, in other words, if you can't throw it away, you'd better find a way to quietly throw it back to Hogwarts. However, what Draco said just now provided an idea for what Lucius had been upset about. So is it Harry Potter's birthday today? Perhaps we should indeed give Mr. Harry Potter a gift in the name of Draco. Lucius Malfoy tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. Narcissa, you said if people find out that the boys living in distress opened the secret room at Hogwarts and cleaned the mudbloods with impure blood, how much impact will it have on Dumbledore and the group he maintains? What? Dobby, the house elf who was wiping the floor, trembled, and his big bat-like ears couldn't help shaking. Mr. Harry Potter, wait, what does it feel like? Exclamation mark. Lord, Master, there is danger in the young master. At this moment, Dobby suddenly raised his head and looked at a location in Malfoy Manor with horror in his eyes. As a house elf, he felt the magic wave of at least 4 or 5 of the same kind. At the same time, Draco Malfoy's bedroom. 5 house elves stood by Malfoy's bed and bent over respectfully. The uniforms with the Hogwarts school badge gleamed in the sunlight projected from the window, and the house elves. Burley was the leader. Dear Mr. Malfoy, the chef has received your request. Are you ready? Well, hurry up. Otherwise, my dad might find out that there is also a house elf in my family. Don't worry, we have 5. In fact, the chef originally thought there would be a battle. Judging from the current situation, it is undoubtedly the best. So, let me confirm again. What is your destination? Draco Malfoy clenched the unfinished letter on the desktop, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Surrey, Little Huge in District, number 4 Privet Drive. Anyway, I must go and ask him personally. As you wish. Hogwarts Roundface Fat Chicken Express, I am happy to serve you. Burley, the house elf, bends down respectfully again, and replied very skillfully. Immediately afterwards, it stretched out his left hand to hold Draco, and raised his other hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Snapped. It's another 2-in-1 chapter. Elena begs my heart to click me to compare my heart. Chapter 638, Commitment and Trial. At dusk. Loch Lomond, the town of Lars. The busy daytime working hours are over. In this era of lack of entertainment, perhaps young people in big cities will choose to have a few drinks in a pub, or get together with friends and have fun everywhere. But in this remote town where most of them are elderly people, people tend to go home early to rest. The small church on the south side of the town had already closed its door. Father Benitez's working hours had ended. From the evening to the early morning of the next day, Hallelujah temporarily closed its business and replaced it with, Is everyone here? Very good. Elena is wearing a specially tailored non's dress, sitting on the high prayer table with Erlang's legs crossed, like a baby demon sitting on her throne. Her eyes scanned the crowd in front of her, and her voice quietly said softly, So, as usual, starting from Gringotts, each department will start reporting in turn. The small auditorium, which is not too spacious, looks more crowded at this time than it was on Sunday. Seated from left to right in the seats are the Goblin Director from Gringotts, the core employee of the Destiny Group, and the representative of the House Elves at Hogwarts. This is also the power that is now fully controlled by Lena, the 3rd generation, the core power of the Dark Lord. However, due to limited seats, Some lower-level personnel had to stand on the walls and the end of the church. And in the seats on the left and right of Elena, there are two wizards at the top of today's magical world: Albus Dumbledore, and Gellert Grindelwald. In a sense, the three of them themselves represent the past, present, and future of magic. As Elena's influence and imprint in this world becomes more and more profound, the things that Elena needs to consider and judge have become more and more complicated. Any instruction in any link may produce an extremely complex world. The birth of any authority cannot be done by the gift of others, or done by others. If you want to ensure that the future direction will not get out of control due to birth, aging, sickness and death, Elena must be deeply involved in all decision-making links and gradually consolidate her prestige. Whether it is Elena or the two old wizards, it is clear in her heart. At this point, therefore, even with the help of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, she still holds a high-level meeting every month. And more importantly, for now, only Elena knows which direction should be headed in the future. At least, Dumbledore and Grindelwald more closely observe and supervise the girl's behavior before Elena's decision-making has made major mistakes or controversies, and give help and advice when appropriate. Undoubtedly, a new era belonging to human magical civilization has begun ahead of schedule. As remnants of the old world, the only thing they can do is to burn themselves as much as possible to light up the new world. Accompanied by Elena's voice, he had been transferred to Gringotts Wizarding Bank to take over the work of the Alpha Presbyterian Church. Douglas, who was serving as the chief financial officer, stood up, stepped forward slightly, and replied in a clear voice, "As you wish, Your Majesty the Queen." The liquidation work of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank has been completed, and all the original businesses have been reorganized and handed over. From Northern Ireland to Siberia in Russia, no one knows your declaration. All the fairies in Europe have expressed their surrender. There was a touch of emotion on Douglas' face. In the history of fairies, there has never been a precedent for such rapid integration of all fairies in the world. Compared with the coercive and lure of money and power, the newly appointed fairy queen has shown that the devil can only have it. Just a declaration and promise. Elena consolidated her position among Gringotts and fairies. I see, don't worry, this is by no means just a dream. Elena smiled slightly and said flatly and firmly, the era when fairies and wizards are equal, and personal property is sacred and inviolable, will soon come, and allowing fairies to own land rights and free business rights within a limited range is just the first step. I don't know what to say. Okay, Your Majesty. Regarding the Hogwarts King-along exchange, Douglas nodded, took out a small notebook from his arms, and began to read them in an orderly manner. Fairies wizards are equal. Grindelwald frowned slightly, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his eyes. Perhaps desperate elves can only deceive themselves by believing in this fairy tale. After all, if they don't choose to surrender to Elena, they may even survive to see the hope of next year's sunrise. As for the liberalization of independent business rights and land rights, it is nothing more than a seemingly tempting empty check. Elena has proved through the facts in the previous few months that the dominance of fairies in the financial field no longer exists. Human wisdom and the complex performance of today's society can easily defeat these greedy guys when the obsession with money is transformed into the obsession with the land. When exposed to the financial vortex without any cover, the fairy will become more vulnerable. Grindelwald didn't think that a little devil like Elena would let go of the undefended Gringotts fairies. At the beginning, she personally pushed the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and the fairies to hell, and waited until the value of these poor little things was squeezed out. In order to relieve the troubles, any qualified leader knew what to do. While Grindelwald was observing Elena, Dumbledore placed his gaze on Grindelwald. Seeing the sarcasm in the eyes of this familiar old friend, Dumbledore took green almost instantaneously. Duo's thoughts guessed at odds and ends. Dumbledore smiled slightly and shook his head, barely visible. Gale, you will never understand the willfulness and stupidity, the meaning of existence. At this time, Douglas' report on Gringotts' work was almost coming to an end. In short, the implementation and recognition of hawking is still not ideal. On the other hand, the capital chain in the countries of the former Soviet Union has been stretched too long. According to the estimates of the actuarial department, the expansion will be in September at the latest. The previous stagnation, as the United States and Western countries have not fulfilled their food aid and financial support commitments, Ukraine, Russia, Belarus and many other countries have gradually seen insufficient supply of basic food. Even, the unemployment rate in many cities has reached more than 30%. Because we disrupted the market ahead of time, America and free capital had to speed up the original harvest cycle. Shock therapy has already put the entire Russia into a semi-paralysis state. Hunger, poverty, and disorder have begun to impact the entire former Soviet Union, and the ruble may collapse completely at any time. Elena's eyes flashed. Already is it about to reach the tipping point? The difference between this life and the previous life is that in the current economic vortex of the former Soviet Union, there is an extra madman who stirs the situation at no cost. Under her request and guidance, the Tanming Group and the Gringotts Wizarding Bank are almost used. All the funds were used to drive up the bubble in the financial market of the former Soviet Union. In other words, she made the culmination of financial plunder and bubbles that would have taken 2 to 3 years to evolve to appear in this world half the time ahead. The American goblins and financial hot money led by the United States must start tonic up blood. Only, very well, according to the original plan, starting from next week, we will enter the next stage in an all-round way. Elena pondered for a few seconds, and said softly in a cold tone, 2 months. I only give you 2 months. 2 months later, I hope to see the ruble, a currency, completely disappear from the earth. Destroy all currency printing houses. Destroy it as a circulation carrier significance. Glancing at Douglas, who was full of revenge and anticipation of joy, Elena lightly licked her lips. Then, take those guys who have promised high interest and loans like us, and go to hell together. To mourn the dead. The hero is immortal. The 4th of April 2020. Chapter 639. The Empress's Smile. To completely destroy the currency market left over from the former Soviet Union, Gary Vicks, who was standing next to Douglas, couldn't help but froze for a moment, wondering if he had an auditory hallucination just now. As a newcomer who has joined the edge of the Gringotts Corps, Gary Vicks has no real power for the time being. He mainly follows Douglas as an attendant and an apprentice goblin, helping to deal with and record some trivial chores. But even so, it is very clear about the consequences of the order given by Elena. In order to disrupt the non-magical financial market as quickly as possible, both the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and the Destiny Consortium have invested nearly 90% of non-magical liquid funds in that land. If you include the use of loans and leverage to raise the money, part of it is even equivalent to the sum of several Gringotts in their heyday. And Elena's order is to zero out these capital chains, industrial foundations, and monetary credits that should have become the cornerstones of finance in a very short time, and to draw salaries for the entire upper middle level financial market built on it. This is no longer a regular business game or a financial war. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, to be precise. In the history of the Goblin, there has never been such an unreasonable case of capital control. It has always been a loser who lifts the table, but there has never been a reason for the winner to take the initiative to lift the table. His Majesty, I will confirm once again. Are you sure you still want to implement the second phase of the plan? At this moment, Douglas leaned back and asked in a deep voice what Gary Vickers was puzzled by. As your appointed chief financial officer, I must remind you that if we choose to join the ranks of plundering the ruble exchange rate difference, with the Destiny Consortium and the market share currently controlled by Gringotts, we have a high chance of becoming the most profitable one on one side. At the same time, in the whole process, all the forces including the American goblins, Americans, capital hot money and even the mole governments of the former Soviet Union countries will be our help. But if we choose the second option, we will be the enemy of the world. Not to mention whether all capital can be hit hard, but most of the funds we invested in it before will inevitably be wiped out and become fertilizer scattered on that piece of land, disappearing in every corner. At the same time, because we have broken the tacit understanding of the capital market, we may be surrounded and suppressed. The collapse of the loan chain, the break of the capital chain, the zero value of the currency chain reaction formed by these situations will force all investors to unite for self-protection, and kill us as much as possible before everything collapses. Is this going to be enemy with the whole world, and still being siege? Gary Wicks swallowed, and looked at the Fairy Queen not far away with some worry. This is the first time he has participated in the plenary meeting of Her Majesty the Queen. Before that, he always thought that the monthly meeting should be similar to the previous Gringotts Weekly Report, that is, read the data and report on the work. Who knows, from the first the beginning of a topic is to directly destroy a huge range of financial markets. Suddenly, this young goblin finally understood what Elder Leos had said before. No matter in any era, half a step ahead is a genius, and a step ahead is a madman. But if a madman has the power to subvert the entire world, then the moment she starts to act is the moment when the devil is born. And now, he is witnessing the birth of a demon king. In the financial battlefield, the so-called multi-win ending does not exist. It is just a fairy tale written on paper. There is only one way to end the war: lose both, and then the winner takes all. Elena, who was sitting on the high prayer platform, quietly observed the reactions of the surrounding people, and answered flatly. Like a nun who was officially chanting a poem, Elena gently stroked the heavy Bible next to her, and carelessly scanned the restless goblins sitting behind Douglas, and continued with extra seriousness. Don't forget that I promised to make the traitor pay the price. As the Old Testament said, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. This is the most basic principle in this world. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union and the United States, which were located at two levels in the world, had many similarities. The most interesting point is that, in fact, in this era of Elena, the US economy has actually been on the brink of a bubble collapse. If the former Soviet Union persists for a few more years, the seemingly prosperous capital economy will usher in a crash. In other words, the prerequisite for future dollar hegemony is that it must completely digest the flesh and blood left behind by the former Soviet Union. On the other hand, those American goblins who betrayed the Gringotts Wizarding Bank can only draw enough independent capital through this unprecedented and possibly the only geopolitical disaster in human history. Otherwise, the American goblins who lack a global layout, independent coinage rights, and a complete industrial chain will not be able to grow into an equal force with the Magic Congress of the United States. They will lose the capital to sit on the negotiating table, or they will completely become American wizards. The puppets and chess pieces will either disappear into the social structure of the magical world. Elena is quite aware that the country on the other side of the ocean that may pose the greatest threat to her in the future. Therefore, even if she temporarily sacrifices the almost handy interests of the Destiny Consortium and Gringotts Wizarding Bank, she has to smash all the guys who are trying to profit from botched capital operations, the virtual economy and the value of bubble warrants. All are based on monetary measurement. When money ceases to exist, all theories and techniques will be meaningless. In a ruin, the only thing that can survive is the physical industry that really exists in the real world. If the situation continues to deteriorate and even the real industry begins to be eroded, those former Soviet scientific researchers who record and create industrial knowledge are the last kind of fire and the most precious wealth of this land. Before everyone realized this, the top batch of them had now arrived at Hogwarts. Regarding the follow-up content, Elena didn't explain much, shook her head with a smile. Enemy with the world? Stop joking, with real world. Since owning the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a vast potato field, a light industrial production plant developed in the former Soviet Union for decades, and a group of top talents in the world, today money is meaningless. Understood? Gringotts will obey your will, Her Majesty. 2 months later, the ruble will completely lose its qualification as a currency for trading. All those who play with capital in front of you will fall into the depths of hell. Place. Douglas replied solemnly, with bloodthirsty pleasure in the corners of his mouth. As the former head of the venture capital department of Gringotts, he really enjoys this kind of feeling in the financial field, watching the endless numbers converge into invisible blades. A little bit of tearing the enemy, no doubt. Only the great fairy Queen Elena Caslana would give him such opportunities and rights. In response to Douglas' answer, Elena just smiled calmly, did not make any more response, and turned her gaze to Kurt Meyer, the overseas head of the Destiny Group, who had been standing next to the goblin. Kurt Melton understood what she meant, stepped forward slightly, and began to report. According to your request, we have fully reduced our activities in non-magical countries such as Russia and Ukraine. In the past few months of activities, American wizards and malagents from various countries have had frictions with us, but the organization has not been exposed. All clues and keywords will point to Mysterious Man and the Dark Lord. In addition, most of the evacuation work has been carried out. Except for the wizards who protect key figures, most comrades can evacuate at any time. Comrade? Like-minded work partner? It's really an appropriate name. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows non-committal and glanced at the white-haired dumpling sitting next to him. The speed of this little guy's thoughts spreading among the saints is so fast. As a first-generation Dark Lord who once gathered half of the wizarding wizards by himself, Grindelwald knew how terrible this method of thought infection would burst. Power. As for the little ones who have carried a scapegoat in this process, that's not important. Anyway, the encirclement and suppression of the remaining power of the Death Eaters and the search for Voldemort's hiding place with the intention of destroying the magical world appeared on the desktop of the International Council of Wizards last month and was regarded as an extremely important international cooperation agenda. Cornelius Fudge, the British Minister of Magic, has already issued a warning to the magic circles of all countries at the meeting. Although the activities of Death Eaters have been temporarily eliminated in Britain, the possibility of Death Eaters fleeing abroad is still not ruled out. Very good. Pay attention to safety if necessary. Call the Huberian directly. Elena nodded slightly, and said softly, for this group of veterans who have experienced the First Wizarding War, and after decades of trials, they still don't forget their original intentions, she can be said to be particularly assured and respectful. If it wasn't for her team that hadn't grown up yet, and time was too tight, she didn't want these elderly people to take on too many frontline combat tasks. Perhaps she should try to let some potential young wizards experience it. Elena swept across Dumbledore, tapping her finger thoughtfully on the countertop. For example, the young members of the Order of the Phoenix, the previous men and women of Hogwarts, and the president of the student union. The star students of the school next door return to school and retake it. I don't know if I can deceive some people to come back with this reason. Without having too much association in this regard, Elena quickly converged her thoughts and looked at the house elf standing on the far left. She seemed to have never experienced such a formal occasion. The little guy seemed nervous, about to faint. As for what the Hogwarts house elves were about to report, she had already vaguely learned something. Not surprisingly, the countermeasures and chain reactions triggered by those events are likely to become extremely important historical nodes that will completely change the social structure of the traditional magical world. For this reason, she did not even go to watch Harry's birthday party. Elena squinted her eyes, her face filled with a lovely and innocent smile. Let's talk about it. Hogwarts round-faced fat chicken express. Why is there a serious loss? Gwa super cute. Elena is rolling online for comparison. The 640th chapter prototype. In the magical calendar of 999 years, in the eyes of later generations, this is still an extremely slow world. The budding of the internet era has just emerged, whether it is transportation, logistics, and the speed of information transmission. It is still physically constrained by the real world. At the same time, it is also the last opportunity for the magical world to seize the lead of human civilization in Elena's eyes. Hogwarts round-faced fat chicken express. This is just the name of the project used to deceive people. According to Elena's idea, its official name should actually be called Skynet. The OWL navigation of the global positioning system, the transmission ability of the house elf that ignores the space barrier, if it can realize the delay-free information transmission of quantum entanglement, the intelligent screening and processing of huge and disordered data, the instant upload and download reorganization of soul and matter, so it will undoubtedly completely subvert the life mode of the entire human civilization and society. The starting point for all this is the takeout service of the summer special issue of Hogwarts on the Bite of the Tongue. With the start of the holiday this year, Hogwarts Kitchen officially began to accept orders from the entire wizarding world. But any wizard family who subscribed to Hogwarts magazine can send an order to Hogwarts. Of course, due to limited manpower, the number of orders per day is limited according to the rules set by Elena. Wizard families with Hogwarts students at home will have priority to make appointments. In addition, the customs clearance is black. The students of the test of magic defense will receive further priority. The house elves at Hogwarts will ensure the quality of each dish, as well as the accurate and punctual delivery of orders. Based on the knowledge of the cooking standards of Hogwarts kitchens and the status quo of poor British cuisine, Elena is very sure. But any wizard who has tried Hogwarts dishes once can hardly resist this wandering on the tip of his tongue temptation, even if the price is a little bit more expensive. But Elena also specially included an extremely valuable service to all families who ordered more than 50 gold gallons of meals. After the dishes arrive, they can have a temporary rental permission for the house elves. In this 1 hour, the house elves at Hogwarts can help the family complete tedious housekeeping tasks, as well as some basic house repairs, vegetable garden repairs, and even some basic cooking teaching. You know, house elves are a magical species. Although some wizard families will teach children, this is just a kind of slave created by wizards. But in fact, according to Grindelwald's description and the ancient historical documents stored in Dumbledore's bookshelves, they were actually a race of high magical wisdom like fairies. In ancient wars, the entire race of house elves was completely conquered by ancient wizards, erasing their own history. Everyone was trained in servility at birth, and must be a slave who had to serve his master for generations. They are not only proficient in all kinds of daily housework magic, but also have powerful magic abilities that even many contemporary wizards cannot reach. Therefore, it is generally only in some very old wizard families that house elves will appear. Crossage delicious dishes, service experience cards unique to the ancient family, and even an Etun cooking teaching, express delivery services for large-scale goods. Elena can't imagine anything other than expensive. Wizards would refuse reason. For some shy families in the pocket, Hogwarts Round-Faced Fat Chicken Express also has a low-profile version of the service. Hundreds of students' round-faced fat chickens that have come out of disaster and abandoned in the owl shed are on standby at any time. Although it may be a bit cold when it arrives, it may not look good. But after unpacking, you only need to heat it up a little, and the taste is still good. In fact, from the first day of the summer vacation, orders did fly to Hogwarts like snowflakes. But the only problem is, from the beginning of the summer vacation to the present, a whole month has passed. There are thousands of orders every day, right? Elena flipped through a small notebook lightly, her face still smiling. But every syllable was filled with cold anger. According to the report, Hogwarts has suffered thousands of dollars in losses every day so far. I don't care about money losses, but I hate this feeling of being fooled. Can you understand? But chef, they don't pay. The house elf screamed, clutching her small clothes made from Hogwarts napkins, shaking her body very hard. The Hogwarts takeaway service adopts the pay-to-pay model, which means that every house elf arrives at each wizard's home with food, waits for them to finish their meal, and then collects service and meal fees. However, even those little wizards who earned a lot of money at the end of the semester, after returning home, most of them actively handed in gold coins under the persuasion of their parents, and they were temporarily kept by their parents. But the letter signed by Professor Lido was accurately sent to every parent, and all adult wizards made exactly the same decision. Therefore, with the exception of a few wizard families who keep their promises, most wizards will involuntarily find some strange excuses when faced with high expenses and cowardly house elves. For example, if there is no cash for the time being, wait until after it is taken from the vault next time, or the child is ignorant and ordered a lot of unpalatable dishes, or directly questioned the unreasonable price and refused to pay. As house elves, they have no way to resist or actively use magic to harm other wizards. Regardless of the reason, losses have already occurred, and someone needs to be punished. The smile on Eleanor's face became more charming, and she whispered coldly, "This also means no." The house elf screamed, his eyes suddenly become frightened. "No clothes, chef. We will urge. We will find a way." "No clothes. Where are we except Hogwarts?" "I can't go." "Don't panic. I'm not accusing you. I'm just a little bit lamented about the wonder of human nature." Elena shook her head slightly and turned to look at Dumbledore, who was sitting next to her. "I think you understand now. As I said before, the possible risks of backward cash transactions and disorderly markets, greed can never be extinguished. And these will not change because of the scarcity and abundance of materials. If while material and knowledge are advancing, the traditional social model remains unchanged, which will only lead to even greater disasters. In fact, a complete and healthy society not only needs to give everyone enough freedom and privacy, but also needs to have a clear and concise statistical controllability for the whole. It has to be said that the Ministry of Magic is not doing a good job in this regard. Fortunately, Hogwarts today has all the puzzles to fill this loophole. Elena paused, prolonged her tone, and said slowly and softly, "The only problem is that I'm not sure whether the principal at Hogwarts agrees. After all, he opposed my proposal a month ago, suggesting to put it aside for a month and look at the actual feedback from the magic world before making a decision." "So, is this also in your plan?" "More than 70,000 Jinjialong, Merlin." Dumbledore looked at the huge loss report in his hand, was silent for a moment, and rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. "Try it, but for the time being only limited to the Hogwarts campus. Otherwise, Connelly, I can't cope with the pastas for things that are popular in the magic world, waiting for you to become the Minister of Magic time. Let's talk." "Maybe, it won't take that long." Elena raised her eyebrows and replied meaningfully. Before Dumbledore could understand the meaning behind Eleanor's words, the girl had turned her head again, looked at the house elves, heavenly wizards, and fairies in front of her, and gently cleared her throat. "It seems that we need to formulate some rules, as well as some more efficient and concise ways, to let our customers understand the operating logic of this world, which is why we are gathered together at this moment. This world needs to appear a little bit, a small change." Dumbledore's release made Elena instantly refreshed, and she was finally able to set herself on the chessboard. Since she entered Hogwarts and found that she had to live in the magical world for a long time, she has been thinking about how to change the world all the time. This is not a noble concept, just wanting to be more comfortable. At first, she just wanted to make some small money, or have some self-protection ability. With the emergence of Grindelwald and the perfect strategy of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, she has developed new ideas. Elena glanced over the restless elves, the steadfast wizards, and the excited and impatient fairies in front of her, took a sigh of relief, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and said calmly, "From now on, in addition to its normal business, Gringotts Wizarding Bank will form a separate department to be responsible for Hogwarts-related accounting matters. The entire department is in charge of Kurt Mayer, with the Hogwarts House Elves in collaboration. Participate. As for the first thing, establish a Hogwarts student file and assign a number." Elena took out her magic wand and waved it lightly, and dots of images gradually appeared in the air. "Names are not a reliable objective standard. We need to give each person a unique code, an identification that can be accurately identified and locked in all fields. I will call this MID, the magic identification number. Accompanied by Eleanor's voice, the images in the air gradually converged into her appearance, and below her images, a series of characters were slowly emerging in the air, explaining what she wanted to express. First of all, the first series of numbers represents the school 99999, this is Hogwarts. Next, the college 00 is Slytherin, 01 is Hufflepuff, 02 is Gryffindor, 03 is Ravenclaw. This is sorted by the ages of the 4 founders, and for reference the meaning of each college. After the academy, it uses September 1st as the demarcation line of each year to divide the magic year that every student who has reached the age of 11 belongs to. In other words, it is their enrollment magic year. And in the magic year after that, it will be the place on the list at the sorting ceremony. This area should be reserved in 3 digits. Finally, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank will randomly set up 2 numbers to deal with some special circumstances. In the world of magic, it is possible for a person to become multiple independent individuals. For example, a remnant soul who doesn't know which corner is wandering today is quite in line with this phenomenon, so Elena had to reserve in advance. Make a little space. Without further explaining the meaning of the last 2 values, Elena smiled slightly and looked at the Fairy Douglas. After all the student information is entered, Gringotts can create an exclusive virtual account for each person based on the MID to store personal property. This part of the assets will be directly settled by hawking. You can withdraw or deposit hawking at any time, and it can be used for all cashless transactions. The rewards or punishments that Hogwarts students received in the school will also be recorded on this in the form of numerical changes. I think the house elves at Hogwarts should be able to provide the data in this regard. Come out, and later I will compile a detailed list of daily tasks, weekly tasks, monthly tasks, and school year tasks for everyone. As for Mr. Kurt Mayer, I hope you can help Douglas to persuade the merchants in Diagon Alley to start using this settlement mode, and for wizards and merchants who use this settlement mode, we can provide some small discount feedback and financial support. For those who oppose it, let's see if we can buy their store first. Of course, if their resistance is still quite strong, then buy a shop next door to fill up the market vacancies. As for the materials and funds, the former Soviet Union light industry and Gringotts will be you backing. Elena waved her hand to break up the image in the air, and asked softly in a pleasant tone, "I'm finished. Now you can ask questions." Wah! Another big chapter. Elena asks for a refill. Chapter 641, Eleanor's service. After hesitating for a moment, Varky the house elf raised his hand timidly. "Chef, everyone at Hogwarts can meet the requirements you mentioned. It is not too difficult for us to serve and record the daily lives of the little owners, but I don't understand how these can be solved today." Dilemma. The elf's voice was trembling, as if he was afraid that he would be punished for asking questions. However, she knew that Elena Kaslana was not the kind of cruel wizard. Although she was particularly strong, she would graciously answer some stupid questions most of the time. The losses of Hogwarts' round-faced fat chicken express are now mainly due to the reckless behavior of some wizard families. House elves can't tell who has the right to speak in a family, and at the same time, they can't use some tougher methods to collect collections. In fact, unless it's based on protecting wizards, in theory, even elves, the masters of them, cannot order them to use magic to directly attack other wizards. Weak house elves are not qualified to live. Therefore, as long as the house elves who can serve the wizard in the magical world, their own magical power is absolutely not weak, and in order to ensure that these servants will not secretly cut their throats one night, the wizards treat the house elves. The enslavement education has never stopped, forcing them to actively abide by these rules from generation to generation. It's very simple. The credit system and virtual currency are directly settled. The Goblin Douglas raised his fingers and replied softly. It raised its head and glanced at Eleanor's expression. Seeing that she didn't mean to interrupt, It continued to explain. Gringotts Wizarding Bank has formed an extremely mature accounting system in its long business dealings. As long as your financial system is connected to Gringotts, you can directly deduct deductions as for those who have no money in the vaults. We can also temporarily record it as a negative number and adjust its credit rating to be a blacklisted customer. The House Elfwaki nodded seemingly, but Kurt Mayer was silent for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. However, if the Gringotts Wizarding Bank directly deducts the wealth of the wizard's vaults, will it cause a new round of turmoil? The recent storm has just subsided, and the magical world is not particularly friendly to Gringotts. In this sensitive time, the goblin reaches out to the wizard's wealth again, and there is a high probability that a problem will occur. Although we are not afraid of fighting in terms of absolute force, according to your deployment, Missy, this period of time should not be before the whole magical world is proclaimed our existence. If someone attacks Gringotts, what should we do? The contradiction between the wizard and the fairy, the confrontation between the banker and the depositor. Elena glanced at Kurt thoughtfully, and she once again realized the political acumen of these older generations, compared with the house elves who focus on details and the elves who focus on the gains and losses of rules. They are better at thinking about problems from a human perspective, especially the possible drawbacks of some subtle confrontation and resistance. Yes, if Gringotts directly deducts the wizard's deposit, it may cause controversy or conflict again. Elena nodded lightly and said unhurriedly, but Gringotts Wizarding Bank is only an executor this time, not a decider. Hogwarts will protest to the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts, and solve the problem through conventional judicial arbitration. One thing should not be forgotten. Today, more than half of the personal savings in the magical world come from Hogwarts-lent Gringotts gold coin. In other words, these gold coins that have returned to the hands of the wizards all have a unified label Hogwarts Jingalong, which is a creditor's mark carrying a magic contract. I think neither the Ministry of Magic nor Wisingamau has a reason to refuse Hogwarts' legal claims against this part of the funds. As for the blacklist, simply record it, and the service will continue to be provided. After all, we are a large conscientious group. Making profits is not our goal. Changing the world is. Elena had thought a few months ago that in the magical world, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank may face doubts and challenges for a long time in the future, and under this situation, temporarily fade away the goblins and Goulin. The subjective voice of the cabinet, allowing Hogwarts, the largest shareholder, to exert pressure from the side is undoubtedly the simplest and most effective means of ending. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank cannot resist the wrath of wizards, so of course, they are even less likely to reject Hogwarts' reasonable demands. Compared with the mature non-magic world of the legal industry, the Magic Society is too weak in this respect. Moreover, even if there are not so many gold coins in the wizard's vault, it doesn't matter. Under the joint witness and supervision of Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, and Gringotts, it is completely possible to pay in installments and pay back a little bit slowly. Usually under circumstances, this kind of thing is still relatively rare. After all, most of the wizard's family vaults can still pay for this month's meal. As for the personal account system established based on the Magic ID identification number MID from now on, this chaotic situation has been completely eliminated, and virtual payments that have been ahead of the entire era have been opened for at least 2 decades. Among them, although the currency value of Hogwarts Jingalong will not change, as the Destiny Foundation and Gringotts Wizarding Bank can influence more and more shops and industries in the magic world, some hidden and smiling purchasing power adjustments can still be done easily, and not many people will be unable to live a better and more convenient life. Of course, there are still some hidden dangers. If the Ministry of Magic is aware of the power behind this series of payment methods in advance, and wants to use political means or some other means to forcibly take away everything that Elena manages, then the Huberian may need to be dispatched. However, in Elena's plan, whether the money can be recovered is not particularly important. In some cases, the process is often more important than the result. Debt collection by Hogwarts through the existing legal channels of the magic world. Although this sounds wonderful, it seems that there is still a more serious practical problem. As the chief magician of the Wissingham Wizarding Court, Dumbledore frowned and interrupted with a light cough. Ms. Castellana, I may need to remind you of one thing. The current judicial arbitration in the magical world relies entirely on the law enforcement department of the Ministry of Magic and the Wisingham Court. If you follow your ideas, the number of lawsuits may be— Oh, yes, of course. The present gentleman must not be able to handle it. Elena smiled slightly, and slowly moved her fingers on the table, sighing lightly with an angelic voice. For so many years, the Ministry of Magic's financial income has completely relied on the support of the Pureblood family and the funding of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. This is really a shocking thing as an important institution for maintaining social stability. It's really sad that I haven't even considered setting up a special national tax department. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank has completely contracted its business, and it is fully equipped to assist the Ministry of Magic in its tax inspections. On the other hand, in cases involving commercial disputes, the fairies can serve as legal assistants to help wizards sort out the ins and outs. Unemployment rate will affect the stability of society. The biggest problem in the magic world today is that the growth rate of jobs cannot keep up with the increasing number of wizards. With a stable financial income, the Ministry of Magic can also consider expanding its enrollment. Faced with the question raised by Dumbledore, Elena answered quickly without thinking, there are many ways to change the world, and it is undoubtedly the most stupid way for a person to eat all the cakes. Compared with the illusory ideals and the seemingly divorced under the power, it is the world that adults like to embarrass themselves. The Ministry of Magic has always been eager for more voice, higher social status, and better living conditions. Perhaps there is still pure idealism at the grassroots level, but anyone who chooses to enter politics in the magical world and reaches a certain height will inevitably maintain considerable consistency on this point. Cornelius Fudge and Old Croce is the two most typical examples. As long as they understand their demands, politicians are actually the easiest to communicate with, whether it is a fairy or a house elf, or even allowing Hogwarts to have more voice. In the eyes of the Ministry of Magic politicians, they have not improved their social status, family reputation, and personal wealth. You need to know that some things, proactively brought up from the Ministry of Magic, will obviously make the two parties have a better cooperation experience. And the financial disputes that have been piled up for a whole month are such a very ingenious opportunity. The acceptance of such a large number of cases will defeat the current fragile judicial system in the magic world in an instant, and the huge amount of money will continue to stimulate the Ministry of Magic officials who received the cases, reminding them of their own poverty. More importantly, for a long time after this, Hogwarts will continue to file new lawsuits. Even if Dumbledore did not raise this question, according to the original plan, Grindelwald would take the initiative to ask. Today's situation can be said to be the most perfect process, and Eleanor's smile has become more charming. In fact, according to the information I have, Gringotts had previously considered the business of the Ministry of Magic. The full name of the project is Internal Revenue Service IRS, or IRS for short. It is mainly for the analysis service of income-related affairs within the magical world. It's just because for some reasons, we were forced to delay. And now what needs to be done is to awaken the memory of the Ministry of Magic and provide a more sincere cooperation plan. Chapter 642 The Strongest Legal Department. Fairy Legal Council, IRS System. This is to fully restart the stranded Gringotts Rise plan. The Goblin Douglas suddenly raised his head, looking excitedly at the Fairy Queen sitting on the prayer platform in front of him, his eyes bursting with eager desire and uncontrollable excitement. However, the long-term experience as the head of the venture capital department has allowed Douglas to control his emotions. Douglas knows very well that although it seems to be the original plan, the level of perfection behind it, as well as its dominance, execution, and scope have already undergone earth-shaking changes, and the ultimate goal will naturally not be purely for the rise of the fairy rules and finance. This is the capital on which the Gringotts fairy relies. As the Lord of Gringotts and the Queen of Fairy, as long as the fairies participate in this project, for the fairies and Gringotts, they will have a fairly long-term and stable future undoubtedly. This is future trends. IRS Dumbledore repeated in a low voice, frowning. If the Ministry of Magic asks, he'll mention it a little bit. He always felt that this tax agency didn't seem to be as harmless as Anzi said. As for the Fairy Legal Council you mentioned before, Dumbledore swept his eyes on the face of the goblin not far away, and shook his head calmly. I'm sorry, as the chief magician of the Wizengamore Wizarding Court, I think the wizard's affairs are determined by the wizard. Just find law is the channel to maintain social justice. Whether it is 10 copernats or 100,000 gold gallons, it is the same for Wizengama members. Directly refused? Eleanor's eyes flickered. This is slightly different from the script she originally imagined. You know, Dumbledore is one of the few wizards in the magic world who is proficient in the language of goblins and has deciphered part of the magic of the goblins. She originally thought that the old man would be a pioneer of racial equality, but she did not expect indeed. It is indeed the devil who once said that. For the greater good, the life creed of Dumbledore and Grindelwald has never changed. But in this way, the subsequent plans and rhetoric may need to be adjusted accordingly. The distribution of permissions for elves and elves needs to be further reduced, so that more wizards can have a sense of participation from the side. After thinking for a few seconds, Elena thought for a while and said slowly, then, the fairy lawyer should be okay not as a judge, but as a plaintiff and defendant. Well, according to the current law, it is indeed possible, if the defendant applies to the court in advance. Dumbledore shrugged non-committal. I have to say that Elena, this little girl, sometimes always has an amazing obsession. This is especially true for some strange things that have never been seen before. However, Dumbledore did not think that with the arrogance and social environment of wizards in the magical world, how many people would choose to hire fairies to defend themselves instead of relying on their own wisdom to prove their innocence to the court. Glancing at the old wizard with a perfunctory look, Elena curled her lips quietly. Public opinion, racial discrimination, or is it the superiority of human wisdom? Even if Dumbledore didn't say it, she could vaguely guess something from the old man's eyes and tone. It's a pity that Dumbledore may never understand that all these things are luxury privileges that can only be enjoyed when life is worry-free. For more comfortable and intuitive benefits, humans are a creature that is easy to compromise. Very good, then prepare as such. Elena changed her sitting posture a little, and said softly, Douglas, split the members of the Gringotts Risk Control Department and set up a separate legal department to serve Hogwarts. It doesn't matter if you don't have relevant work experience. In this regard, we can invite some non-magical professionals for pre-job guidance and training. The Tanming Group has a very good way of inviting experts, will not reveal secrets, and is very polite. Looking at Dumbledore, who was hesitant to speak, Elena explained with a smile and continued. Kurt, I will trouble you to follow up on this matter for the time being. Find a few strangers to go abroad, and go to a Japanese company called Nintendo and an American company called Disney. Try to invite them. The members of the legal department come to our Hogwarts legal department. Magic, it should be very attractive. Wait. A non-magical company? Don't tell me what weird military industry is. Dumbledore's face changed slightly, and the big ship still floating over Hogwarts suddenly appeared in his mind. Looking at Dumbledore, who was sitting beside her with a worried face, Elena shook her head and explained very seriously. Relax, Professor Dumbledore. Nintendo is a game company, and Disney is an entertainment company for cartoons and children's playgrounds. It is because they are all ordinary companies mainly for children in the non-magical world. I think their legal department philosophy and style will suit the future Hogwarts legal department. About these two companies, you can find out by yourself, or you can look at the information I compiled later. Is it a company geared toward children in the non-magical world? If that's the case, It's not impossible. Dumbledore frowned, thought for a while and added another sentence. One more point, there shouldn't be too many people, and make sure they volunteer. Don't worry, we will try our best to control the number of people below 10. If we organize, or recruit talents based on Hogwarts. Elena nodded quickly and replied in a relaxed tone. It is foreseeable that in the process of establishing the prototype of the huge academy city centered on Hogwarts in the future, there will be frictions and disputes with the Ministry of Magic or other merchants. It is undoubtedly necessary to convince people with reason. In this regard, the elites of the legal department, the strongest on the surface, plus the goblins of Gringotts, are obviously a very high-quality solution. Of course, these two industries were also within the scope of the future power expansion of the Destiny Consortium. In a sense, it can also be seen as the pre-investigation stage before the complete completion of the merger. Dumbledore thought about it for a while, didn't find too many dangerous places, and nodded slowly. Around Hogwarts in the new semester, it seems to be getting lively. The first Dark Lord looked at Dumbledore and Elena thoughtfully, and paused for a moment on the little dull hair that dangling happily from the white-haired ball, although he didn't know what the girl was thinking, but it must not be that simple. But in any case, as an ordinary Hogwarts castle administrator and substitute professor, he now has little fun except for tasting Elena's food, which is to watch her change little by little. The world. If you can see old friends and old opponents languishing by the way, that would be even better. Grindelwald, who has never had an heir, now finally feels a little joy of watching his own bear and children go around doing things. On the other hand, in the past year or so, Grindelwald has also discovered that Elena has left a mark in the world and promoted changes at a speed far exceeding his expectations. I always feel that everything is traceable, whether it is finance, food, sports, farming, or magic learning. There is an invisible trajectory from beginning to end. With the gradual understanding of the non-magical world, he still understood the name of that trajectory. In the mouths of muggles, it is usually called science. Grindelwald is no stranger to this vocabulary. In the past few decades, he has always known that this is the way that muggles explore the world, recognize the world, and change the world. According to the original point of view of the magic world, magic and science should be two distinct paths. Those wizards who have studied in the non-magical world for a period of time will mostly experience a decline in their magical power. At the same time, the content they pass back to feedback or promote magical progress is pitiful. In most cases, what the wizards need is just some finished malindustrial creations. After a brief understanding of what they can do, they can use magical means to make corresponding transformations, mainly to solve the problem of with regard to the energy-driven problem of electricity. Learning more muggle knowledge does not seem to be necessary for the magic world. However, the appearance of Elena changed this traditional perception. After so many unconventional magical battles, after the great events of Gringotts and the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Grindelwald is increasingly looking forward to the future. Elena's entry point between magic and science is different from the advantages he imagined. On the other hand, although I am not particularly willing to admit it, the development of the non-magical world is indeed much faster than the magical world. This is not only reflected in the realm of material and knowledge, but more importantly, in the ideology and society. Formal. Grindelwald sighed, watching Dumbledore's reaction at any time. In order to ensure that Elena's ideas can proceed smoothly, according to the agreement between the two Demon Kings, his main task today is to contain Dumbledore, and when Dumbledore does not answer the call, take the initiative to elicit follow-ups for Elena. Layout. Outside of this time, he just needs to watch it quietly and not express any opinions. In exchange, Elena finally persuaded her stubborn priest father to agree to Grindelwald's adoption of Elena under the name of Teresa Apocalypse, and she officially became Elena's legal support. Grandfather. For Grindelwald, creating a little Otto Apicusly out of thin air is simply a breeze. In European countries, It is not uncommon for father and son to have the same name. Although the poor little Otto suddenly died unexpectedly in the second week after adoption, but apart from the impermanence of fate, not many people would pay attention to it. In short, everything turned out to be pretty good, although the process was a bit tortuous, a little bit. As for the spouse column, Grindelwald quietly registered the name Albus Apocalypse. Even if Albus found out later, it doesn't matter much if you want to come. Grindelwald's eyes flashed slyly, slightly distracted. At this moment, he heard the sound of the tabletop of the prayer table in front of him being gently knocked. Elena flexibly jumped off the prayer platform more than a meter high and said softly, "If there are no other questions, then this meeting ends here. Phoenix Fox will still convey the time and place of the next plenary meeting to you. Other than that, any communication methods are invalid. Your Majesty, your will be unimpeded." The Goblin Douglas stood up again and gestured respectfully, stroking his chest. Then, the Wizards of the Fate and the House Elves of Hogwarts also expressed their respect for Elena in turn, and then disappeared in Liyue, among the churches on the banks of Lake Montgoire. Give it to Elena today too? Comparing your heart. Chapter 643 Preparation before departure. Apparition is not prohibited on the shores of Lomond Lake. As Elena announced the end of the meeting and the acquiescence of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the wizards, fairies, and the house elves of Hogwarts quickly turned into phantoms and disappeared. In the chapel, after waiting quietly for the church to become empty again, Elena turned around and looked at the two elderly people behind her. The Hogwarts Legal Department, the Magic World Taxation Bureau, these are all external adjustments in the coming year. In the next time, she does not intend to make too many social level changes in the magical and non-magical worlds. The disintegration of the Soviet Union and the change of Gringotts have brought too much dividends. She needs time to change these harvests are digested and settle down. As she has always emphasized before, the Destiny Foundation and Gringa will shrink their tentacles a bit and quiet down for a while. Moreover, in accordance with the previous agreement between Elena and Dumbledore, in the next year, she will devote more energy to the school and minimize her presence in the magical and non-magical worlds as much as possible. No problem, just leave these things to Kurt and the others. No matter what, there will be me and Albus. Grindelwald stood up, smiled and nodded, turned his head to look at Dumbledore, a flash of excitement in his eyes. As for Elena, if I remember correctly, tomorrow you will go to the British Quidditch national team for a summer trial, right? And, used to live in a famous magical zoology in the magic world. Home at home, right? Quidditch trial. Borrow to live in the house of the famous master of magical animals. Elena blinked her eyes in confusion, and quickly recalled what Grindelwald had said. Not long after school started last year, Dumbledore promised that if the Hogwarts freshman team she formed wins the Quidditch Academy Cup, then she and her team members will be able to go to the official Quidditch team during the summer opportunity to experience. Of course, apart from the boy who survived, Harry needed to go back to his uncle's house to refresh his blood protection magic. At the end of the semester, Dumbledore promised the little wizards again. It's just that, because I've been enjoying family time with Grandpa and Dad on the shores of Loch Lomond during this time, Elena almost forgot to help the first generation of the Dark Lord in the persecution. Well, retaliation. Well, greetings, Mr. Newt Scamander. By the way, a symbolic arrangement of 2 laps around the Quidditch Stadium has been arranged. After all, Newt Scamander was already over 90 years old at this time. Adhering to the good tradition of respecting the elderly, as well as the long-standing unity and friendship of Hufflepuff College, Elena actually did not particularly want to bully this magical animal training master, and in terms of the character attributes of both parties, as a mixed-race charmer as a baby, she might be restrained by Newt Scamander in a sense. It's a pity that Dumbledore has helped her manage all the relationships in advance. Since learning that the magical animal section in New Singing and Singing was edited by Elena herself, Newt Scamander has been particularly interested in this first-year elementary school girl from Hufflepuff College. After receiving the letter from Dumbledore, Newt Scamander agreed without any hesitation. Therefore, although a little uneasy, Elena still can only choose the arrangement of fate. As for how to face the famous magical animal fanatic after arriving in Dorset in a few days, Elena's plan is to temporarily divide it into 3 stages to test in sequence to see what the situation is. The easiest way is undoubtedly a direct showdown of the mixed blood Vela descent. If you can pretend to be a cute and harmless magical creaturess or sorcerer ally, then no matter what you say or do, you will most likely be forgiven. Right? As for the second plan, as a natural science enthusiast in the non-magical world, supplemented by the perspective of a magical agricultural reformer, try to conduct some basic academic discussions with Newt Scamander. According to Elena, it is known that although Mr. Scamander has several friends in the non-magical world, he does not know much about some biochemical knowledge in the non-magical world. In this world, anyone who is a member of the natural circle will inevitably participate in the process of energy cycle. The necessary relationship between prey and predator. As a senior zoologist, Newt Scamander naturally more understand this. Of course, if the first 2 schemes fail, at the same time she has discovered some necessary knowledge from Newt. Then Elena didn't mind showing her own strength a little bit. Although the identity of the 3rd generation of Meguro Demon didn't have much deterrent power for the time being, the identity of the 1st generation Dark Demon Grindelwald's granddaughter was enough to deter Newt Sr. However, in Elena's previous game simulations, with Newt Scamander's Goose character, she may not be able to see through the layers of disguise, especially when she is still carrying Luna Love. When Good and Hanu Abbott were 2 cute little ones, only an old wizard who was over 90 years old could not pay attention to too many details with his declining energy. The teeth, legs, and shells of the Forbidden Forest hairy soft shell crab. I think about it. Besides this, there are also the horns of the unicorns, the tail hair of the night sky, the hair of Mr. Hagrid, the giant strange domestication experiment record. Elena grabbed her finger and thoughtfully counted the meeting gifts she was going to take. There is no doubt that these first-hand research materials are certainly quite tempting for Newt Scamander. And more importantly, she also needs to use Newt Scamander's experience to find a way to get rid of the big snake that is still sealed in the depths of Hogwarts Castle before the start of school. Killing the basilisk is not what a difficult thing, but if you want to safely complete the capture without killing it, then the difficulty can be a little high. And speaking of which, maybe we should update the equipment. By the way, thinking of the basilisk sleeping in the secret room of the Slytherin, Elena subconsciously touched the metal cross pendant hanging on her chest. Since the Gryffindor sword made by the fairy craftsman nearly 1,000 years ago can be used against snakes, the blame caused fatal injuries, so it doesn't make sense that after more than 1,000 years, the fairies can't create some higher level magic weapons. Even if there is a phenomenon of forging craftsmanship, there must be a lot of good things in the bank's underground warehouse. Thinking about it carefully, as the fairy queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, she really needs a little weapon to protect herself. Gwyrina begs my heart. Chapter 644. Nephew, godson, and friend. Privet Road, Little Huge District, Surrey. Both sides of this road are square and well-regulated buildings. All the houses look the same. The Vernon Dursley family lives at number 4 Privet Road. They are neat and orderly, without any weirdness and unusual place. At least there is no sign that 3 wizards will appear here at the same time. Harry's bedroom on the 2nd floor of Dursley's house snapped just as Harry and his godfather had just discussed the next summer cohabitation plan, and were about to leave the bedroom and go to the restaurant downstairs to help Harry's Aunt Petunia prepare dinner. There was a sound of a heavy object falling from the bed. Back. Harry, stand behind me. Before Harry could react, Sirius Black quickly drew out his wand and quickly stepped in front of him. Who? Answer my question, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Sirius Black looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in the room with a full face and shouted sharply. Although the magic world generally believes that since Voldemort has gone, not many Death Eaters will continue to follow Voldemort, but Black, who has been in Azkaban for nearly 10 years, knows that among the Death Eaters, except for a part of the Malfoy family, in addition to that kind of wall and grass, there are indeed many die-hard lunatics. Wait, Black. Don't do it. That person seems to be Harry, who was caught off guard by his godfather, stuck his head out and glanced at the mysterious visitor lying on the bed in his bedroom. He was slightly stunned. His pale yellow hair and the fluffy Slytherin wizard robe. This is Draco. Why are you here? Harry yelled in surprise, went over Sirius Black, walked straight to Draco, grabbed his hand, and pulled him out of his bed, embracing Malfoy like a brother. Draco, Lucius' son, Draco Malfoy. Sirius Black looked at the pale boy not far away and frowned heavily. As the godfather of Harry Potter, in addition to the investigation of the Dursleys, what he learned more about after he was released from prison was the life of Harry Potter on the Hogwarts campus in the past year, and what he learned about the Malfoys. Children are naturally familiar. Strictly speaking, Draco was even his nephew. After all, Draco's mother Narcissa Malfoy is just the cousin of Sirius Black, although neither Black nor Malfoy seem to take this blood relationship too seriously. In order to maintain the status of the pureblood family, most pureblood families in the magical world will have a certain degree of in-law relationship. Do you still need to ask? Because today is your birthday, Potter. Draco Malfoy's station is the body, pulling away from Harry, resting on his shoulder and arm, staring at his eyes. But before that, I have to ask you a question first before deciding whether I want to send you a birthday greeting. He clearly said that I want to keep in touch. Why do I write to you every day, but you didn't reply to a single one? Pass me. Although it may sound unbelievable, you must listen to my explanation. Facing the aggressive question from Draco Malfoy, Harry pulled his hair down and said anxiously, "In the past month, all the letters you wrote to me were intercepted by a house elf. And my uncle only allowed me to send a letter out of the country once. If I want to release Hedwig again, I can only give it to you, only when I reply." "Oh, really? A house elf who has been around your house all day long to intercept your letter?" Draco Malfoy raised his eyebrows and snorted non-committal. "Yup." Harry nodded helplessly, and replied dejectedly. Although he didn't know much about house elves, magic creatures that only appeared in ancient wizards' families, he knew a little bit about his experience at Hogwarts in the past year. Harry couldn't think of his offense. A student of a wizard family, so much so that the other party sent a house elf to block the connection between him and his friends. Of course, Harry himself knew that such a thing would hardly be convincing unless he saw it with his own eyes. Ignoring Harry's low mood, Malfoy raised his eyebrows and asked casually, "You just said your uncle allowed you to send a letter out. Did you ask your eldest sister for help?" "No. How did I know that something like this would happen at the time?" "Of course, I wrote to you the first time as agreed." While talking, Harry subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the godfather, who was hesitant to speak behind him. After thinking about it, he chose to try to explain it by himself. The only witness was the house elf from his godfather's house, which seemed to be neither so convincing. "But if I'm right, most of the letters I sent to you were also intercepted by the elf called Dobby." "Wait, more than?" Draco Malfoy, who had heard the first half of the sentence and was still a little happy, suddenly had a startled expression and frowned suddenly. "How do you know who intercepted your letter?" "I mean, the elf's name." "Actually, I'm not sure, but the little guy keeps saying Dobby wants to protect Harry Potter. Dobby is for Mr. Potter's good. Mr. Potter wants to listen to Dobby, so I guess he should be called by this name." Harry replied feebly, spreading his hands helplessly. "More than? How could it be Dobby? Is it the same name or similar pronunciation?" The doubt on Draco Malfoy's face became more apparent, and he was silent for a while before asking softly, "What does that house elf look like?" "No, they all look the same." "Well, Harry, do you remember what kind of clothes the mean guy who intercepted your letter was wearing?" "Don't know if it was intentional." Draco Malfoy emphasized on their clothes once. Harry thought for a few seconds, and said uncertainly, "I didn't see too clearly, but I remember it as if it was wearing an old whitewashed pillowcase. By the way, it still has some scars on its ears. Why, Draco, do you know whose house elves this is? I almost forgot. You should have been a guest in some wizard families. Draco Malfoy had no words to respond for a while, and his thoughts fell into chaos. Undoubtedly, according to Harry's description, it was the house elf in their house in all likelihood. But how could it be Dobby? How can it be Dobby? In the entire Malfoy Manor, there are only 3 wizards who can give orders to Dobby. Apart from himself, only his father Lucius Malfoy and mother Narcissa Malfoy can order Dobby. It's just that Draco Malfoy really couldn't understand why his parents did this, let alone how to answer Harry next. You must know that he was originally going to come over and ask questions. But now this is the case. HMPH. Of course he knows the house elf who intercepted your envelope. At this moment, Harry and Draco heard a cold snort of disdain. Sirius Black walked over with expressionless face, pulled his godson away from Draco, and looked up and down very slowly at the trembling, pale-faced Draco Malfoy, and said coldly, "Because, that is the Malfoy family, the house elf of their own family. If I did not show up today, do you think you can become Harry's only friend with this little trick?" Sure enough, I have known Lucius Malfoy's son for a long time, and he doesn't know how to be a simple little wizard. No, I really don't know. Draco Malfoy's eyes widened suddenly, and he quickly defended with some panic. He felt that he was shivering. It was not that he was afraid of the aggressive Sirius Black, but that he suddenly had a complex emotion of weakness, fear and anger that was deceived by his parents, misunderstood by his friends, and could not even be justified. Enough. I don't want to hear the sophistry of the Malfoys. Now, get out of here. Black narrowed his eyes, interrupted Draco directly, and looked down at the little wizard in front of him. Today is Harry's birthday. Don't force me to cast a wicked curse on you because you are my nephew. I won't hold you accountable for designing Harry for the time being, but in the future, I will leave Harley. Stay far away. Draco Malfoy showed a blush of shame on his face. He clenched the unfinished birthday letter in his hand, gritted his teeth hard, took a deep breath, and directly opened Black's finger pointing to his nose. Said every word. I didn't send Dobby to intercept Harry's envelope. I swear by the reputation of the Malfoy family. And what happened in this, I will figure it out myself later. As for the school, it's a matter of time. I won't take care of you. I'm sorry, I was originally worried about your situation, so I sneaked up to celebrate your birthday. Immediately afterwards, Draco turned his head to look at Harry, who was stunned by him, and he curled his lips unnaturally. Anyway, fine then, I'll go back first. Well, that can Hedwig lend me first. I'll write to ask the Hogwarts round-faced fat chicken under Big Sister's head to be shipped faster. I sent it back to Malfoy Manor. I'm sorry, I think it might not work. Harry slowed down and replied without tactfulness at all. Draco was startled slightly, and sighed slowly and long. A touch of loss appeared on his face. Harry passed his godfather again, walked over to Draco, and looked at his grey eyes very seriously. Tonight is my birthday party. If you leave, there is no way to blow the candles with me. I don't want to have a friend to celebrate my birthday once, and I leave before staying at home for a few minutes. Up, Harry. That little elf Black frowned and couldn't help reminding again. I know it's the elves from the Malfoys, but what does that matter? Harry Potter nodded quickly, and replied firmly. I believe Draco. He will not be the kind of person you said. Besides, he is already my first friend in the wizarding world and my best friend at Hogwarts. If there is no him on his birthday, I will feel very sorry for your company. Even if he is a Slytherin? As if suddenly thinking of something, Sirius Black said in a leisurely tone. Harry turned his head, looked at the godfather, who was more than half a head taller than him, and plucked up the courage to respond seriously. No matter what college he is, friends are friends. Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, it doesn't matter which college is. This is what the eldest sister has been talking about, 2 things we have always believed in. All right, I got it. Sirius Black raised his eyebrows and glanced at Harry's green eyes. You are really a lively son of Lily and James. You are exactly the same as your parents. You have inherited all the advantages of your father and mother's personalities. James will definitely be proud of you, and you will surpass you, fathers. As for you, kid, you just said that you sneaked out. Sirius turned his head, looked at Draco, who was standing next to Harry, and pursed his lower lip. As a kid who has run away from an ancient and pure-blooded wizarding family, why does this script sound so exciting and familiar? I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. Is it really his nephew? Thinking about it carefully, because I insisted on making friends with Potter, Lily, and Lupin, I finally had to break with the family completely. Even my name was removed from the family tapestry by the gentle and lovely old mother. Isn't that this kind of person? A thoughtful look flashed in Sirius Black's eyes, and he looked at Draco, who was standing in front of him. In this case, or else he'll help him again. Malfoy. Well, I mean Draco. Sirius Black paused for 2 seconds and asked seriously, after the dinner tonight is over, Harry will stay at my house for a while. If you for the time being, I don't know how to go home and face Lucius's stinky face, or considering that your mother used to stay in the old house for a while to hide. You know, the house at number 12 Grimmauld Place has been imposed with almost all confidentiality measures known to the wizarding world. It couldn't be marked on the map, and it was cast with the invisibility spell of the house number. Except for the entrance door, all the windows used solidification transfer to seal the external penetration channel. In other words, apart from the Black family, almost no one can visit. Sirius Black smashed his mouth, and took the shoulders of the 2 boys with excitement and walked towards the living room downstairs. If Lucius Malfoy finds that his son has suddenly ran away from home and doesn't know where in the world he has disappeared, his expression must be quite wonderful. Just thinking about it, it makes people look forward to it. A big chapter of 4,000 words. The lovely Elena is confident and confident. Chapter 645 The Disappearing House. In the luxurious living room of Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. Although there was a warning from Dobby the house elf, the Malfoys were still a step slower after all. When they arrived in Draco's bedroom, the boy had disappeared without a trace, and there was no sign of fighting or mess in the room. In the Malfoy family's mansion, this means only one situation. Their well-tutored, obedient, and pure Slytherin gentleman actually ran away from home! While Lucius was still furious in the living room and thinking about any acquaintances of the Ministry of Magic who could help, he suddenly saw Dobby the house elf walking cautiously with a letter. Master, young master's letter, Dobby said timidly, from the Black family. The Black family? Lucius Malfoy frowned and quickly took it and opened it. Dear father, from now until the beginning of school, I will stay with Uncle Black and Harry in the old house of the Black House for the time being. I am already a wizard and can tell who I should be with. Be friends. In short, I hope you will respect me and my friends, and stop arbitrarily arranging my social circle in school. Goodbye father, and my cowardice, Draco Malfoy. Uncle Black, Sirius Black, the number 1 wizard under Dumbledore! Lucius Malfoy crumpled the letter in his hand into a ball, and threw it on the table bitterly, turned his head to look at his wife Narcissa Malfoy, who was sitting next to him, took a deep breath, and his lips became furious. The ground trembled. Don't worry, our good son has been found, in your old house. Huh? Black's old house? Then let's set out now. Narcissa Malfoy's eyes lit up. She stood up and was about to go to the old house of Black's house according to the address in her memory. Just halfway through her words, she suddenly stopped in place. The address that was originally very familiar seemed to be lost. There was a layer of mist. And many more. The old house of the Black family. Where is it coming from? Narcissa, you found it too. Lucius Malfoy's expression became a little more ugly, and his cane struck the table hard. Little black guy, I don't know what magic was used to hide the address of Black's house again. At the same time, 12 Grimmauld Place. Well, remember your promise, Sirius. Dumbledore slowly put away the wand in his hand and looked at the man standing in front of him sternly. From now on, these two children will be taken care of by you, protected by the courageous faithful curse. As long as they are inside 12 Grimmauld Place, they are absolutely safe, but if you want to go out, you must please tell me in advance. When Black arrived at his old house with Harry and Draco, Dumbledore was already waiting at the door. Contrary to Sirius Black's expectation, Dumbledore did not express any dissatisfaction with his self-assertion after simply asking the children's wishes. Instead, he offered to help the old house of the Black family improve magical protection. At this point, the reason given by the old wizard is even more impeccable in order to ensure Harry's safety. After all, after leaving the Dursleys, as long as the Death Eaters or Voldemort wandering in the magic world get news, they are likely to choose to take advantage of the emptiness and harm Harry Potter, who is not protected by blood magic. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore, no one can hurt these two children unless I die. Sirius Black glanced at the two boys standing in the hallway of the house, and replied firmly. 10 years ago, he failed to protect James and Lily well. After 10 years, even if he fights his own life, no one can hurt little Potter anymore. This is not just the responsibility of a godfather. He is a self-salvation. This is not reassuring promise, Blake. What I want to say is that if there are some dangerous situations later, I hope you can pass the information in time and ask for help this time. Dumbledore's blue eyes stared at Blake's face, with a faint sense of oppression that he had never felt before. In addition to Kreacher, Hogwarts will send an elf to the Black family to help you clean up this old house that has been idle for nearly 10 years. Of course, you will leave after you have cleaned it up. Professor Dumbledore, I won't let your expectations down this time, thank you. Facing the somewhat unfamiliar Dumbledore, Sirius Black had a rare dignity on his face. In his opinion, the reason why Dumbledore exhorts so much is mostly because the incident in which they made their own claim to change the confidentiality 10 years ago has really brought too many variables to the plans of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore. If it weren't for the curse that Lily released before her death, Voldemort had almost succeeded in destroying the half of the Order of the Phoenix. Looking closely at Sirius Black, Dumbledore nodded slightly. Okay, then these two children will be pleased to you. You can go into the house and help them clean up. If you have any questions, send me an owl directly, or ask Fine ERs to bring me a message. I spend most of my time in the office. In an emergency, this is the fastest warning method. A Hogwarts principal, Phineas Nigels Black, appeared in the ancient Black family. Although as the first principal from Slytherin in history, Phineas is known as the least popular principal in Hogwarts history, but he has to admit that he also gave Harry and Dumbledore and others provided a lot of help. And Sirius Black, as the last member of the Black family, even if Phineas doesn't like his rebellious descendant so much, at least he will not completely ignore his request. In fact, the most worrying in the entire world, the man of Sirius Black may be the old wizard who has always lived in the portrait. As for Malfoy, Dumbledore paused for a few seconds. His eyes flickered, and he whispered thoughtfully, "Promise me, don't take the initiative to look for things. Try not to collide with Lucius or Narcissa. Take care of your godson and your nephew, and leave the rest to me to take care of. You to go in well. I should go too." Dumbledore took out a silver pocket watch and took a look, then nodded again. He has disappeared without a trace, just listening to the whistling sound of the cloak. At the same time, Lomond Lake. At the edge of the hedge of the orphanage at the end of the town of Lars, the figure of Dumbledore gradually emerged. Okay, everything is done, and the secret person is me. The old wizard glanced at the girl who was making a bonfire in the yard, and asked in confusion, "It's just that I don't understand a little, Elena. Are these things really necessary? I mean, can they just let Albus go? Besides, I don't seem to have the two kids. Too clever." It's different. Although these are indeed the old turnip's way of thinking, they are also in line with his logic. Elena raised her head, glanced at Grindelwald, who had gradually faded from Dumbledore, and shook her head slightly. but these are limited to Potter and Sirius Black. If you want Draco Malfoy to stay, then you have to push forward a little bit on the basis of these things. At this time, after hesitating for a while, maybe the Malfoys took advantage of this time difference to come and ask the teacher. As for how to explain this aspect, I believe that with your eloquence, there should be no problem. Elena raised her eyebrows, and immediately changed the subject, raising the string of fragrant grilled fish in her hand. By the way, the grilled fish is just right, come and taste it. When I go to Mr. Newt's place tomorrow, you will have to wait for a whole week before you can eat the delicious food that I cooked by myself, grandfather. Chapter 646 Happy Summer Tutoring. 12 Grimmauld Place, London. This is a small square located on the edge of a messy barren grass. The surrounding houses look gloomy and dilapidated. They look like they are thousands of miles away. Many of the windows of the houses are broken, and they are shining dimly under the reflection of streetlights. The front steps of many houses were filled with rubbish, and a pungent smell of rotting rubbish permeated the air in the square. Since the end of World War II, the lives of most wizard families have not been as comfortable as before. The cost of wizards hiding in the mole world has become higher and higher, and the procedures for wizards to replace or purchase new houses have become more and more complicated. Although wizards don't care about the colorful pieces of paper, whether it is clean and comfortable street facilities, or basic home improvement facilities maintenance, these are still extremely troublesome things. Therefore, wizard families either choose to stay away from mole towns and live alone in remote suburbs, or they choose some well-known wizard settlements. But with the ravages of the Dark Power more than 10 years ago, this form has become less reliable. Spectrum. However, in such a comparison, whether it is the clean and tidy Privet Road, or the luxurious Malfoy Manor, obviously looks much better than this ruined house. As Dumbledore's figure disappears into the night in the middle, Sirius Black's impulse and joy gradually dissipated, and a touch of worry began to surface in his heart. Blake turned around and walked up the broken stone steps, thinking about what needs to be done next. After the gate, it must be repaired. But for the time being, I am not in a hurry. Except for the black paint drop, more scratches, and some insensitive door locks, the magic of opening and closing the door is still running. The main problem is the inside. Sirius Black crossed the threshold in melancholy and walked into the almost dark hall. The whole room was filled with a damp, grey smell, and at the same time it was accompanied by a sweet smell of rotting. After all, it had been idle for a full 10 years. If it weren't for Kreacher, it might have been completely uninhabitable. Although judging from the current situation, it is still far from the standard of livability. Harry and Draco were just as he instructed, standing in the hallway not far from the entrance. They didn't go too far forward or touch anything indiscriminately. They just borrowed it with curiosity. Observed the surroundings with faint light. These two children were much more obedient than when he and Potter were young. After carefully observing the expressions on the faces of the two children, there was no obvious disgust or disgust, which made Sirius Black, who had been a little worried, breathed a sigh of relief, and he was not as nervous as before. Let alone bringing children, Sirius Black hasn't even had a complete relationship. It was really a challenge for him to spend a month with two children caught off guard. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore just provided him with a suggestion, considering that both children are at Hogwarts only after finishing first grade. In the next period of time, Sirius Black can tutor their magic learning at home to lay a solid foundation. In addition, as from September this year, Hogwarts will add some new general education courses. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore also promised that in a few days he will send a few new curriculum materials that the second grade wizard may need to learn, so that Sirius Black can help the children to preview in advance and learn about Hogwarts by the way. New changes. After all, according to the previous statement, after the summer vacation, Dumbledore found Sirius Black a new job at Hogwarts, an intern professor of the Transfiguration course. If he can pass the assessment and recognition of Professor McGonagall, perhaps as soon as the next semester begins, he will be able to bring a group of little guys to class independently. And this holiday time, while allowing him to familiarize himself with the courses, he can also find the feeling of being a professor in Harry and Draco, so that he can quickly enter a relatively good teaching state after the school starts. Of course, Harry and Draco didn't know about these things yet. For the two little wizards who managed to escape from their respective homes, although the Black family's mansion looks a bit disturbing, this exciting and fresh atmosphere is obviously much more interesting than the boring time at home. It's just that, since experiencing the test of the black magic defense at the end of last semester, both Harry and Draco have developed a relatively good habit and touch randomly in unfamiliar places and restrain curiosity. Listen to the advice and suggestions given by others, is the best way to protect yourself from strange magic traps. Well, very good. The first rule at Black's house. Glancing with satisfaction at the two little boys standing there, Black nodded and lowered his voice. When you are near the hall, you must keep quiet. Now let me make a little bit of light first. Then let's go upstairs and pack up your luggage and sleeping place. By the way, I will briefly introduce the environment at home. While talking, Sirius waved his magic wand lightly. There was a rustling sound in the room, and then a row of old-fashioned gas lamps on the wall all lit up, casting a dangling and unreal light, shining on the peeling wallpaper in the long gloomy hallway. Polish the frayed stalls. Above them is a spider-shaped chandelier with a faint light. On both sides of the wall, there are some portraits that are darkened by age. The chandelier and the next one are shaking. The candlesticks on his table are all made into the shape of a big snake, and they look like they are still alive. Harry suddenly remembered what Draco had just told him in a low voice. Except for the anomalous Sirius Black, the entire Black family was the same as the Malfoy family before, and all members had graduated from Slytherin College. Especially if you don't want to face the rants and abuses of the ancestors of the Black clan, and the gentle and easygoing greetings from my gentle and lovely old mother, you'd better never go near this. Sirius Black led the two through the hall. When passing two long curtains full of insect eyes, his cheeks twitched, and he looked at the two boys behind him nervously looking left and right, repeating again. As he walked up the dark stairs, the decorations on the wall next to him turned into a pile of crumpled heads, and Harry finally managed to hold back the sound that was about to be called out. All the heads of house elves. Each has an ugly big nose, and most of their faces still retain a particularly ferocious and fanatical look, which makes people feel creepy. At the same time, Harry felt that Draco's palms seemed to be sweating. Obviously, this kind of decoration that seems to only appear in the extremely evil Black Wizard's lair, even for Draco Malfoy, who is also a wizard family, is a very disturbing scene. After all, according to Malfoy, according to the statement, his father should be a decent wizard who has social status, guards himself, and is closely related to the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. Harry swallowed, lowered his voice, and asked cautiously, Mr. Black, this room, these decorations, SHHH. Don't worry, Harry. I know you must have a lot of question marks in your mind at the moment. When you get upstairs, I will explain to you a little bit slowly. As for the layout of this room, that's the tradition of the Black family. Sirius Black sighed helplessly, and while talking, opened the door of the nearest bedroom on the second floor. This efficiency is really high. The luggage you need for the next summer vacation is already stored here. Luggage? Our luggage is not. Draco Malfoy frowned, turned his head and looked down the dark stairs. He remembered the pile of things that he had packed from Harry's house before, but now it should be piled in the living room by the side of the hall. Oh, I didn't mean the clothes. Sirius Black smiled and shook his head, stepped away and walked in, pointed to the large packages piled on the floor, and said in a cheerful tone like when Santa Claus on Christmas gave gifts, Professor Dumbledore just said that he will send the textbooks you will learn next semester and the new reference books for general education all directly to me in advance. On the one hand, it can reduce the frequency of our going out. On the other hand, it will not delay your preview of the content for the next semester. This is a house that looks slightly clean, with 2 single beds side by side under the high ceiling. And following Sirius Black's words, the 2 boys quickly glanced at the dimly lit room, and their sights fell on the pile of unopened packages piled up in the center of the room like a small fortress. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy. The happiness of running away from home for the first time and staying together for the first time is fast disappearing. Since seeing the pile of packages, they even knew better than Black who was behind the scenes. The most important thing is that they don't even have the right to refuse now. Directly above the package, there is a silver wing pattern printed on it. That is the exclusive imprint of the head of Sister Elena Caslana, which means that it cannot be refused. Of course, Draco and Harry are also very clear that this is not so much pressure, as it can be regarded as a cheat sheet sent in advance by the elder sister. As long as the elder sister arranges to go, the next semester will definitely stand out quickly, one step ahead. At the same time, the same package also appeared in the homes of Hermione, Neville, Crabbe, and Gore. The happy summer study life has finally begun. Gwagwa lovely Elena begs my heart. Chapter 647 Excellent graduates. Magic Calendar 999. The first day of August. This day happens to be Saturday. For those families with children studying, it's extremely precious that the family can gather in the house for a whole day of weekends. After all, in 1 month's time, the school will start one after another. At this point, whether it is the non-magical world or the magical world, there is actually not much difference. The burrow near the village of Ottery-San Catchpole. The Weasleys are sitting neatly at the table and enjoying breakfast. Starting this morning, the atmosphere in the entire burrow has been particularly cheerful, not just because of Family Day, but more importantly Charlie and Bill came back. Come on, eat more. This is the new recipe for cheese and butter I learned from breakfast at Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley's dining knife smeared a thick layer of butter on the soft white bread slice and placed it on Bill Weasley's dinner plate. Although Bill is now a bit taller than her, in his eyes, he still seemed to be a child. Bill Weasley glanced at the loaf of bread in front of him that was almost stuck in the butter layer, and shook his head with a wry smile. "Oh, Mum, it's too much. It will gain weight." "Get fat?" "That's right. You have been a curse caster in Egypt for several years, and you didn't take care of yourself." "Don't be sophistry. I have eaten it all. Arthur and I have been to Egypt. We know there." "What kind of food are you eating?" Mrs. Weasley glanced sideways at her eldest son, and smoothly put a knife of butter on his bread. Looking at Bill Weasley, who was winking at himself for help, Mr. Weasley shrugged, showing a helpless look, and the other Weasley children at the table had even more writing on their faces, full of gloating expressions. In the burrow, Mrs. Weasley is the Tyrannosaurus at the top of the entire food chain. Among the whole Weasley family, the only one who is not so afraid of Mrs. Weasley may be the youngest daughter Ginny. Speaking of which, Bill will work in London after you. Ginny Weasley looked at the eldest brother sitting across from her, tilted her head and asked curiously. Bill nodded and replied with a little helplessness. "Well, you should have heard that Gringotts made a significant internal adjustment some time ago. The new Fairy Queen decided to further relax the business scope of wizard employees in the bank and ease the relationship with the magic world a little bit. To be honest, I don't know why I chose to be the wizard manager in London. In fact, I still miss those pyramids." The Hogwarts Boys Student Union chairman, Prefect. "Excellent results in 13 exams. Of course it can only be you." Mrs. Weasley raised her eyebrows, and while speaking, she suddenly turned her head to look at the other children who were watching the excitement. "By the way, Fred and George, in another year you will both have to take their LS exam. This year Percy's results are also good. You must continue to carry forward the tradition of your brothers and do it for Ron and Ginny." A good example. Good. The twin brothers who were caught off guard were suddenly mentioned, shaking all over, glanced at their imposing mother, and Weasley did not choose to talk back, or say a few witty words, and the two replied feebly like a frosted eggplant. Fortunately, due to the bonus point mechanism of the Dark Demon Defense test at the end of this year, each of them looks good in their final report cards, plus the 5th grade Percy just doesn't have extra points at the end of the year, so that the Weasley twin brothers would not be seen as a scourge that might ruin their younger siblings as soon as they went home. Since there was a Bill Weasley in the house, other children will inevitably be talked about. On the other hand, in addition to the obvious improvement in performance compared to last year, there is another reason because most of Mrs. Weasley's attention was attracted by their other brother, Charlie. Charlie Weasley, I have said several times that you are not allowed to open your package in the living room. Mrs. Weasley suddenly roared, and the table seemed to shake. Immediately afterwards, everyone instantly smelled an extremely pungent fishy smell, as if it was mixed with blood of sulfur, and at the same time it was accompanied by an increasingly heavy metal smell, as if something was rotten in iron. Mom, this is my job content. I am very urgent. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank has a Ukrainian iron belly. The injuries on it have not been properly treated in recent years, and the taming method is very bad. If I can't do it as soon as possible, if this big guy is cured, I guess it may not last too long. Charlie Weasley, who was sitting at the very end of the table, trembled, quickly closed the glass bottle in his hand, and explained with a smile. Looking at his mother, after hesitating, Charlie gave Bill Weasley a look for help. By the way, Bill also knows about this. In fact, Gringotts still contacted me through Bill, otherwise I wouldn't be able to study dragons in places like London, England. Besides, it's just the Gringotts wizard. The treatment funds paid by the bank are enough for our group to purchase several dragon eggs, if the iron belly does not survive. Oh, is that true, Bill? Mrs. Weasley raised her brows and glanced at the eldest son who was sitting next to her. That fire dragon is so bad that when your brother eats, does he have to eat breakfast while working? Actually it's not that bad. Bill Weasley blinked. His eyes met Charlie Weasley's begging expression, and then looked at the gentle-faced mother who was wearing an apron next to him, and then he straightened his face and said solemnly, Charlie, I remember that you did say yesterday that after a preliminary diagnosis, that big guy can at least last until Ron graduates. Then don't study those things at the breakfast table in such a hurry. Eat first, and then, no work today. Today is family day. Arthur Weasley coughed slightly, interrupted Bill in time, and quickly shifted the firepower. And, in a while, we will send Ron to the Charlie Artillery team for a summer trial. I remember you guys have always wanted to visit their training grounds, right? It's time for everyone to send Ron together. At this moment, there was a sound of flapping wings outside the burrow. Everyone turned their heads curiously, and saw a huge array of a dozen owls crossing the grove, flying towards the window of the restaurant on the first floor of the burrow, and under their paws, they were holding a bunch of things that looked like very large and thick package. Along with the slowly rising sun, a gleaming silver wing icon can vaguely be seen. As the Gringotts Fairy Queen, the third generation of the Dark Lord, and the head of Hogwarts, Elena will naturally not forget this magic family that has come out in large numbers and at the same time plays an important role in the magical world and her various industries. In order to thank Molly Weasley for her help to Daddy Benitez at Platform 9 3/4 at the beginning of school, and to ensure that the Weasley family will not be overwhelmed by the wave of the coming new age of magic, she specially gave everyone prepared a general course reference material suitable for their age group, as well as a course preparation guide. And an owl suddenly separated from the queue and dropped a stack of letters on the dining table in the living room. Mom, I received the admission letter from Hogwarts. Ginny quickly grabbed the letter she had been looking forward to for a long time and yelled in surprise. However, the girl's voice turned into a confused and surprised sound before it completely fell. She looked at the remaining few curiously. Letters. It seems that the packaging format is exactly the same as her admission notice, but the recipient is different. Percy, George, Fred, Ron, Hay, Charlie. Bill, there are actually 2 letters sent to you by Hogwarts. Haven't you already graduated? Strange, is it the school? Did the professors remember the name wrong? Huh? And my letter? From the school? Charlie Weasley was taken aback for a moment, stretched out his hand to take the letter, and opened it curiously. Immediately afterwards, he felt as if he had been hit by a petrification curse, and he was stunned for an instant, looking at the envelope in his hand motionlessly, as if something stuck in his throat. He made a series of strange whirring sounds. Wait, don't open the letter. Glancing at his brother who had froze suddenly, Bill Weasley stretched out his hand abruptly and opened Ginny's move to open the letter. Let me check first if there is any danger in it. Bill Weasley quickly drew out his wand and dexterously moved the letter a few times. With his experience as a curse solver in Gringotts, Egypt for several years, there was no strange magic attached to the envelope. Curse, there is no danger. So, is it a problem with the content of the letter? Bill frowned in confusion, picked up the letter of his own, and opened it curiously. The next moment, the senior Gringotts curse solver was also instantly stunned. The content of the letter is not complicated, and there is nothing scary about it, and there is even a touch of familiarity. Dear Mr. Weasley, we are happy to inform you that as Hogwarts will implement a new general education program this year, as an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts, you have been approved to participate in the first adult wizard training class at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Regarding your further education plan, you have reached an agreement with the Gringotts Wizarding Bank where you work. Attached is a list of required books and equipment, as well as the on-job training approval agreement of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. And we will be waiting for your owl to bring a reply before August 31st. The principal, Albus Dumbledore. Seek to compare my heart. Irina, seek to compare to my heart. Chapter 648, Grindelwald's Password. The Burrow, Weasley's house. Only a few minutes later, the owl phalanx left as quickly as it had come, taking away the happiness in the living room by the way. Ron Weasley turned his head blankly and looked at the pile of packages placed beside the table. The only difference between them and the usual packages was that they all had a striking silver white wing emblem on the surface. The silver white wings stretched backward, and the back was a blue background like the sky. Big Sister's will, Ron whispered. There was an ominous premonition in his heart suddenly. Seeing this familiar sign halfway through the summer vacation gave him an unconscious sense of fear, a kind of oppression similar to but completely different from facing his mother. Whenever the Big Sister's head is illuminated, it usually means that someone is out of luck. And as the packages of the piles of packages were unpacked one by one, this unknown premonition turned into despair and fell in the burrow. Books, all books. If you want to subdivide it slightly, maybe it can be accurately divided into magic textbooks, non-magic textbooks and a complete set of exercise books and summer general quizzes, as well as some reference books that suggest reading and expanding your knowledge. Every child in the Weasley family has received such a gift, and the family is neat and tidy, without exception. George Weasley and Fred Weasley have long been turned into stone statues and solidified on their seats. The focus of their eyes has been lost, and they looked confused. They really don't know where they offended Miss Castellana. On the other hand, Mrs. Weasley didn't know when she had received the letters from the children, and said in a delighted tone, "Professor Dumbledore and Elena are so sweet." This is all children's textbooks, teaching aids, summer homework for the next semester, as well as the course adjustment direction after the new curriculum reform at Hogwarts next year. Arthur, this is not only saving a huge amount of money for the family, but also it's a kind of attention. Hey, Ron's, actually, a study plan was made specifically based on the Quidditch training time. Listening to his mother's voice, Ron's eyes gradually began to lose focus. Percy Weasley glanced at the Dole brothers, sneered in her heart and shook her head. It's really a group of guys who don't want to be motivated. This is a shortcut to a higher place, and there are still casual complaints. But if you think about it carefully, Even if next year's curriculum will be adjusted, it shouldn't be too difficult. It's just the addition of some general courses that muggles will also learn. This helps the symbolic meaning far outweigh the substance. The promotion. Percy looked at the new courses on his envelope and glanced at the two brothers beside him. As he thought, whether it was Bill or Charlie, they were more surprised at the need to return to Hogwarts for further studies. As for what course they were going to learn, most of them did not show much concern. They can all win the magic course. How difficult can some imported muggle knowledge be? At the same time, the names of those new courses and the list of reference books appeared in his eyes. Percy whispered, added the main subject, mathematics. As for the reference textbook tutorial of calculus Fachking Oltz, mathematics analysis Zurich, advanced mathematics course Smirnoff Hay, this book is a book of after-school exercises prepared by the school. Mathematics analysis exercise episode Jim Midovich. At the home of Dr. Granger, London, England. Mr. Granger looked at the list of books in his hand and checked the names of the pile of books that appeared in the living room with his daughter. Soon after the holiday, Hermione begged Mr. Granger to hire a tutor for her to teach her mathematics. Unfortunately, in less than one class, Mr. Granger found that this so-called outstanding graduate did not seem to be able to meet the needs of his daughter very well. According to Hermione, the tutor even used the most basic calculus. I don't understand. What makes Mr. Granger even more incredible is that this seems to be the basic teaching arrangement for Hogwarts next semester. With the explanation of her father and several correspondences with Elena, Hermione understood. It turns out that the mathematics course of ordinary Muggle middle school students mentioned by a certain Bayamautuanzi refers to the learning content of those non-magical students in the former Soviet Union countries far away from the mainland. It is a pity that at this time, the Soviet Union had just disintegrated, and not so many experts were transferred to the United Kingdom. Fortunately, as an excellent Cambridge master's degree in biology and a well-known dentist in London, Mr. Granger still has a pretty good foundation in mathematics. It is not difficult to tutor a daughter who has just entered the first grade. It's just that due to the busy work day, more time can only be allowed for Hermione to study by herself. After learning about Hogwarts curriculum adjustments for the next semester and the basic learning levels of the wizarding world, Mr. Granger's anxiety has also dissipated a lot. The wizarding world is indeed different. He started directly from advanced mathematics in the first grade, taught in this way, waiting for Hermione to graduate from that magic school. Whether she is working in the magical world or wanting to continue her education in the non-magic world, it will be extremely flexible, and she will not have to go to the end on one road. The only strange thing is, Mr. Granger put down the letter in his hand, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself, why are these books written by mathematicians from the former Soviet Union? Could it be that the professors who will teach Hermione next year are all wizards who have studied in the former Soviet Union? Although it seems that there is indeed a bit ahead in the field of mathematics, but the problem of language barriers is also based on magic. Loch Lomond, Scotland. Just after 8 o'clock in the morning, Dumbledore's figure appeared in the orphanage on time. In front of him, it was Elena, who had packed her luggage and was bidding farewell to Father Benitez, and put on an elegant dark windbreaker, watching Elena and Benite quietly next to him. The first Dark Lord of Sis. Dumbledore nodded towards Benitez, turned his head to look at Elena, and said softly, "It's almost time, Elena, we should go. Have your things packed." "Don't worry, Jose and I helped this girl clean up last night." Grindelwald grinned and patted Benite's sturdy shoulder with emotion. "Don't be too sad. I will take good care of Elena. If you miss her later, as the castle administrator and part-time substitute professor at Hogwarts, I still have the right to open the back door for you. As for now, I should accompany her to Gale, we mean, I and Elena." Before Grindelwald could finish speaking, Dumbledore cleared his throat politely, pointed to himself and Elena, and added a gentle tone to him. Newt lives in a safe house in Dorset, so you can't go. Albus, you are not joking. This joke is not funny at all. The smile on Grindelwald's face gradually disappeared, and his eyebrows slowly raised. Dumbledore blinked, glanced meaningfully at the stiff-faced first Dark Lord, and said calmly, "Mr. Scamander, here's a lot of strange creatures. I have to admit that the intuition of some magical creatures is sometimes incomprehensible. And the most important thing is that you still remember the first time you anyway. Today is Eleanor's first visit to Newt's house. I think it's better not to have any extravagance, okay?" Grindelwald looked at Benitez with a blank face next to him and a pair of unscrupulous dumplings with a lively look. He sighed deeply, and finally did not continue to hold on, although he was not afraid of Newt. But that guy's instincts were too keen, and the animals in Newt's Scamanders were really difficult to deal with. And on the other hand, Grindelwald naturally knew what Dumbledore was worried about. After all, he had suffered more than 1 or 2 dark losses at Newt Scamander back then. In case he wants revenge, don't say he does it himself, or mobilize some Huberian. Even the gathering of saints under Grindelwald alone is enough to completely submerge that area with a spell. Under the influence of Elena, the bottom line of today's first-generation Dark Lord is much lower. Not to mention, in terms of grudges and willfulness, Grindelwald impressed Dumbledore too deeply. Albus, it's all so many years ago. Not so stingy. Then I'm separate from this girl. Grindelwald shrugged helplessly, thought about it, and squatted down in front of Elena, and touched the girl's head. When you live in Mr. Newt Scamander's house, remember not to starve yourself. If you see something you like to eat, eat more. You are still growing up. If you encounter a more powerful miracle, don't be afraid of animals. If you can't beat them, just write them down secretly. After school starts, I'll help you find a way. The wasabi, garlic, millet pepper, soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, pickled pepper, watercress, pepper, and all kinds of weird spices that you wanted before. I put them all in the suitcase for you. I want to give you a surprise by looking at the current situation. I can only tell you in advance. The password to open the kitchen spice space is... Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore not far away, took out his wand and waved it lightly. Immediately afterwards, a layer of invisible ripples instantly enveloped the two of them, blocking all sounds in them. The first Dark Lord was attached to Eleanor's ear and said softly, "Stewed that sniff. Seek to compare to my heart, Irina, seek to compare to my heart." The World Line branch. The plot moves towards voting. The preliminary foreshadowing of the 3rd volume has almost all ended. Next, to an important plot branch. There are 2 ways to move the World Line. One of them is to end the Elena's story at Newt's house in the form of a quick plot point, omit some daily stories about magical animals and cooking, and quickly advance the footage and timeline to enter Hogwarts. The beginning of the College City construction is to quickly enter the farming development route of a certain scientific Hogwarts. The second is to expand the story of Newt Scamander and Elena in detail. This part may involve a lot of knowledge about magical animals, as well as knowledge about food, but it can actually be seen the improvement of the strength and the progress of the world transformation will be relatively small, mainly for fun and exploration of the magical world. In other words, some fat chickens may feel watery. Of course, the plot on Newt Scamander's side will not be completely useless, but these foreshadowings need to be delayed until the 4th volume, before they can be fully revealed. There will be relatively few places in the volume. Now, start voting. Fat Chicken will judge the future direction based on the number of chapters. Solution 1 is assembled here. Solution 2 is assembled here. Ask for a day off, sort out the plot, wait for the result by the way. Chapter 649 The Devil's Plan. Devon, near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. In the once deserted low mountains, I don't know when a small wizard village appeared. Some time ago, after consulting the local villagers, the Ministry of Magic officially designated this new wizarding village named Quibble as several key wizarding settlements in the United Kingdom. The boroughs near the village are naturally counted among them. As for the origin of the village name Quibbler, It is extremely simple. The Quibbler. With the increasing sales of Xinsang Sangtan and the secondary magazines Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue and Discovery, the number of subscribers to the secondary magazines derived from this has increased. Thanks to the original family workshop of Xenophilius Lovegood, it is obvious that it is completely unable to support such a huge news magazine position. Of course, under the co-investment of Hogwarts and Gringotts, New Singer has quickly grown into a giant enterprise in the European magic world, with nearly 30 wizard employees and several goblin accountants. In order to facilitate work and communication, some of the wizard employees of New Contradictory took the initiative to move to the editor-in-chief Xenophilius Lovegood's residence, which is naturally reasonable. As for why in the very beginning, the proportion of foreign elderly people was high, this is not important. Anyway, with the passage of time, the number of residents in this village has gradually increased. Now there are almost 100 wizards, plus at least dozens of fairies, choosing to settle in this humble remote village. After that, let's limit the number of occupants a little bit. Dumbledore rubbed his eyebrows and looked helplessly at the white-haired dumpling who was following him. If this development continues, this is not a wizarding village, but a wizarding city. Even if Cornelius Fudge is stupid, it is impossible to believe that there will be thousands of foreign wizards for a magazine. Not far away. I moved to the UK. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore, everything is under control, Elena replied nonchalantly while jumping dexterously on the stone street with her hands behind her back. We have simulated it many times. Based on the number of errors in the British magical world, even if they drew all the personnel into this village in one breath, it will only disappear silently as if a drop of water fell into the sea. I'm not worried about the security situation here. Dumbledore glanced at the surrounding houses and streets, and sighed a little tired. In just such a short distance, he has seen at least 5 wizards acting as secret whistles. More importantly, besides this, every few rooms can see 2 or 3 goblins on every corner of the street. Small chat. This scene appeared in A Fairy Who Admired Time as Money, and it was as funny as a giant monster writing poetry. Elena, what Mr. Lovegood manages is just a magazine. You spend a lot of manpower and material resources to create a fortress-like settlement of wizards. It's a little too trivial. No, on the contrary, this is just a rudimentary form, and it will be more than 10 times larger in the future. Elena slowly stopped, turned her head to look at the old wizard behind her, and answered calmly, you know, as long as a wizard with some mathematical foundation can estimate how much money Mr. Lovegood will earn with these publications, and the scale of the daily working capital of New Singing Devil. Moreover, there is also the Weasley family nearby. With the temptation of money and your reputation, they are likely to have been secretly targeted for a long time. Therefore, to provide basic security guarantees for the Lovegoods and Weasleys is something that I think is very necessary in this point. You have given me a rather wrong demonstration. I believe in the reliability of the wolf pack effect and the power of the collective more than the self-defeating and self-defeating methods of hiding and protecting themselves. On the other hand, the magical world does need to establish a complete social system. A social system. This cannot rely solely on the illusory system and Gingy Arlong's innovation. In the end, everything needs a reliable material carrying entity. Besides, Elena paused for a moment, and looked at Dumbledore with a smile. In this way, wouldn't it be convenient for you to control the whole situation at the same time? If I let all the Destiny employees and newspaper employees be broken into pieces and hidden in every corner of the magical and non-magical worlds, don't you have a little worry in your heart? What are you worried about? Worried that these wizards will not find a suitable place to live in the future? Dumbledore glanced at Elena slightly, and raised his eyebrows meaningfully. Elena looked around the street, nodded seriously, half-jokingly and replied softly, this is not impossible. Buying a real estate now is not as easy as it was decades ago. The identity information alone is enough for the Ministry of Magic and the Wizards to have a headache. Since the enforcement of the international secrecy law has become more stringent, and the non-magical world has developed rapidly after World War II, even with the assistance of magical space magic, The range of residences that wizards can choose is not as wide as before. Except for a few wizard families who live alone in uninhabited corners, more wizards often choose half-wizard settlements that have been registered with the Ministry of Magic. This refers to the settlement of wizards in mole villages after the international secrecy law took effect. Living in the middle, similar to Godric's Valley, or hidden directly in mole cities under the supervision of the magic world. However, Elena knew that such a situation might not last long. With the advent of the era of information technology and big data, real estate accounting will become more and more complicated, and it will be extremely difficult for wizards to completely hide their whereabouts in the non-magical world. Social relationship, like a spider web, will slowly tie down the survival and struggle space of the wizards. Whether it's the Hogwarts-centered Academy City or the preparations for the establishment of the Quibble Province, they are actually alleviating the outbreak of these contradictions from another aspect, delaying the arrival of the final day as much as possible, and fighting for her enough time. It's just that all these things are still too far away for Dumbledore, who is limited to this era. Perhaps only after that day has arrived, the wizards will take a look at her current preparations and understand that there are no coincidences and luck in this world, and some are just precautionary plans and inevitable trajectories. While they were talking, the two went through the layers of magical protection and came to the door of the newly renovated Lovegood's house. Luna Lovegood was already accompanied by her father, pulling a large suitcase and standing on the edge of the lawn outside the garden fence, waiting for Dumbledore and Elena to come and pick her up as agreed. They are going to Newt's house to stay together. Everything is starting to be interesting, isn't it, Professor Dumbledore? Elena glanced at the beating willows that were planted next to Lovegood's house, as well as the pimple vines that had used magic and were particularly deterrent at first glance, and under the continuous blessing of the phantom spell, they were looming. Fairy outpost. There is no doubt that under the influence of her continuous crisis theory, Xenophilius Lovegood is no longer the only dreamer and indecisive dreamer he used to be. He has changed a lot in order to protect his daughter. Power and dreams need both. This is the adult world. At the same time, the border between Hogwarts Castle and the village outside Hogsmeade Village. Albus Dumbledore took house elves and experts and scholars from various research institutes of the former Soviet Union to this huge area planned as Hogwarts' external faculty and staff living area site. Mr. Dumbledore, all the houses have been built, and all the daily circulation facilities can be used. The house elf who was in charge of repairing this living area bent over and screamed respectfully. Very good. Dumbledore nodded slightly and turned to look at the former Soviet scholars beside him. Everyone, this area will be your place of work and life for a long time in the future, and you are the first. The job is. Dumbledore squinted his eyes, paused for a moment, looked around his surroundings, and gave instructions skillfully. First of all, complete the magnetic field survey and physical constant measurement in the Hogwarts area as soon as possible. Master the spoken and written English in Scotland, and sum up a set of general knowledge for children aged 11 to 18. The content of this piece, I hope to include literature, mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry. Don't worry. Although the students of Hogwarts are relatively young, they are also real wizards. With the help of magic, their physical strength and energy can easily break through the hardest non-magical world. The limit of Mole. Seeking to compare, seek to compare. Come on. Chapter 650, Drink More. London, 1 Diagon Alley, Broken Cauldron Bar. This is a very popular wizard bar with a long history. Its establishment is even about 2 centuries earlier than the implementation of the International Wizarding Joint Secrecy Act. Therefore, at the beginning, no guests were rejected here. Moles, wizards, goblins, dominatrix their guests. Since the British government replanned Charing Cross Road in the early 19th century, this bar that would have been razed to the ground in the design plan has completely disappeared in the records of the non-magical world, and dozens of people. With the efforts of the wizards, they successfully modified the plan of the entire street through a large number of oblivion spells and various complicated hidden spells. Although this bar was originally founded by Ms. Daisy Dordridge, after several rounds, The Broken Cauldron Bar has long become a fixed asset of the Abbott family, one of the Holy 28 pure blood family. Note 1, click to expand. Today's bar owner happens to be Hannah Abbott's uncle, Tom Abbott. With the hot sales of Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue and new contradictory in the magic world, the whole Broken Cauldron Bar has gradually undergone some subtle changes in terms of decoration style and internal layout. For example, the entire Broken Cauldron Tavern is now full of photos taken by Hannah in new contradictory, whether it's life photos of eating, playing with unicorns, or even doing homework, and the style in the bar is also swept away. It was dirty and narrow before, and it was renovated to be almost neat and comfortable with the guest room area on the second floor. The bar area, rest area, multi-person round table in the pub. Wherever guests might gather and stay in the Broken Cauldron Tavern, old Tom would enthusiastically put one or two of his niece's photos and articles in the issues of New Singing Contradictions and Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Hannah feels even more ashamed. Since last Christmas, her position in the Broken Cauldron Bar has changed from a simple transparent temporary waiter to a role similar to a little star maid. As long as they are free, the family will tirelessly point to the pictures on the wall of the tavern to introduce them to the guests. This is the cutest little angel in their old Ibo's house. Barabara now stood in the middle of the tavern, reciting the tip-off-the articles she had published in a lively manner to stimulate sales in the tavern. Fortunately, such days are finally coming to an end. Uncle Tom, Elena, Luna, and Professor Dumbledore will come today. Please take down all the pictures on the wall temporarily. This is really embarrassing. After I'm gone, you can arrange whatever you want. Hannah Abbott bit her lip, and whispered while pulling old Tom's sleeve backstage at the bar. Tom, who was directing his wand to clean the glass, smiled and patted Hannah on the head proudly. My little Hannah will be a big star in the future. You have to adapt to such occasions in advance. Besides, if I remember correctly, aren't these photos taken with your friends? What's the embarrassment? Yes, but Hannah looked awkwardly at the door through the bar, nervously trying to think about the reason. You know, Hannah has never been good at this kind of thinking about reasons. If she is not facing her uncle, but a random strange wizard, she doesn't need to be so troublesome. She will directly follow the coping method taught by Lena, with a heavy reinforcement and a serious straight punch if the opponent is non-human. Then you can consider directly triply strengthening the fall, and strive to solve the problem within one blow. In the past month, there have been almost no incidents of drunks in the Broken Cauldron. Okay, don't be nervous, this is your home. Uncle will help you cheer up. Tom Abbott glanced at the hesitating little Hannah, grinned, raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Snapped. Accompanied by the action of the tavern owner, a loud crackle blasted above the tavern out of thin air. Guys, stop. Everyone listen to me. The guests who were chatting and drinking subconsciously stopped talking, a little confused, and looked at the barkeeper Tom, who was standing behind the bar. His hair almost stripped, and he looked like a walnut. He didn't know what happened. The little angel of our Abbott's family, Hannah Abbott, a first-year student at Hogwarts. Oh, now it's the second year soon. At the invitation of Professor Dumbledore, he will go to the England national team for a month summer trial. While talking, Tom Abbott's face seemed to bloom, pushing Hannah in front of him. The whole Broken Cauldron Bar was suddenly silent. Ahem. So the bar owner pushed his chest out and said loudly, to celebrate such a happy event, I announce that I invite everyone present today, everyone to have a free drink. For Quidditch, for Hogwarts, for magic. Man, are you stupid? That's the England national team. After Diddle-o-Digo was stunned, he laughed and shook his head and clapped his palms. Although I admit that little Hannah is indeed excellent, but your joke is too big. Of course. Since you said that, then I won't save you the free glass of wine, 6 servings. Forget about water, a glass of sherry. This is no joke. Dudge. Hannah is much better than you think. Drink your bar. Old Tom raised his chin slightly and shook his finger triumphantly. In the next moment, a glass of worry-forgetting sherry made up floated to Dudge's hand. Well, you pay. You have the final say. Diddle-o-Digo shrugged and raised his glass. Anyway, thanks to England's Quidditch Tomorrow star Hannah Abbott for the magic. Thanks to the strange little angel in the Broken Cauldron bar. Thank Miss Abbott. Oh, Tom. What do you think of my nephew? Go ahead. Don't hit my Hannah idea. She is only 12 years old. Hey, let me just mention it casually. Hannah looked at the suddenly excited bar with a headache, not knowing what to say for a while. As a child who grew up here, she knows very well what the result will be after the uncle said that the whole room is free. This group of adults who have no brains as long as they drink alcohol. Sure enough, the chairs all over the tavern croaked. The wizards sitting in the Broken Cauldron bar happily raised their wine glasses and cheered, while babbling in praise of Hannah, trying to cheat out a few more free drinks from old Tom. In such a hot atmosphere, many booing wizards turned out pens and papers, and got in front of Hannah and asked her to help sign a name, or write a few words of blessing, and put them away, waiting for her to become the British national team star of savior. Even more outrageous, some people have even begun to suggest that old Tom should open up a separate prize display cabinet in the Broken Cauldron bar to display the honorary certificates and medals after Hannah, as well as the Quidditch World Cup champions. Seeing her uncle's slightly moved expression, Hannah became a little worried whether she would have all this when she came back next semester. At this moment, the door of the bar was suddenly pushed open. 3 figures, 1 large, 2 small, appeared in the bar. As soon as they entered the door, their babbling high voices suddenly stopped. Everyone turned their heads to look at the old wizard who appeared at the door, slightly cautious. Smile and say hello. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, recognized as the greatest wizard in the magic world today. According to common sense, this old wizard seldom appears in Diagon Alley, let alone in this narrow and noisy ruined Cauldron Tavern. This is why most wizards did not believe in old Tom before. The reason for the words "only." Professor Dumbledore, what are you? A middle-aged wizard asked gently and cautiously. Oh, it seems that I came at some wrong time. Don't worry, I will leave soon. Dumbledore looked around the tavern that was silent for a moment, blinked a little helplessly, looked at the cramped and shy Hannah Abbott who was surrounded by the crowd, and smiled slightly. Miss Abbott, I think we should start. Although today is not a training day, I will report to the England Quidditch national team early to learn about the training arrangements and the living environment. It will take a lot of time. By the way, your luggage should be packed too, right? It's packed. It was all packed last night. Seeing Dumbledore, Elena and Luna, Hannah breathed a sigh of relief. While she was talking, she quickly got out of the crowd and ran to the back of the bar in the Broken Cauldron Tavern and pushed out the suitcase that her uncle and mother had arranged for her in advance. At the top of the suitcase, it was still horizontal. With a well-maintained flying broom, a shiny silver star was branded on the top of the broom, which looked particularly conspicuous. Wait, this is that so? Is it all true? Diddle-o-Digo swallowed a little hard, and his eyes swam between Dumbledore, Hannah and old Tom. In so many days, this is the first time that bar guests have seen this legendary flying broomstick. According to the legend, only after a reasonable record of a fall on a Hogwarts Quidditch field, can there be a story that a silver star can be imprinted on the broom handle. These days, old Tom would take this from time to time, click it to brag about it. At first, everyone didn't believe this story at all. After all, bragging, drinking and telling jokes, this was originally the norm in the Broken Cauldron Tavern, but with the sudden appearance of Albus Dumbledore, this matter began to fall from the vague bragging towards reality. However, before the wizards in the tavern came back to their senses, Hannah's figure had followed Dumbledore and disappeared into the back door of the Broken Cauldron Tavern. The two disappeared with her, and the two followed Dumbledore behind. The girl who entered the tavern together. The Quidditch trial is real, but the fall it should be fake. Looking at the large and 3 small figures disappearing in the passage leading to Diagon Alley, a middle-aged wizard smiled and shook his head. Have you not noticed that? Behind the little silver-haired girl, The flying broom on her back is covered with silver stars. If you want to imprint a star if you shoot down a person, it's not like that. The little girl behind Dumbledore knocked down the entire Quidditch team at Hogwarts once when he was in school last year. Ha! How is it possible? Do you think it was the Dark Lord flying on the broom to play Quidditch? Another middle-aged wizard drank a swig of beer and hiccuped in response. Tom, give me another pint of fire whiskey. According to your previous promise, this order is free. To Hannah, the Quidditch star of the Abbott's family, I hope she can bring good luck to the Scottish team. Get the World Cup back. Come on, drink, drink.